Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Touched by the Devil by Joanna Blake. Narrated by Troy Duran and Kendall Taylor. 5 years ago, Mac. Mac, heads up! I looked up just in time to catch the package. I was lying on my cot, trying to ignore the heat that invaded the ship at this time of day. I was sketching to distract myself. Stuff I saw around the ship, my fellow shipmates, trying not to think about things I'd heard about going down on the shore. The devastation was hard to take, no matter that our countries were at war. The people were just people. They had families. They had dreams. I reminded myself of that every single day. It became far too easy to get trigger-happy when you thought of the people as others. Not that I was going to shoot anybody out at sea. Just people. They were just people. Of course, some of those people absolutely did want to fucking kill us, so I never dropped my guard either. We weren't out here to weave baskets or sing Kumbaya. We were here to keep the peace and keep the good old U.S. of fucking A on top. The package that hit my chest with a thud, making me drop my pad and thin charcoal stick I clutched in my soot-covered hand. Your fingers are always dirty, man. It's nasty. I waved my fingers at Poughkeepsie Dave. We had a couple of Daves in our unit, so we used their hometowns to tell them apart. Your mother likes them just fine, I said with a straight face. I guess she likes it nasty. Fuck you, he said mildly, coming to sit on the cot next to mine. What'd you get? Care packages were a big deal around here. Just last week, someone's old lady sent a handheld fan and a whole mega pack of batteries. That thing had been passed around until it broke. It barely made a breeze, but in this heat, even the tiniest whiff of fresh air was kind of amazing. And we were lucky. At least we got to sleep on the water. There were plenty of grunts out there in the desert 24/7. The batteries had made poker a whole lot more interesting for the past 7 days, even without the fan. Batteries were like gold here. They trumped just about everything. Books, magazines, candy, and cured meat were also easy to trade. Basically any creature comfort or anything that reminded us of home was in high demand. Of course, I didn't have a sweetheart or a wife like lots of the guys. I didn't even have a mama to send me anything. Thankfully, I did have my cousin Donahue and his mama. She'd taken me in when I was a teen. I would have ended up in foster care if it weren't for her. And my cousin Donnie was the older brother I'd never had. Probably better than most big brothers, because we skipped the fighting over toys growing up part. By the time I came to live with them, Donnie and I were both more interested in grown-up toys. I fucking loved that son of a bitch. I'd learned all about motorcycles from him. Women, too. I'd joined his club right before I shipped out. I was still a probationary member, but apparently they were letting me do some of that proby time on this rust bucket. Devlin, the club prez, said I was serving our country in the Navy, and that was good enough for him. I fucking loved that son of a bitch, too. I loved all the guys, especially the crew we called the Devil's Riders. For someone who was technically an orphan, I had a big-ass family. Blood and oil. Both were thicker than water in my book. I sat up and straddled my cot, putting the box between my legs. The writing said it was from Mrs. Donahue. I grinned and tore open the package. On top was a big, flat Tupperware full of cookies. I opened it and inhaled deeply. It smelled like Sunday afternoon in her kitchen. It smelled like home. Toll House. More guys gathered around, practically drooling. I handed the cookies over, grabbing one and popping it in my mouth. Next was a package of plain white tank tops. I clutched them to my chest. We had our uniforms, but it was so damn hot, and we did so much physical activity that we were almost always soaked in sweat. These would come in handy for a quick change when we weren't on patrol. There was a big bottle of hand sanitizer, a 6-pack of extra-strength antiperspirant, and a bunch of non-perishable snacks. I stared at the little box of single-serve packages full of electrolyte powder. We sweated so much, dehydration was a constant threat. Mrs. Donahue really did think of everything. There was a beautiful sketch done by my cousin, whom I considered a little sister. I lifted the artwork and saw that there was something from Donnie, too. I rolled my eyes as the sailors around me started to whoop and holler. At the very bottom of the box was a magazine full of busty blondes. Only blondes, apparently. My cousin definitely had a type. And from the last letter I got from his mother, it sounded like he'd finally met his match. A pretty little waitress named Sally had caught his eye and was giving him a run for his money. I couldn't imagine any woman making Donahue work for it, but apparently she was. I was sorry I wasn't there to watch the guy chasing his own tail to get her attention. Donahue was a chick magnet, and that was even before he joined the upper ranks of the biggest motorcycle club in Southern California. My cousin had a silver tongue, muscles, height, tats, dark hair, blue eyes, and Irish good looks. And I didn't even get into his talent at metalsmithing and creating outrageous custom bikes. Women literally lined up to give him a little fun, no questions asked. But apparently, he was chasing a shy little waitress all around. I couldn't wait to give him the business about it when I got home. I wasn't much for talking shit, but when it came to Donnie, I would happily talk smack until the cows came home. He was the one who had taught me to do it when I was a shy little 15-year-old with nowhere to go and no hope of being wanted. But they had wanted me. Despite everything they'd been through, and it was more than their fair share, their branch of the Donahues had wanted me. I tossed the blondes to the crowd and smiled at what was underneath. He'd sent me something else, too. Something way better than a skin mag. A fresh sketch pad and a Ziploc baggie full of guitar picks and carpenter pencils, my favorite kind. The cookies were nearly gone, but I managed to snag one more as my buddy started another game of poker, using the spoils from other care packages that had just come in. I wasn't playing today. I leaned back on the bed and started to sketch. Chapter 1. Mac. "Ginger ale," I said as I slid the frosty mug across the bar. Jack grunted his thanks and took a sip. The man loved his ginger ale. My cousin Donnie rarely worked the bar anymore, but he still showed up some nights wanting to serve drinks. He said it kept him sharp. He never stayed late, though. Not with a 3-year-old, a baby, and a beautiful wife at home. A very beautiful, very talented, very sweet wife who never nagged him. He just couldn't wait to be with her. It was hilarious, and we all gave him shit for it, but he didn't mind. Donnie was too damn happy to care. But he was a devil's rider, and everyone was at the club tonight, so he was there too. The guys with wives would leave before things got nuts, but for now, all of them were there. Devlin was making the rounds and talking to the guys. Calloway was working in the designated club-only tattoo parlor next door and kept running into the bar for shots of tequila. Thankfully, he was so talented it didn't matter if he got a little lit. Whiskey was sitting with Jack and talking about woodwork and carpentry. Lucky was arm-wrestling Drake at a table nearby, and I was there. But I was usually at the clubhouse most nights. I wasn't much for staring at the TV. I'd rather be around my brothers, even if the inner circle wasn't here late night. God knows what else I'd be doing. Staring at the ceiling, most likely. Donnie poured me a shot and toasted me. "I have to be up at 5, I said to my crazy-ass cousin. "Man up! You can do that job in your sleep." I snorted and took the shot. Just one, though. It was true I could do most jobs in my sleep, but this was the biggest project I'd ever taken lead on. Overseeing the construction, permits, and crew for a new housing development was a big deal, and I wanted to be at my best. Not for the clients, who were a bunch of suits I'd barely talked to, but I had to be on top of my shit for the people who would live there someday, the families and kids, but especially for my crew. A good foreman could make or break the daily grind for the workers, and I wanted it to go smooth and easy. A couple of guys I'd served with were coming aboard, along with a couple of guys from the club. Then there was my normal crew and every damn guy who knew how to use a hammer in a 50-mile radius. Like I said, it was a big fucking job. I watched Cal come into the bar, deftly sidestepping one of the more determined sweetbutts who tried to waylay him. He was the prettiest guy in the damn club, except maybe for Devlin. Power, muscles, and pretty boy good looks were apparently catnip to a certain kind of woman. Then again, they also seemed to love the silent mountain in front of me, also known as Jack. Rugged and imposing, sure, but there was nothing pretty about the Viking. Of course, he had a woman who would scare the hell out of any girl who thought they could tempt him. They couldn't, of course. The man was hooked. Plus, Janet would scratch their eyes out if they even tried. Her temperament was well known around town, so he didn't deal with too much hassle these days from the girls who hung around looking for biker meat. The truth was they offered themselves to all of us on a frequent basis. The younger, unmarried guys might take advantage sometimes. Hell knows Calloway used to, but hardly any of the group were still single. Me and Drake, Kyle, who was one of my crew, and a Marine on leave, and Nick, one of the second-year prospects we'd all welcomed into the fold. Mostly we just liked hazing him. He barely reacted. He was an uber-relaxed southern boy with a twang in his voice who always looked like he'd just ridden in on a horse. He just happened to be metal. There was no rough stuff with the hazing anymore, though. Dev had put his foot down after what happened to Whiskey, and that had been before my time, while I was serving. But we still loved fucking with the prospects and anyone who seemed to take themselves a little too seriously. It was an unspoken rule. Get too high on yourself, and we were here to cut you down to size. We considered it our duty to keep each other honest and humble. Some of us were harder to get to than others. Cal and Lucky were still trying to figure out a way to prank Jack, for example. I could have told them that the only way in hell that was ever going to happen was if they enlisted Janet to be in on the joke. That woman could prank the fucking FBI. She was that devious. Yeah, the men of the Devil's Riders might be big and strong, but the women were the truly fierce ones. Kaylee, Janet, Sally, Becky, Molly, and Kirsten, a.k.a. Angel, were like lionesses protecting their pride. I was just lucky to be included in the Devil's Riders family, and I would never forget it. Family wasn't the sort of thing you should ever take for granted. Donahue skedaddled when a couple of giggling young women approached the bar. I took their order and then made a round of tropical drinks for them. They were lucky the bar was well stocked. Drake, Kyle, Nick, and the other prospects were doing a really good job with the grunt work around here. I might even tell them that if they didn't piss me off for a day or two. Donnie only came back to lean against the bar when the girls were gone. I gave him a smirk. He was so scared of upsetting his wife that he literally ran when he saw women on the prowl. I could have told him that ignoring them completely was the best way to avoid them. Running just made them more aggressive. The truth was, the club girls had given up on me, for the most part. I was polite but firm when approached for sex. What I wanted in a woman was different from what they were offering. I wanted someone shy, someone real but still sweet. I wanted a girl who hadn't been around the block a million times, ladylike and feminine. I didn't have a type beyond that. I wasn't the kind of guy to pick apart women or qualify them by body part. I wasn't an ass man or a boob man. I wasn't the type to go looking for a girl either. In the past, girls had always fallen into my lap. But maybe it was time. I wasn't meeting pretty girl-next-door types hanging around with these degenerates, that was for sure. Between work and the clubhouse, I wasn't interacting with anyone. I certainly wasn't meeting a lot of sweet little peaches. Even worse, Donnie had started dropping hints about setting me up. It was embarrassing to think my cousin thought I had no game. He acted like I couldn't find my own woman. The truth was, I just hadn't bothered to try.
Chapter 2. Susanna. The sound of bulldozers nearly broke my concentration as I carefully lowered the seedling into the dirt. Planting them at this stage was a very delicate operation. I'd nurtured the plucky little sprouts from germination, and now they were ready to start growing on their own, as long as I didn't squash them by accident. "Oh, for the love of—" I hissed as I readjusted the fragile little plant so it was sitting high on the manure I'd piled up below the fragile root ball. "You just ignore those noisy machines now. They won't be here forever. Just enjoy the sun and all that yummy compost I mixed into your soil." Yes, I knew talking to my plants might seem crazy to an outsider, but I'd read multiple studies that talking helped them grow. I knew logically that it was probably just the CO2 that we exhaled, but it didn't matter. I liked talking to them. Besides, who else was I going to talk to? Your new neighbors, my mind whispered sarcastically. 500 of them. Today was the day they broke ground on the massive housing development next door. I was still furious after trying to block the sale, plans, and permits of the place. I'd hit roadblock after roadblock every time. Even worse, I became a shrew in the process, something I'd never imagined I would become. I was a friendly, easygoing sort of girl. Or at least I had been when it hadn't felt like me against the world. I sighed and looked at the greenhouse window. I moved out here to get away from people, I grumbled to my reflection. I just wanted to cultivate organic heirloom seeds. The plants don't like noise and pollution, and neither do I. I could have cried. My safe little hiding place, the adorable cottage left to me by my paternal grandmother, was no longer so safe or quiet. It was the one thing I had left from my family. I was alone in the world. I'd felt so battered by the world after David died. He'd been a good husband, a good man. Not exactly fiery in the passion department, but we'd had a safe, quiet life. And then just a few months after his cancer diagnosis, he was gone. It was that fast. Neither of us had time to prepare ourselves, though there really wasn't a way to prepare for that, was there? Just like that, it was over. I was a widow. And I had to start again. So I'd quit my job in the city, sold off most of my stuff back east, moved out all the way out here, and dusted off Grandma's old slipcovers. Out back, I discovered a beat-up old greenhouse. I'd forgotten it was there. It was painted white wood and old glass, many of the panes cracked. It was perfect. A sunny patch in the midst of all the trees, an oasis of calm. The ideal place for me to lick my wounds and my plants to thrive, eventually starting to become a real business. Hard work, pure, fresh rainwater, clean air, and blissful quiet. 3 years of it. Until now. Now it was all ruined. I wrinkled my nose at the smell of fresh asphalt being laid. The roads that would connect the god-awful McMansions they were undoubtedly building over there. I could have cried. I had cried many times, but mostly out of frustration. I'd felt so powerful when I was in New York, with my stable career in marketing and my perfect husband and life. It had been an illusion, though. I thought I could control everything. Until David got sick. Even the best doctors in the world hadn't been able to help him. I'd managed to avoid the world since then. It no longer seemed like a friendly place. I was better off just hiding out and puttering with my plants. I'd fixed up the greenhouse as best I could and was still trying to get the cottage into better shape. The business barely made any money so far, but it was a little more every year. No matter what, I knew I didn't want to go back to the rat race. David had shown me that life was too short for that. So I ran my tiny online heirloom seed business, and that was enough. I lived frugally. I certainly couldn't afford to have workmen come and fix the things that needed doing, so I made do, and I learned to live with imperfection. There was something kind of poetic in the peeling paint and cracked window panes. Because that's what life was, wasn't it? Imperfect. At best, you had things good for a time, but in the end, it was a long and lonely crapshoot. It was better to stay safe and live small, not attract attention. There were fewer chances of getting hurt in the process if you laid low. Fighting the development had made me stick my neck out, but no more. It hadn't done a damn thing to stop the monstrosity next door anyway. I grabbed a cup of coffee and shut all the windows. I could still hear the sounds of heavy equipment, but it was a little less invasive. I decided to take a break and do some paperwork. I slid into the rickety old chair behind my desk, which, to be honest, was also pretty rickety. The thing swayed so much that it sometimes felt like I was at sea. I stared at the computer while I waited for the day's orders to load. I was so proud of my little business, humble as it was. I'd even had one of my old marketing buddies do the logo. It was chunky antique black lettering with a burgundy and gold frame. It looked authentic and cool and old school, just the way I wanted it. I began by salvaging some of the scraggly survivors from the 100-year-old garden and started harvesting the seeds. I even started buying seeds on message boards and searching out plants in some of the old houses and farms in town. And just like that, Susanna Seeds was officially in business. It wasn't the kind of money I was used to from working for a large advertising firm. In fact, it wasn't any money at all those first few years. But it was so much more satisfying and relaxing. Or it had been, until now. A moment of silence. I closed my eyes in bliss as the soft chirping of birds filled the air. I reached for my cup of coffee as a jackhammer started, making me nearly drop my cup. I stared down at my striped shirt and floral apron, now covered in my delicious wasted coffee. I drank the last bit in the cup with a grimace. That's it! I have had enough. I shoved my bare feet into a pair of dark green striped wellies and stomped out the door.
Chapter 3. Mac. I was looking at my clipboard with Drake, going over the groups and subgroups we had working on site today. I frowned at the sudden silence. All the mechanical noises had stopped. I looked up to see that everyone had stopped working. Drake let out a low wolf whistle. I turned around to see what everyone was staring at.
Excuse me.
A girl stood there. No, not a girl. She was a woman. A very, very pretty woman. She looked like a rainbow had exploded. She wore blue and white stripes and flowers, and her bare, shapely, very sexy legs were wedged into big rain boots. It should have been too much, too girly, too loud. But it wasn't. I couldn't look away.
Who's in charge here?
She asked peevishly. Slowly I raised my hand, my eyes devouring her. I'd never seen a girl who looked like that. She was almost too pretty. But she wasn't dolled up. It was all natural. She honestly looked like she didn't care that she was standing in a crowd of dozens of men. She wasn't here to get our attention, although she more than had it. She came closer and I squinted my eyes. Was that dirt on her cheek? I am in charge, ma'am.
Ma'am?
She looked outraged. I guess she didn't like being called that. I would have to remember that if I wanted to piss her off again. She sure was pretty when she was mad. Huge hazel eyes peered at me belligerently, intelligent, thick-lashed eyes that looked almost gold in the sunlight. A mop of golden brown hair was shoved haphazardly onto the top of her head with wavy tendrils, spilling everywhere, revealing a slender, elegant neck and a stubborn jaw. High cheekbones, a cute-as-hell button nose, and lush, unbelievably sexy lips that begged for a man's kisses. Not any man's. Mine. I could hardly believe the way I was reacting to this woman. I was looking for a shy, quiet girl, I reminded myself. But this gorgeous rainbow tornado in front of me had wiped that notion away. Her mouth wasn't the only part of her that was speaking to me. Despite the bright and colorful clothes, the woman didn't look crazy. She was far too stacked to look anything but hotter than hell, curvy from top to bottom and in all the right ways. I started to grin at her like a buffoon, not realizing the danger I was in. She marched right up to me, and I couldn't help but notice the way her chest jiggled. Man, I wanted to lay hands on her and see how buoyant those curves really were. Her jeans were tight, worn in, patched, and shredded in spots. But she hadn't bought them that way. No, I could tell she'd earned those patches. I faintly registered the sharp-looking clippers hanging from her belt before she tore into me. A gardener. She's a gardener, I thought as I smiled at her stupidly.
Disturbing the peace. Non-stop noises, which is really not good for the plants, and the smells coming through the trees are toxic.
The smells? I asked politely, which earned me a scowl. She sure was pretty when she was fired up.
Yes. You can't come in here to tear down trees and just make it smelly and noisy.
Noisy?
Yes. Since early this morning. It's almost 2, and there hasn't been a moment of silence. Don't you take lunch?
We take it in shifts.
What about your neighbors? What if they want a lunch break?
Something about the sound of her voice snapped me out of my trance. I looked at her again, really seeing her and not just focusing on how damn sexy she was. She looked like she was on the verge of tears. Neighbors? There isn't anybody out here. Just one crazy... I stopped, looking at her again. You're Susanna, I said flatly. The developers had warned me about her. They'd said she was batshit crazy and a pain in the ass. They had failed to mention that she looked like a swimsuit model and smelled like sunshine and peaches. She crossed her arms, which only served to highlight her spectacular rack.
Yes,
she said, jutting her chin out. But she was putting up a brave front. She was really upset, and I found myself feeling bad about it. Look, I started, not sure how to handle this. She'd battled the big guys and lost, and now she was here, on my first day, creating a scene. It was hard to stay mad at her, though, looking the way she did. We have permits. I'm really sorry we're disturbing you, but we have the right to be here.
How long is this going to go on? All this... She waved her hand in the air. Hubbub?
I almost smiled. No wonder the real estate developers had thought she was an old lady. They must have only dealt with her on paper, without ever laying eyes on her. She lived alone in the woods and used words like hubbub when she was yelling at you. It was damn cute. But I didn't much like the thought of her living out here all alone, especially with the way my guys were looking at her. Not that any of my crew would mess with a woman, but I didn't know all these guys. And she'd basically announced her location, stomping over here on foot like that. She had no idea that she was the equivalent of a juicy steak, marching herself into a pack of hungry wolves. I had a feeling Susanna did not have a clue how many hard dicks there were at this exact moment with her name written all over them, mine included. This section should be completed within the year. The whole site, well, I scratched my chin. We're on a 5-year plan. Her jaw dropped. Literally dropped. Her chest started moving up and down really fast. I was drooling at the sight of those gorgeous tits bobbing when I realized she was hyperventilating. The woman looked like she might faint. I grabbed for her arm, holding her up when she swayed against me. Some girls might do that to be cute or flirtatious, but Susanna was really on the verge of fainting. It wasn't an act. I'm Mac. Come on, let's sit down for a minute. We can talk. She stared at me distrustfully. I didn't mention that she was still in my arms. I was enjoying the feel of her against me way too much. It had been years since I'd held a woman, and I'd never even seen a woman who looked like her, let alone touched one. I wanted to savor it.
Here?
She looked around.
There are people staring.
She took a step back and I let her go, holding my arm out to catch her if she faltered again. She crossed her arms over her chest protectively. I exhaled and asked her if she had walked here, even though I knew the answer.
Yes. There's a path. A deer path that comes through this way.
I nodded. I'd seen it. I knew we were disrupting the wildlife around here, and apparently the very pretty local inhabitants as well. I'll walk you back, I said, barely recognizing the gruff sound of my own voice. It wasn't a question. I took her arm and waited. She blinked at me and then nodded. We walked in silence through the crowd. Drake was staring at me with a funny look on his face. As we passed, I growled at him, "Get everyone back to work." The path disappeared into the woods and we followed it.
You don't have to hold me up. I'm fine.
I ignored her. I wasn't letting her fall on her ass. Even if she was mad at me, she was a lady, and that wasn't happening on my watch. Her being beautiful only made touching her more enjoyable. Yeah, even her arm was sexy. We climbed steadily for 10 minutes before I saw a clearing at the top of the slope. A storybook cottage sat in the center, with raised flower beds and a rickety old greenhouse. Plants grew everywhere in a wild but somehow cohesive riot of color. It was the kind of place that shouldn't even exist anymore. It didn't seem real. It was beautiful. Just like her. I realized I wanted to sketch. Everywhere I looked, there was a story, a moment of beauty. There was nothing kitschy, but she had some old garden trellises and moss-covered stone sculptures that added to the charm. "It's beautiful," I breathed, barely noticing the startled glance she sent me. Just then, the machines back on site came back to life. I winced, making eye contact with her. It was loud, and if she worked from home all day, it was probably going to drive her bananas. I felt like a big old jerk for calling her crazy, and I mentally wanted to punch the developers who had laughed at her behind their shark-like smiles.
How am I supposed to work here? The plants don't like it either.
Well, maybe she's a little eccentric, I thought, glancing around. The plants seemed okay, but who knows? Maybe they were wilting a bit here and there. "I'm sorry," I said simply. "I'm just doing my job." She sighed, and I watched as the fight went out of her. She couldn't stop this, and we both knew it.
Do you want a cup of coffee?
I nodded and followed her into the house. Inside, my eyes were drawn everywhere at once again, just like when I first saw her, just like when I first saw her garden. It was a peaceful blend of color and charm. Her work table was strewn with green seed packets, each with a picture of a plant or a flower printed on top, and an old toolbox. But the compartments held seeds, not tools. I walked closer and leaned down to look at it. "Susanna's seeds," I murmured.
Heirloom seeds. That's what I grow.
"So, no pesticides or what do they call it?"
GMOs. Genetically modified.
She smiled sadly.
These are the opposite of GMO. Although farmers did sometimes create their own breeds with cross-pollination or encouraging rarer imperfections.
I nodded, following what she was saying, for the most part. "That's cool."
You can sit,
she said, waving to a spot at the table. I watched her surreptitiously while she bustled about the tiny kitchen alcove, grinding coffee beans and pouring boiling water over them. She wasn't old, but she was old-fashioned. I realized I liked that. It felt familiar. It felt right. Not to mention it was cute as hell. I cleared my throat, trying to rack my brain to solve this for her. I told myself it was because I didn't want her interrupting my work site every day, but it was more than that. More than even wanting to take her to bed, which I did, extremely badly. I was surprised how much I wanted her beneath me. It just wasn't right. We were disturbing her, and it wasn't going to stop. I worried about what that meant for her future. What if I throw up a fence or plant some evergreens? They make a great noise barrier. She glanced at me as she carried over a creamer and a cup of sugar. She came back with 2 cups of delicious-smelling coffee. Insanely delicious, truth be told.
That costs money, especially the trees, and it might not work anyway.
It won't stop the noise entirely, but it should help. Your being on top of the hill is augmenting the noise. Now, the trees out here are all seasonal, so it will get worse when the leaves fall. Evergreens will create a windbreak, too.
I can't afford it,
she said flatly. But she wasn't bristling anymore. She just seemed sad. I had to admit it fucking bothered me to see her looking like that. I can probably snag some trees from the landscaping crew. And if you need anything else done around here, I could help with that too, I said, gesturing to a window frame that appeared to be separating from the wall. This place was charming, but it was also 2 seconds away from falling apart. She stared at me.
You would do that? Why?
I know you tried to stop the build. Her pretty little mouth opened. It's unfair, but you can't stop the development. I think this whole area is going to be suburban in a couple of years. They want all the land.
They tried to buy me out,
she said, finally looking outraged again.
This land has been in my family for generations.
Well, it's only going to get worse. And you are right. It is really loud. I looked around, warming to my topic. Lots of little things I could do around here, if you want. She chewed her lip thoughtfully. It was hard to explain what the sight of those white little teeth did to me. I wanted to bite her lip for her. I wanted her to bite me.
Okay.
I breathed a sigh of relief. I hadn't realized I was holding my breath as I waited for her answer. I wanted an excuse to come back here. And it wasn't just my sense of right and wrong. Well, not much. It was this fire inside me. I'd never been this hot for a woman before. Not even half this hot. If I were here, I had a much better chance of getting her in the sack. I was sure it was a done deal once I got close to her. It had never been an issue for me before. I'd never even had to try to get a woman. Why would it be now? I was pleasantly contemplating what the night might bring, probably would bring, based on my former track record. Her, me, Bonetown, USA. I'll see you after 4. She nodded shyly. I took a big sip of coffee and handed the mug back to her. I took one last look at her before leaving. It was still hard to wrap my head around how gorgeous she was. It was almost like she wasn't real. I was whistling as I walked back to the build site. She might be a Hellcat, but she was sweet and shy, too. And the woman was so good-looking, I was wondering what she was doing in the middle of nowhere with dirt smudged on her cheek, instead of starring in a Hollywood movie. Either way, it was my lucky day. As soon as we shut down for the day, I was heading over to Susanna's place. I fully expected to be in her bed by 5.
Chapter 4. Susanna. It's still not straight. I tilted my head, staring at the frame of the greenhouse. He'd offered to take it apart and put it back together like new. I was afraid to let him touch it, and I didn't want like new. I just wanted hopefully not falling on my head. So for now, he was just fixing the tiny porch that hung over the front door. Max had to prove his skills to me before I let him touch my precious greenhouse. I turned away for a moment, if only to stop myself from staring. The guy was far too good-looking. I was sure he knew it, too. With his dark hair and piercing dark blue eyes, he could have been a model, the kind they hired for Ralph Lauren ads. I'd never worked on a fashion campaign, but our firm had a fashion and lifestyle department. We had models coming through, not to mention good-looking actors. I knew the type. New York was full of them. I had Mac pegged, though I wasn't exactly sure why he was being so nice, and I hadn't caught him checking himself out in the glass yet either. He did seem to like looking at me a whole lot, though. I shook my head impatiently. No, Mac was way too pretty not to be a conceited ass. No wedding ring, so probably a player, and used to women falling over backward for him. Ignore how pretty he is, sussy. Just get back to work. You have orders to ship out. You only have yourself to rely on, remember? I sighed, realizing I should offer him a drink before I hid inside. I knew he was only doing this to keep me quiet, but he was being helpful. Really helpful. The truth was, my place was way past the duct tape and elbow grease phase. I needed help. Mac was definitely a knight in shining armor, whether his intentions were good or not. "Iced tea?" I asked, trying not to stare. Mac was crouched low, trying to adjust the post that held up the greenhouse porch by shimmying pieces of wood underneath. He has good hands, I thought, my mouth growing a little bit dry. Strong and masculine with a nice golden tan. I noticed that he'd rolled up his sleeves. His thick forearms were covered with ink. Ornate, lovely tattoos. They weren't feminine, but they were highly artistic. Not your average tattoos, not at all. Mac looked like a piece of art in more ways than one. And he knows it, I reminded myself sternly. He finished what he was doing and looked up at me with a heart-stopping grin. I nearly fell over from that smile. It hit me right in my core. He wants me, I realized with a start. And I was feeling very friendly toward him, too. "I'd love it," he said. The warm look in his eyes unmistakable. He was definitely after something more personal than my silence. I nodded nervously and scurried back inside. It had been years since a man had looked at me that way. More, much more, maybe a decade, maybe never. And it certainly hadn't been anyone who was as dangerously sexy as Mac. It felt disloyal to even think it, but David had never looked at me with that much heat. Not even close. He'd never done much in the romance department. He hadn't even proposed. He just told me he wanted to get married. We'd gone down to the courthouse the next day we both could get off work, and that was it. Now this big-muscled, tattooed guy was making me think all kinds of things. Wild, sweaty things. And he'd done it with just a smile. I opened the freezer and leaned into it, exhaling a cloud of frost. Finally, I forced myself to get a hold of myself and make the man some iced tea. I had just put the pitcher back in the fridge when I heard the door open. Max stood there with a serious look in his eyes. "I can get the trees by the end of the week," he said. But I felt like he was saying something else. "Yeah, Sussy, he's saying something naked something." I nodded and handed him the iced tea. I ignored the flash of heat I felt when our fingers brushed together. It felt like a spark. Literally like I just stuck a damn fork in a socket. Youch! But in a good way. "You can put them in by yourself?" "No, I'm bringing big trees. I'll grab a few guys to help." He was standing so close. His big, hard body gave off heat and power. I could feel it against my skin. His sheer size made me feel vulnerable and safe at the same time. Mac is too big for this house, I thought to myself. My house was small, sure, but it felt absurdly tiny at the moment. It felt like a closet. Not a walk-in closet either, not that I've ever had one. I'd gone from college to a tiny New York City apartment to my granny's tiny 100-year-old cottage in the middle of nowhere. So yeah, not a lot of giant closets in my past. I took a shaky breath, annoyed that it even sounded shaky. "You are not smooth, Sussy. You are totally lacking in smoothness." It felt like Mac was pressed up against me, even though we weren't quite touching. Like he was trying to get as close as possible. And he hadn't even moved an inch. I licked my lips, looking away. "Thanks for doing this. I know you don't have to." His generous lips widened into a smile. There was something predatory about it. Once again, I was struck that he wanted something more from me. Sex. He wasn't being shy about it, though he wasn't being pushy either. I couldn't imagine a guy who looked like Mac being short on willing women. Still, the vibe was there. I wasn't making it up. It wasn't my overly active imagination. For example, you constantly talk to yourself. Mac wasn't being aggressive about it, but he definitely wanted to dip his hand in my cookie jar. "Not yet, Sussy. He might still surprise you." I felt completely safe with him, I realized. I had pretty good instincts when it came to people. I'd avoided all kinds of problems when I lived in New York because of it. If a street suddenly seemed too dark, I didn't walk down it, even if it took me blocks out of my way. Mac wasn't a dark street. He was intriguing. Oh yeah, I was definitely very, very intrigued. I stared at his throat as he tipped his head back and drank deeply. He had a 5 o'clock shadow. I wanted to reach out and touch it, scratch it like he was a big old cat. The man was enormous. Of course he could drink the full glass in one gulp. I watched his Adam's apple bob up and down. It was hard to look away from. The truth was, it was mesmerizing. "You need to get out more, Sussy. David would understand if you started dating. He's been gone for years now. Maybe sign up for one of those dating websites." The truth was, I probably did need to get laid. Just like my best friends from college, Jill and Jessica always told me. I might not be 24 anymore, but a woman has needs. And I wasn't old. Not yet. I wasn't even 30 yet, and already a widow. Why not just take this brute up on his unspoken offer? A sneaky voice whispered inside my head. He would be more than happy to do the job. "Anything in here I can help with?" he asked, wiping his mouth. I nodded and took the empty glass. I turned back, and he had a funny, hopeful look on his face. I cleared my throat and pointed to the kitchen window. "It's leaking. Just a bit. But they all seem to. This one is the worst." He stared at me as if disappointed by my answer. Then he gave me a rueful smile and scooted past me to get to the window. Time seemed to stand still as his body brushed mine, all of mine. If I had been wearing pearls, I would have clutched them. I tried to ignore Mac and his insanely well-built body as he contorted, checking all my windows. I calmly packed seeds and made labels, fully aware I was going to have to double-check all of my work. I was extremely distracted. And warm. It was very warm in here. A thin sheen of sweat was on my body. And his. Mac's muscles were literally gleaming as he measured and tapped things, looking like he knew what he was doing. "Focus on your work, sussy." He cleared his throat and I looked up at him, brushing the hair out of my eyes. My crazy, wavy mop as I'd always thought of it. He was staring at me with a hungry look in his eyes. Shoot, am I supposed to offer the man dinner? "I need some more wood. I think we should replace these altogether, but if you want to save them, I need some specialty stuff from the hardware store." "Oh, okay." "So, do you want to?" My heart started hammering in my chest. Do I want to what? "Save them. Or replace them." I stared at him blankly. "The windows," he prompted. "Oh, I would like to save them. I love the wavy old glass." I trailed off, feeling foolish. There was a big, gorgeous man staring at me, and I had literally nothing to say. "Anything else?" "I'm happy to help with anything you need," he said with a strange emphasis on the word anything. And then he said it one more time for good measure. "Anything." I frowned at him for a minute before his words sank in. He was offering to service me, clean out the pipes, as it were. My cheeks turned bright red. So he was attracted to me after all. I realized I was glad. It made me feel pretty for a minute, until I realized I probably wasn't anything special. Maybe he just offered that to every unattached woman he met. He did look like a player with those incredibly sexy bedroom eyes of his, after all. I cleared my throat and shook my head a little. "I'm not really looking for anything. I'm focused on my business, but thank you." I watched in fascination as a muscle ticked in his jaw. It was a strong, thick, extremely masculine jaw. I was already halfway to regretting my words. It would be so easy to let him do what he was offering, just run my hands over those bulging muscles, lie back and let him have his way with me. But I wasn't ready. I wasn't sure I would ever be ready for a man like him. He was overwhelmingly male, to say the least. "You sure about that?" "Yes," I said, even though I was not at all sure. He shook his head ruefully and grabbed his tools. "I'll see you tomorrow, then." "Oh, I didn't realize you'd be back again so soon." He ignored me, scooping up his tools and giving me one last extremely steamy look. One that would keep me wondering whether I had made a mistake for hours, if not days, maybe longer, I realized. I couldn't help but sigh a little forlornly as he walked out the door. He looked really good from the back and the front, but I could stare at his back without his noticing, something I was way too nervous to do to his face. I ran to the window and watched him disappear into the woods, my eyes trained on that juicy butt of his. The man could move, that was for sure. I still couldn't believe his offer. He just stood there and offered me sex. He was direct. I had to give him that. I wondered if he would offer again tomorrow.
Chapter 5. Mac. She turned me down. I stared into space as I sat at the bar and not behind it for once. The woman had turned me down. No one ever turns me down. And that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that I couldn't get her out of my head. I was obsessing about her. How she looked, what I wanted to do with her, what I would have to do to convince her to let me. I'd never reacted to a woman like this, even before she'd said no to my offer. "How was she?" Drake asked as he slid a drink across the bar. Nick was helping out tonight, so they didn't need me. I just needed to drink. I shook my head and Drake stared. "That hot little pain in the ass said no?" I glared at him. She was hot and she was a pain in the ass, even though she had good reason to be. But I didn't like hearing him say it. "Shit, man, I just lost $20. "What?" "Kyle," he called out. Kyle ambled down the bar looking like the cowboy he was. "Here, you lucky fucker." Kyle pocketed the 20 and slapped my back. I glared at him some more. "You struck out." He shook his head. "Man, that's rough. I thought you were in there for sure. You guys are pigs." "You are a pig, too. Just a better trained one," Drake said with a smirk. Nick chewed a straw and smirked at me, too. "What did I miss?" Whiskey said, taking a seat nearby. "Your brother tried to score with this lady at the job site," Kyle offered. "And he failed." "A lady?" "Neighbor," I muttered. "She must be something to get Mac to come out of his shell." "Oh, she is," Nick said. "She was madder'n a hornet at a barbecue." We all turned to look at him. He stared at us, completely unfazed. "What? A hornet at a barbecue?" "That's right," he said in a slow drawl. "They want the sauce, but they don't like the smoke." I just cocked my eyebrow at him. Nick had a way with words, that was for damn sure. It was pretty accurate, truth be told. "But was she hot?" Whiskey asked. I shook my head and ignored him. All my married brothers were worse than the women when it came to gossip, and now that they were all mostly settled down, they wanted the same for the rest of us. They were nosy as fuck. "A nice girl?" They especially seemed obsessed with getting me paired off. "Yeah, she's fucking hot," I growled, ignoring the second part of his question. I sipped the last of my tequila and told Drake to fill it up again. "She's beautiful," I said glumly. "But is she nice?" Whiskey asked, warming up to his topic as he sipped a beer. "That's even more important." "Nice is not the right word," Nick offered. "Feisty. I'd say she was feisty." "She's nice," I mumbled. "She just likes peace and quiet." I was still feeling guilty about Susanna's situation. She was stuck in that house. I could tell she didn't have a lot of extra money, and the development was fucking with her income on top of it. That's if she was right about the plants not liking all the extra noise. I took a big gulp of tequila after Drake refilled my drink. Guilt, unrequited lust, and sore feelings. All of it was new for me, and I didn't much like it. Especially considering she wasn't even the sort of woman I'd imagined settling down with. Sure, she was beautiful, but she was no shy little shrinking violet. She stood up for herself, and damned if she didn't look good doing it. And she wasn't all gooey-eyed over me either. That's what I want, I reminded myself. A shy, quiet girl who had eyes only for me. She would adore me and do whatever I asked, like strip down and ride my pole for hours. I wouldn't have to torture myself like this, wondering what she wanted. I would know, instantly. Life would be sweet and easy. But the wildcat with the wavy hair? She was just an irascible itch that needed scratching. Not that I wanted to rush. I knew it would take time to get her out of my system. I'd be real nice to her in the meantime. We'd both get what we wanted. I just had to be patient. I had time. With all the repairs her little house needed, I had time to turn things around. I could help her, assuage my guilt, and get the unwelcome lust out of my system. And then get on with my life. The image of Susanna with her long, silky legs wrapped around my waist sprang to mind. She'd cling to me, grateful and eager to show me her thanks with that luscious body of hers. Her soft waves would tumble everywhere as I pulled her hair free and started undressing her. She would make soft, feminine sighs as I touched and tasted every inch of her delicious curves. Things would get serious real fast after that. I grinned suddenly and finished my shot. "You leaving?" Nick asked unnecessarily as I stood to go. I gave him a look and he shrugged. The man was impossible to embarrass. "Good night, boss." I threw some money on the bar and nodded at Drake, Whiskey, and Kyle. I slapped Nick's back as I headed out of the clubhouse. I was ready for bed. And I had a feeling I might dream about little Miss Jean's shorts, and I couldn't wait.
Chapter 6. Susanna. I squinted at my laptop, unwilling to pull my reading glasses out from under the fat tabby lounging at my makeshift desk. Somehow, the cat always found something vital to stretch out on. But I didn't mind. She ruled the roost, and we both knew it. The compost accelerator is more than I want to spend, but with it, I don't need to buy even pricier organic fertilizers. If only I were feeding more than one person, I would have more eggshells and coffee grinds, I thought to myself. Mac immediately sprang to mind. As if a guy like that would stick around for eggs and coffee in the morning. That was definitely not going to happen. Nothing was going to happen, I reminded myself, mostly because he was not the type to stick around for eggs and coffee. Or cuddling, or pillow talk. No matter how sexy he was, it wasn't worth the after effects of feeling used. I knew it would make things worse. I would end up feeling lonelier than before. Feeling empty. Especially with him lurking around next door at a job site for the next 5 years. I groaned at the thought of all the extra traffic and noise. 5 years of it. I closed my eyes and prayed for strength. My fingers reached out to idly stroke Calliope's jaw as I forced myself to focus. Half an hour later, I was still trying to balance the books. I needed to juggle my expenses before reordering supplies. I was always doing that, calculating where I could afford a late fee and where I absolutely had to pay as quickly as possible. I looked up and frowned at the sound of a car pulling up the long driveway. Mac won't be here for half an hour, I thought to myself, if he even shows. He probably wouldn't show. He had just been looking for quick sex. Lucky for me, he'd actually managed to fix a few things yesterday. I stared out the window. I had finally gotten a break from the noise at the housing development and was trying to concentrate. Maybe I'll get used to it, I thought without much hope. If it's really going to last for 5 years. The truth was, you could get used to anything. Being married, being alone, being widowed, being the world's youngest reclusive cat lady. My frown deepened at the sight of the fancy European car. It probably cost more than my house. I caught the hood ornament and whistled. It definitely cost more than my house. The car came in fast and parked out front, sending gravel flying. Not cool, bro, I thought to myself. A young guy in a suit climbed out. A very fitted, very expensive-looking suit. He looked around, taking photos with his phone. I shot laser beams at him with my eyes as he walked the property, acting like he owned the place, which he most definitely did not. My Granny and Gramps had owned it. And now I did. Not douchey McDouche-canoe out there. I looked at his shiny black leather shoes and then down at my beat-up green wellies. I had thought about sprucing myself up today just because Mac didn't need to see me looking fugly, but I decided against it on principle. Do not sex yourself up for someone you do not plan to have sex with, even if you want to, sussy, especially if you want to. As a result of my foolish pride, I was wearing a pair of cut-off overalls over a camisole, with a soft ancient flannel thrown over the top. My hair was up in the usual messy bun. If I'd thrown on a tiny bit of lip gloss and mascara or used my good shower gel and lotion this morning, who was to say? Maybe there was a little dab of perfumed oil on my pulse points. And maybe I had shaved extra carefully, not nicking myself even once for a change. And no one needed to know I'd thrown on the least dingy of my bra and panties. No one would know, because no one would see it. Still, I felt marginally put together. Not enough armor to deal with Mr. Canoe outside, but I hadn't been expecting him. He was definitely not invited. I grabbed a trowel and stomped outside, holding it in front of me like one of the gang kids from West Side Story. "Can I help you?" I practically shouted in a tone that made it very clear I did not really want to help him, unless I was using my trowel to help him get his ass back in his fancy car and leave. He turned to look at me, his mouth already open. He was ready to start selling me a load of bullcrap, no doubt. He shut it abruptly as he looked me over. His eyes lingered on my legs and chest as he gave me a thorough inspection. His smile returned, but it was different now. It was less used car salesman and more smug and slimy, as if he wanted me to know he liked what he saw. He wasn't even subtle about it. Ew! Creep Factor 5 Captain. "Hello, Mrs. Adams. I'm Theodore Von Klept, but you can call me Theo." He used my married name, but I didn't bother to correct him. I knew what he wanted. Well, one of the things he wanted, at any rate. My land and my booty. I was getting hit on a lot in the past 24 hours, I realized. Thankfully, only one of the guys was totally gross about it. I didn't accept the hand he held out, or the card he offered either. He was a lawyer, judging from the looks of him. An expensive one. "I represent a buyer who is very interested in this land." He looked around. "If you knocked all these trees down, you would have a spectacular view in every direction." "Knock them down?" I sputtered, unable to form a coherent sentence. "You—" I realized I was clutching the spade in front of me like I was in a knife fight. I actually jabbed the air with it. He was lucky he wasn't standing too close to me. "Take it easy, sweetheart," he said casually, as if I wasn't obviously contemplating gutting him with a rusty garden spade. "We want to make you a really good offer. Now, it looks like from the surveys that you are sitting on a very large piece of land here. You're barely using 1/10 of it. The company I work for is willing to pay a hefty price for it. How do you feel about $150,000? I opened my mouth and stared at him, too stupefied to even respond. First of all, the land alone was worth much more than that. I knew that, and I didn't want to sell. This idiot was really pissing me off. And then he did something that sent me spiraling into a full-blown fit of rage. He ran his knuckles over my cheek. "I'll try and get them up to 200 if you'll have dinner with me." I stepped backward, realizing I looked like a crazy person as I shook my head frantically, but the douche canoe kept following. He really isn't too swift, I thought as I restrained myself from getting stabby. "I'll even get you a pretty dress to wear. What do you say, sweetheart? I'll make it worth your while." "No," I finally said. I wanted to shout it, but I was still too shocked. I did manage to say it again, though. "No." He had the bald-faced audacity to look down at my tits. I was still holding the spade. If he didn't back up, I was seriously considering giving him a good jab with it. I had shown remarkable restraint so far, I decided. "I'll be real good to you, sweetheart. If things go right, I can even set you up in a sweet condo." Did the man really just make me a pretty woman offer? He had. He actually had. I said no. "Please leave." Instead of leaving, he stepped closer. I backed up again, but he kept coming. I was starting to get scared on top of the explosive rage. "There's no reason to make this difficult, pretty girl like you. We should all just get along." She said no. I heard a gravelly voice right before I saw the douche canoe get lifted up into the air. I blinked, and he was sprawled on the ground 5 feet away, staring up at Mac with a look of total shock. For a second, we all stared at each other. Everyone was surprised except Mac. He looked cool as a cucumber. The bastard jumped up and brushed himself off, clearly more worried about his suit than anything else. Mac took a step toward him and he backed up, almost falling back down again. I nearly giggled at the outraged look on his face. Lay hands on me again, and you'll regret it. I will press charges. Mac just crossed his arms over his chest. You are menacing a lady. I'm not so sure cops are sympathetic to dickwads who do that. Douche Canoe's face turned white behind his tan. He was scared. Mac had scared him. It was funny because I felt the opposite when Mac showed up. I felt safe. It was instantaneous. Mac equaled safety to me, apparently. A whole lot of other gooey feelings, too. You won't get anywhere near 200 for this dump now. The guy wagged his finger at Mac again, then gave me a dirty look before throwing himself into his car and peeling off. Don't forget your seatbelt, I called after him. Mac gave me a funny look like he wasn't sure whether I was crazy or not. At that moment, I wasn't sure either. Are you okay? Did he hurt you? I'm okay. I was more offended than anything. He was definitely offensive, Mac said with a small smile. I had a feeling he didn't smile much. He almost looked impressed. What did he want? To buy my land. And other things. Yeah, I gathered that last part. He frowned at me. It's not safe out here for a woman by herself. I raised an eyebrow. I've never been bothered by strange men before. Now it's almost a parade. He did smile then. A big, beautiful smile that let me know he was in on the joke. It disappeared just as quickly. I cleared my throat, realizing he had probably just created a mountain of problems for himself. I think that guy worked for your boss. He shrugged. Doesn't matter. Nobody gets away with bullying a woman on my watch. I nodded. It rang true. Okay, so the guy might be a player with very loud equipment and bulging muscles, but he also had a hero complex. It wasn't a bad quality as far as I was concerned. You're cold, he said, watching as I rubbed my arms through my thin flannel. Let's go inside. I nodded, and he followed me into the house. I noticed he had a big old-school metal toolbox with him this time. He set down a bag from a big box store with thin strips of wood sticking out of it. Calliope was splayed out in the center of the room, right where the last bit of sun was shining. Mac bent down to stare at the gray tabby stretched out in the patch of sun. And who is this? Calliope. She, bites, sometimes especially strangers. I stared in awe as his big hands stroked my usually cranky tabby cat. The way his big hands touched that cat was mesmerizing. He was so gentle. I waited for her to bite him, and then I realized he wasn't looking at the cat. He was looking right at me. Heat dropped like a stone in my belly. I felt my body responding to the look on his face, the confident way he used those rough hands to tame my cranky kitty cat. The way he'd stood up for me without making me feel helpless or useless like so many men tended to do. If they could be bothered to help at all. My mouth was suddenly dry. I shook my head as if to clear it, but it didn't do a bit of good. Something had changed between us. The air was thick with sexual tension. Want some coffee? He nodded and took a seat at the table. Calliope, the traitor, trotted after him, curling around his ankles. I watched in awe as she climbed Mac like a tree and settled in his lap. For the first time in my life, I kind of wished I were a cat. I'll get all the windows done today. The weatherproofing foam smells a bit, so I'll try and do that from outside. Thank you. What do I owe you? I looked up, and he was watching me. For what? The supplies. Nothing. He grinned at me. I can afford to buy a lady some caulk and weather stripping. The man had perfect teeth, stark white against the swarthy tan of his skin. He looked smooth-shaven, but I could see the hint of a 5 o'clock shadow. I wondered if it would scratch my skin when I kissed him. If I ever kiss him, I scolded myself. It's not going to happen, Sussy. I brought over his coffee and a mug for myself. I sat down across from him, not quite sure what to do with myself. I could go back to work, or, better yet, find something to do outside so I was less distracted. Mac lifted a tomato from the bowl on the table. I'd had a mini photo shoot for my Susanna Seeds Instagram account that morning. The latest batch of heirloom tomatoes was perfectly ripe, with great colors. He stared at it, then sniffed it with a perplexed look on his face. "It's a purple skygazer." "A what?" "It's a tomato," I said, suddenly put at ease by the adorable confused look on his face. "You're joking." I shook my head, taking the purple and white striped tomato to the kitchen and giving it a quick rinse. I sliced it open carefully, scraping away the seeds from half of it for preservation. I cut the rest into bite-sized portions. Then I grabbed 2 forks and brought the rest over to the table. "It's better with salt," I said. When he nodded, I sprinkled a little sea salt on top. Then I handed him a fork. He took it and speared a bite. I couldn't help but stare at his perfect lips as he tasted it. He closed his eyes in pleasure, and I almost had to pick my jaw up off the floor. I had a feeling my panties were down there, too. The man was far too sensual to be around. I wondered whether he was deliberately trying to seduce me or if it was just natural. I quickly looked away and took a bite myself. "I've never tasted anything like that," he said. "It's so tomatoey." I giggled, but I knew what he meant. "Store-bought kind of tastes like cardboard, right?" He nodded, taking another bite. "It would be a shame to put this in a salad." "Ah, but it is delicious with mozzarella, or you can toss it with basil and watermelon." I smiled with pride as I said, "I have heirloom watermelons growing, too." "It's not the season. A greenhouse makes all things possible." He stared at me in that disconcertingly direct manner. He ran his thumb over his lip while he was staring at mine. I audibly gulped and stood up, hastily looking for something to do. "I need to, outside," I said as I grabbed a work apron off a hook by the door. I trotted out to the garden, feeling like a complete ninny. I was a complete ninny. The man had me absolutely tongue-tied. I headed right for my safe space, the greenhouse. Inside, it was warm from the sun, and the air was full of the smell of rich, damp earth and growing things. I had an ancient patio table in the center with low shelves lining each wall for supplies, with plants and seedlings on the top shelf at about waist height. I quickly checked on some sprouts, misting them before carefully covering them again with a sheet of transparent plastic to keep them extra cozy. They were out of the direct sun, under my potted lemon and avocado trees. Those were my favorite 2 foods, other than heirloom tomatoes and garlic shoots. I checked on the bulbs I was forcing early as well, garlic and onion for myself, as well as a few heirloom varieties of daffodils and tulips. I was thinking of branching out into bulbs and tubers if my business kept growing the way it was. Slowly and surely, just like a garden. All it took was hard work, love, sunshine, and a little bit of luck. It was 20 minutes later before I realized what I had done. I'd left him alone, in my house. Not that I expected him to rifle through my drawers or anything, but there was a chance there were panties under the bed, and there were windows in the bedroom. Mac was fixing the windows. It would totally be reasonable for him to go in there and see panties, maybe even granny panties. Not the granny panties. Please, dear God, not the granny panties. I dropped the plant spikes I was labeling with a squawk and hurried back inside. He was nowhere to be found. I hurried to the single bedroom and threw open the door. Mac lay on the floor, shimmying wood under the bedroom window. It was as if my worst nightmare had come to life. He was, in fact, right next to the bed. And there were, in fact, panties under the bed. I hurried over, kicking them further under the bed with my heel. "How's it going?" I asked in an oddly loud voice. "Great. I am definitely not cool anymore. I used to be cool. I guess getting older and moving to the middle of nowhere could leach the cool right out of you." Mac looked up at me as if he was enjoying the view. He smiled faintly, then went back to what he was doing. Great. Do you need anything? Once again, too loud, sussy. He smiled a little bit more at that, and I wondered what he was thinking. He looked at me again, his eyes taking in my bare legs. I should have minded that he was ogling me, but for some crazy reason, I just didn't. Our eyes met for a hot second, and something passed between us. And then he went back to work. "What are you offering?" he asked without looking. Oh, there he went, flicking his eyes at my body like a lash. I almost heard the whip crack. You got any more tomatoes?" I nodded stupidly. I thought he was asking something else. The man barely spoke, for goodness sake. How was I supposed to know what he was getting at? And he knew I had more tomatoes. "I'll make us something to eat in a little while." He nodded and kept going, just lying there on the floor, looking like a 6-foot tabby cat in tight jeans. "With tomatoes," I added lamely. "Thanks." I stood there for another second before realizing I was staring at him. I bustled into the kitchen and started rummaging around for something to make. A quiche, I decided. Or no, he's a man, not an old woman. Gah! How did I end up cooking dinner for him? Is this a date? Chicken, I decided. Cold chicken with some veggies on the side. That's what I had, and that's what he was getting. Next time I went shopping, though, I was getting more supplies. Beer. Man stuff. Just in case.
Chapter 7. Mac. "This is good," I said after a couple of bites. "Really good." Susanna bit her lip.
I didn't really have a lot lying around.
"It's good." And it was. It tasted even better because of the company. I didn't mind a bit that she felt obligated to feed me. It got me some one-on-one time with her. Because it seemed like the rest of the time she was trying to run away. All afternoon I'd noticed that wherever I was, she wasn't. She was avoiding me in her own house. I'd seen her kick those sexy little panties under the bed, too. I hid a smirk. I'd been tempted to steal those panties, but I decided to wait until I took a pair off her myself. My cock was responding to her nearness like it always did. I was semi-hard pretty much from the moment I saw her to the moment I got into a cold shower the day before. I expected today to be the same. Unless, of course, she gave in to what we were both feeling. Just say the word and I will throw that cute little ass on the table and have my way with you. I licked my lips, imagining what kind of noises she would make while I ran my tongue all over that sweet little pussy. I wondered if she was shaved. I wondered what color her nipples were. I wanted to know if her toes were painted. I really, really wanted to know. I needed to know. "That guy bothered you before?" She shook her head, sending those glossy waves bouncing. I wanted to tug her into my lap and undo her hair so I could run my fingers through it. I wanted to smell it. Hell, I wanted to taste it, too.
No, it's mostly been phone calls and letters. I guess they got tired of being ignored.
"You like it out here? Must be awful quiet."
It was quiet.
She gave me a look and I smiled apologetically. "Sorry."
It was my grandmother's place. I didn't have a big family.
She sighed, and it was so cute and forlorn that I almost yanked her into my lap again.
So yes, I like it.
"But you are new around here, right?"
How did you know that?
"I would have noticed you," I said, holding her eyes until she blushed. God damn, she looked pretty when she blushed. I wanted to make her whole body blush, I decided. I'd play with her titties and pussy for a long time, making sure I could see everything. She'd be all wiggly and shy about it. I'd see how pink she would turn while I played her like a fiddle.
Oh, well, I've been here a few years, but I don't go out much. Just to the market and garden supply store.
Why?
Why what?
She looked at me like a pretty little owl, her big hazel eyes blinking innocently. It did something to me. The woman was cute and beautiful and sexy as hell. I wasn't sure what I was feeling, but it was unexpected. "Why do you hide yourself away like this?" She looked away. I could tell I had gone too far. She cleared her plate and carried it to the kitchen. I tried not to stare. Her overalls weren't tight, but her legs were long, and I could see the shape of her gorgeous bottom as she moved. I got up and followed her with my plate. The kitchen was tight. When she turned around, I was right behind her. She gasped, looking up at me. "I'm sorry. You don't have to tell me." Her eyelashes looked so long from up this close, and her skin looked even softer than I'd imagined. I brushed my fingertips over her cheek, pushing her hair back so I could see her. She swallowed, still staring up at me.
My husband died. I didn't want to stay in the city anymore. It didn't feel like a friendly place.
Fuck. She was a widow? I frowned down at her as an overwhelming urge to protect her washed over me. I'd already felt protective of her, I realized, but it went into overdrive. She was all alone, vulnerable. The thought of screwing her and going on my way suddenly seemed like the worst fucking idea ever. No wonder she'd been so bossy at the job site. She didn't have anyone else to look out for her, and she was so soft and so pretty. "I'm sorry."
Thank you.
I leaned forward and took her lips in a slow, drugging kiss. Her lips parted under mine, and I pressed my advantage, boxing her in with my arms against the counter, moving my hips forward so I could feel her against my aching cock. My tongue dipped into her mouth again and again to taste her. Her tongue tentatively tangled with mine and then grew bolder. I moaned as she kissed me back, sending the kiss into the stratosphere. I let go of the counter to pull her against me. I held her hips in place as I ground my shaft into the juncture between her thighs. I lifted one of her legs, groaning at the feel of her silky skin in my rough palm. I had to taste more of her, so I took my lips and tongue to her neck, then lower, molding her breast in my hand as I kissed the soft skin that peeked out above her overalls. They could have been dowdy, but they were cute as hell. I had a feeling she would look goddamn adorable in anything she wore, even a potato sack. I am ready to pop over a girl in overalls, I thought to myself. And I was. I was close to fucking coming just from the feel of her against me. There's no way in hell I'm coming in my fucking jeans. "Take this off," I growled.
No.
I stared at her, breathing hard. She stared right back. "What?"
I can't.
She shook her cute little head and I saw red.
Thank you, though.
I could feel a muscle in my jaw ticking. My cock was straining in my jeans, still pressed against her. I was so fucking close. It was insane. The lady said no, you caveman. I backed away slowly with my hands at my sides. I had to keep them there. I had to concentrate really fucking hard to keep from grabbing her, tossing her over my shoulder and carrying her to the bed. I wanted to make that thing bounce. Not just once, either. I wanted to make sweet, squeaky music all night long, just like the song. Hell, I wanted to make mattress music with her for a week without coming up for air. Maybe longer. Her chest was rising and falling rapidly. She was turned on. I'd felt her melt like butter in my hands. I had no fucking idea what had her so freaked out, but I wasn't going to push the issue. Not today. I licked my lips and watched her eyes follow the movement. I had her. I just had to go a little slower next time. I gave her a warm smile and told her to shut the windows. Then I went outside to finish sealing the windows. I had to put some distance between us, or I would go all wild man on her ass. And that was not acceptable, no matter how inflamed I was. I left my bag of tools inside. I wanted to make sure I had a reason to come back.
Chapter 8. Susanna. Hussy. That's what I was. I knew it. My mother hadn't raised me to fall into bed with every man who looked my way. Not that we'd gotten close to the bed. If we had, well, I would be having a lot more fun than I was right now. trying hard not to be super obvious as I watched Mac finish sealing the windows he'd fixed from the outside. The man was very sure with his hands. I'd noticed that when he'd palmed my ass. I blushed hot and furious at the memory. I cleaned up from dinner and tried to distract myself. I was scrubbing the dishes when I felt eyes on me and looked up. Max stood just outside, watching me. I walked over and stared at him through the old screen door. He lifted a finger and pushed it through a gaping hole in the metal mesh. I had duct tape over it, but it fell off. He shook his head ruefully. "I'll take care of it. You have a good night now." But he didn't leave. He just stared at me. My throat felt dry as a desert as I stood there, wanting more than anything to invite him back in. "You know what will happen if you do that, you tramp?" Oh, yes, I surely did know. I'd have a really good night, maybe even a couple of really good nights. And then Mac, his trees and his toolbox would disappear. And I'd be stuck listening to his jackhammer for the next 5 years, feeling like a loose woman, used and cast aside. "Good night," I breathed. He grunted and took a few steps backward, not looking away. He shook his head again, letting me know with his eyes that he thought it was a damn shame that I turned him away. I wasn't going to lie. A big part of me thought it was a damn shame, too. I forced myself to do some more work before settling into a hot bath with a good book and a glass of wine. I was in bed by 10, but sleep evaded me. I stared at the ceiling, mentally reviewing everything that had happened. Not with the douchey lawyer, everything that had happened with Mac. The way his hands had felt on my body. The way he'd kissed me. And the insanely eager way I'd kissed him back. I'd never kissed anyone like that before, never given myself to anyone or anything with that kind of reckless abandonment. I'd been wild, sexy, uninhibited. I barely recognized myself. I felt different, like I was someone new. I couldn't risk giving in to him, not until I knew his intentions were good, or at least better than hump and dump, as my girlfriends from college used to call it. But I didn't want him to stop coming around either, and I definitely wanted to kiss him again. I'll go to the market in the morning, I decided. I'll make it up to him with food. And if he wants to make out a little bit again, well, maybe I can let him know that is okay too. I tossed and turned for another hour before falling asleep.
Chapter 9. Mac. She got you, Mac. You dumb son of a bitch. She got you hook, line, and sinker. Yeah, that was me. I was a fucking trout, and she was the fisherman with the fancy lures and the sexy fucking rubber boots. Now, those green rubber boots of hers were sexy. Mysteriously so. What the hell was happening to me? Rubber garden boots were not supposed to be sexy. Overalls were not sexy. Flannel shirts and bandanas in hair and garden gloves were not sexy. But goddamn, somehow every little thing about that woman was sexy. Beyond sexy. She was fucking flawless. Cute, spunky, a little weird, definitely with a twisted sense of humor and the best damn kisser I'd ever met in my life. I poured another round of drinks and went back to brooding. It was still early. I wasn't even a little bit tired. I'd done 150 push-ups before I even got in my car after leaving Susanna's place. I was in such a state of sexual frustration that I barely even felt any muscle fatigue. And push-ups were the closest thing I could do to what I really wanted to do. I wanted to fuck. I wanted to fuck for days. Even a cold shower and a long, fast ride hadn't taken the edge off. So I pulled a shift at the clubhouse for lack of anything better to do. "What's wrong with your cousin?" a deep voice called out. I looked up to see Jack and Donnie staring at me. They were both frowning. I took a large gulp of tequila and ambled down the bar toward them. I poured them each their regular orders without their asking. Ginger ale for Jack and a vodka tonic with lime for Donahue. We gave him shit for that girly drink, but he liked it. And there was nothing the least bit girly about Donnie. "You look weird," he offered. I glared at him. I was not in the mood for his shit. I'd had the softest, sweetest woman in my arms a few hours ago, and now I didn't. I was fucking pissed. Never mind that some asshole was pestering her, and if I wasn't in her bed, I couldn't be there to protect her. Drake appeared out of nowhere beside me. "Oh, he got his ass handed to him by a woman. Again." Jack and Donnie wore identical expressions of doubt. "I thought you were a fucking monk these days." "I was," I ground out, pouring myself another drink. I tossed it back and refilled the glass. "She turned him down, wouldn't even let him get to first base." I shook my head. "That's yesterday's news." "So what, you finally nailed her?" I gave Drake a look. He was a real jackass sometimes. "It's been 2 days. And no, not yet. We just..." Everyone leaned in. We made out. Silence. And then they exploded in laughter. Calloway poked his head in from the tat room next door. "The fuck is going on?" "Mac got himself a girl, but she won't put out." Everyone dissolved into laughter again. "Play your guitar for her, Mac. She'll throw her panties at you." I scowled. I wanted those panties, damn it. I'd been so close. "She's a widow, okay? She's fucking been through a lot. She's shy, that's all." That shut them up. I stared at my cousin. He stared back. Then he toasted me. "That's more words than I've ever heard you say at one time, Mac." His serious expression dissolved into a smirk. "She must be something special." They all started laughing again. "Bunch of jackasses," I muttered. "Hey," Jack rumbled. "I take offense." I just shook my head. I was never going to live this down. And I had a feeling the situation with Susanna wasn't going to change as fast as I wanted it to. Damn it, I just wanted to get laid when I saw her. Now I didn't know what the hell I wanted. Sex, yes. Lots and lots of sex. But I was also thinking about the way she was all alone out there right now. There were coyotes and bears and scumbag lawyers in those woods. I wanted to keep her safe from all of them. I wanted to see her first thing in the morning. I wanted to eat with her, to watch her pretty lips and face while she ate. Maybe cook for her, too. I wanted much more than sex, I realized with a sinking feeling. The truth was I was feeling possessive as fuck. Seeing that lawyer hassling her today had really triggered something in me. I'd wanted to do more than scare him off. I'd wanted to punch him in his stupid, smug face. And now, the urge to ride out there and stand guard over her was almost overwhelming. I wouldn't even go inside. I just wanted to protect what was mine. But if I showed up there at this time of night, she'd probably shoot me. Knowing her, there was a rusty rifle somewhere in that shack of hers. Somehow I didn't find that remotely reassuring. I rubbed the bridge of my nose and made a mental note to get a roll of screen to fix her front door tomorrow. It would be nice for her to leave it open when it was warmer out. "Don't worry, Mac. You'll get there." Donnie started laughing again. "Eventually." I cursed under my breath and took another drink.
Chapter 10. Susanna. I had blown it. Mac hadn't even said hello. He'd just shown up and gotten to work, sanding and reapplying the sealant to the window frames. "Way to go, sussy," I muttered to myself under my breath. It was chilly out today, so I had on jeans. Mine were all ripped at this point, not a cute going-out pair of jeans to be found. But these were my favorites. I'd also put on a floral button-down that I'd had forever. It wasn't anything fancy, but I always got a little confidence boost when I put it on. I thought it was pretty. I put a dab of lip stain on my mouth and blended it in. Then I squared my shoulders and went outside to acknowledge the 6-foot-something hunk outside who was working on my house for free. Without a word, I handed him a cup of coffee. He took it, his dark eyes boring into me as he took a sip. He knelt there. the soft-looking denim encasing his strong thighs. His forearms were thick and tanned, with the spirals of an ornate tattoo peeking out from under the rolled-up cuffs of his work shirt. About last night. He lowered the coffee cup and waited. I am cooking dinner to make it up to you. Make what up? He stood and suddenly he was towering over me. I stared at his massive chest, trying to ignore the warm, masculine smell of him. Dear Lord, he smells good. I thought I should explain. I trailed off, my thoughts getting lost as I stared at him. Not used to... Used to what? His voice was low and intimate. Men, I guess. You were married, weren't you? He brushed the hair away from my face tenderly. I swallowed, feeling like I might swoon like some Victorian lady in a corset. Yes. But that was a while ago, and he didn't. Mac frowned and looked at me. He didn't kiss you like that? I sighed in relief. Exactly. You were overwhelmed. Yes, I nodded, relieved that he got it. He stepped closer so that our bodies were touching. You want to take it slow? My heart lit up. That was exactly what I wanted. Well, not exactly. What I really wanted was to jump his bones and hump him on the ground, but I was afraid I'd do something really stupid. I was afraid I would not be any good at it. Not like a guy who looked like him was used to. Or fart. I was afraid I'd fart. That's how nervous I was. We can kiss if you want. He smiled slowly. Okay, Susanna, we can do that. His lips came close to mine slowly, barely brushing them. I sighed at the whisper-light touch. Then he knelt, going back to what he was doing as if we hadn't just negotiated to make out later. I blinked and then turned and walked back inside in a daze. He'd said yes, and then nothing. Okay, I checked my breath and then shrugged. It didn't smell bad. Maybe he just wanted to finish his work. Obviously, kissing me was not a priority. I started making dinner. My favorite heirloom black rice, which had been soaking all day, organic turkey sausages, and a side of the tomatoes he liked so much, with a few new varieties thrown in that had ripened today, served this time with fresh mozzarella from a local organic dairy farmer. One thing I loved about California was the food. It was always so fresh. And the weather. And the sunshine. I sat down to check my seed drying rack and start packaging some that were ready. Time passed quickly. Before I knew it, the buzzer was going and I was fluffing the rice and squeezing lemon into it. I added some freshly crushed garlic and olive oil. Then I put the lid back on and left everything warming on the stove. Is that dinner? I jumped at the soft voice and glanced over my shoulder. Max stood in the doorway looking like a Greek god. His broad shoulders nearly touched the sides of the door, and his head barely cleared the doorway. His dark blue eyes pierced me. I nodded and smiled nervously. How did I end up on a date? Maybe even a second date. I barely know him, I reminded myself. No need to get ahead of yourself. It's just dinner. Have a seat, I murmured, clearing half the table for us to eat. I had already put out napkins and silverware. I grabbed 2 plates from the cupboard and set them down, ready to plate. Drinks. Offer him drinks, you half-wit. I grimaced, realizing how woefully out of practice I was. I didn't really date anyone serious in high school, other than a prom or a couple of movies on a Saturday night. I'd met David almost right away in college, then married him immediately after graduation. We'd moved to the big bad city for work, but I didn't feel like I'd really experienced it. I'd certainly never been around the block. Not any block. I still felt like a teenager in a lot of ways. Or an old lady, I wasn't quite sure which. Do you like beer or sangria? Whatever you were having. Sangria it is. I got out the pitcher I'd made earlier in 2 glasses. I carried it over and started to pour it, "I got it," he said, his warm, strong hand on mine. Our eyes met and caught. I inhaled shakily and nodded, hurrying back to the kitchen to plate our food. I even had flatbread and a little bowl of spiced olive oil with balsamic vinegar and herbs mixed in for dipping. "This looks amazing," he said, as I sat down across from him. His expression was impossible to read, as usual, but he did seem appreciative. "I wanted to thank you properly for everything you've done." He smiled then, and I got a warm, funny feeling in my stomach. There was something naughty about that smile, something predatory. As usual, he said very little as we ate. He made a few appreciative noises. It was funny, but I didn't mind his silence. Sometimes I felt the need to talk when someone else was quiet. I'd come to terms long ago with being socially awkward, but I didn't feel awkward around him. It just felt nice. And the way he looked at me, well, that spoke volumes. Apparently, Mac liked watching me eat. My mouth in particular. I was definitely getting kissed after this. He poured us more sangria and stared at the glass, holding it up to the light. "Pomegranate and cherries. It's my own recipe." "I like it," he said, staring at me and then taking a long, cool drink. He wiped a droplet of the pink liquid off his mouth, and I almost melted. The man looked like he was in a commercial. The one where horny office ladies were staring out the window at a construction guy taking a break with a cold can of soda. Except Mac was even hotter. He was way too hot for me. I was average at best. I was out of my league, and I knew it, and yet, if he wanted to kiss me, I definitely wasn't going to stop him. "Do you want to go to the couch?" He stood up and took my hand, hauling me to my feet with his large hand firmly in the center of my back. I landed against his chest. I was stunned for a minute at how fast it had happened. Then he used his calloused fingers to tip my chin up. His eyes were on my mouth. My eyes were on his mouth. "This is happening. It is happening again. Do not fart, Susanna. Do not fart." I sighed as his lips closed over mine. He started slowly molding and shaping our mouths together. Then he nudged my lips apart and delved his tongue inside my mouth. It was exploratory, slow and sensual. But there was no mistaking the rhythm he made with his tongue. I gasped as I realized what he was doing. He was having sex with my mouth. "Fucking, sussy, it's called fucking." I whimpered as his hands moved over my body, lightly touching and grasping as if he was exploring me, as if he was learning the topography of my skin. I was still wearing all of my clothes. So was he. Somehow, I'd never felt anything this erotic in my life, not even close. I was breathless and hot and very, very bothered, and I had a feeling he was just getting started. I let out a soft squeal as he hoisted me, settling my ass on the high table that served as my workspace, sometimes desk, and the only place to eat. His hands were on my thighs as he tugged me forward, so that my inner thighs wrapped around his hips. He grunted in satisfaction as our bodies met. The sound deep and raw and so sexy I nearly fainted from it. I could feel the heat of his cock pulsing through our jeans. Oh my! Mac was very, very big and very, very hard. I swallowed nervously at the thought of that thing inside me. It would be a tight fit, that was for sure. "Not tonight," he said softly against my ear, as his fingertips brushed up my body to toy with my nipples. There was something so filthy about being felt up this way, over my clothes, over my bra, like we were a couple of horny teenagers in the backseat of a car. Not that I'd ever done that, either. I was a prude back in high school, or at least that's what I'd heard a couple of boys say about me when they thought I couldn't hear them. Maybe I was. Maybe it was time to change that. My hands were on his shoulders, holding on for dear life. I decided to do a little exploring myself as Mac's tongue traced the sensitive curve of my ear. I dragged my palms over his chest and lower, feeling the flat expanse of his belly. He laughed harshly and caught my hands, pulling them away. "I told you," he said, his dark eyes burning into mine. "Not tonight." I wasn't. He kissed me before I could finish and lifted me up, carrying me to the couch. I was too stunned to speak. This wasn't dignified. He was careful, but he was still treating my body like I was a rag doll. He laid me down and spread my thighs, settling in between them. He grunted again at the pleasure of being fit together that way. It felt good, better than I could have imagined. He took my hands and put them firmly on his shoulders. "Just don't touch me too much, okay? I don't want to lose control." "Okay," I agreed, somewhat mollified by his explanation. And then I stopped thinking. Mac was kissing me again, long and slow and deep. That wasn't all he did. He started grinding. I let out an inhuman sound like a kitten as his cock pressed rhythmically into my denim and panty-covered pussy. It was dirtier than sex. It was pure need. Our bodies rubbing desperately together like two sticks that wanted to make fire. Oh, my God. I closed my eyes and held on for dear life.
Chapter 11. Mac. Make it last, Mac. Go slow. Don't spook her. If all she wanted to do was kiss, I planned to kiss Susanna for hours. No matter how much it hurt, I'd play by her rules. I wouldn't do anything else, not even if she begged. I really wanted to hear her beg. A little touching, but only over the clothes. A lot of touching, I thought, sliding my greedy hands over her gorgeous curves. I'd make her writhe for me. She'd be purring like a kitten and begging me to take her. If I had to suffer right along with her, so be it. Having her in my arms was the best damn form of torture I could possibly imagine. Holding her like this was more than worth a case of blue balls. But things had gotten out of hand right out of the gate. When she touched me like that, her hand on my chest and lower, I'd nearly gone wild. I'd nearly broken my word. And I never broke my word. My hips moved at their own accord, pushing into her softness, pressing hard between her gorgeous thighs. I bit back a groan. It was bad enough that she had me ready to come from making out on the couch. I wasn't going to let on how much she was affecting me. Plus, she could feel my cock. She had to know. I'd never been this hard before. My shaft was jutting away from my body, pressing against my jeans like a piece of timber. I was fucking unnaturally hard. I reached down to grab her hips, lifting them so they moved in tempo with mine. She caught on quickly, circling her hips like a fucking temptress. And that's what she was. A natural, bona fide sex goddess. My sex goddess, I decided. I am keeping her. But that meant not going fucking crazy on her right now. Taking it slow, making her crave me as much as I craved her, though I doubted that was possible. Making sure she still felt the same way tomorrow. I made myself stop and catch my breath. I leaned up on my forearms, staring down at her. She looked even more fucking luscious than usual. Her hair was tousled and her lips were puffy from my kisses. But it was the look in her eyes that nearly undid me. Her eyes sparkled. Hell, they always sparkled, but for the first time they were soft, vulnerable. I could have taken her at that moment, and she wouldn't have argued. Her stubborn personality was subdued. She was a soft, willing woman. I'd done that to her, and it made me feel invincible. She would have done anything I asked at that moment. And the truth was, I really wanted to see her tits. She bit her lip, looking nervous under my scrutiny. But she kept her eyes on mine. I could see so much in them. Her trust, her submission, her beauty, her spark. I fell into those eyes, hard. I wanted to explore her, to make her writhe while I stayed in control, touch her and remain untouched. But I couldn't. Our mouths collided again. My hands wandered all over her, touching, seeking, stroking. I grasped her breast and circled the nipple with my thumb. I grunted in satisfaction when I saw that one button had come undone. It was enough for me to dive between her luscious breasts and kiss the soft skin there. I could have nudged her shirt open wider with my nose and mouth. I could have tugged the edges of her bra away. But I didn't. Just kissing, she'd said. I was going to play by her rules, even if it killed me. I stared at the pretty white lace bra covering what looked like the most perfect breasts on planet Earth. I could just see the darkness of her nipple. I ran my tongue over the scratchy lace until her nipple was straining upward. Then I pulled it into my mouth and sucked.
Mac.
I murmured, letting my other hand wander down to her inner thigh. I stroked her there, through her thin jeans until she was rocking her hips frantically. I leaned up to watch her as my hand touched her pussy for the first time. She was gasping for air, already desperate for release. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice rough with my own need.
Mac, please.
I rubbed my thumb over where I thought her clit was. I grunted when she arched her back. I had been right. "Tell me what you want," I asked again. My thumb made slow circles over her most sensitive spot. I leaned down to tug her nipple into my mouth through the thin cotton of her shirt and bra. I was on the brink of breaking. I wanted to fuck this woman so badly it was impossible to explain. I looked up at her again, my mouth hovering over her nipple. "Tell me."
I want.
"Yes, tell me."
I want.
She sounded like she was about to come. Instead, she screamed. I sat up. She sat up. I stared at her hungrily while she cradled her foot. Her shoes had come off while we tussled on the couch.
Calliope,
"What happened?"
the cat bit me.
I was breathing heavily and pissed off. I wanted her back in my arms. I wanted her in that bed, against the countertop, in the shower, on the floor. Hell, I wanted to haul her outside and fuck her in my truck. I'd fuck her in the dirt if she'd let me. I'd fuck her on Mars. She tugged her sock off and checked for blood. I could see visible bite marks on her big toe.
She didn't break the skin.
She glared at the cat who was calmly licking her paw a few feet away.
You bad girl. Toes are not mice.
The kitty strolled over and curled around my legs. I let out a startled laugh, realizing as soon as I did that I had never laughed so loudly or so often, even with my dick aching for Susanna. She was jealous, I said aloud. Susanna's jaw dropped and those pretty pink lips of hers opened. I stared at her, thinking of all the things I'd like to do with her mouth, and the rest of her. But I'd start there. Fuck. I'm literally going to explode if I don't make her mine.
You traitor,
Susanna said to Calliope. But the cat ignored her, lifting her cute little chin and meowing plaintively to me. I scratched her just under the jaw, and a loud purr filled the room. I stole a look at Susanna. She was watching me, her eyes on my hand where it stroked her kitty. I decided to give her a show, scooping up the cat and settling her on my lap, where I proceeded to pet the cat slowly and sensually, all the while staring at Susanna, letting my eyes roam over her body. The message was clear. It's your kitty I want. I smiled at the flustered look on her face.
Do you want a drink?
I nodded slowly, watching her skedaddle across the room with one sock on. The woman really was a bit batty, but damn if I didn't like that about her. She was never boring, that was for sure. And she looked really, really good walking away. What was the expression again? I hated to see her go, but I loved watching her leave. Yeah, that was it exactly. She got fresh ice and poured us each a fresh glass of sangria, carrying them over.
Unless you wanted water?
This is great, I said, accepting the drink. My hand brushed hers as I took the cool glass. I felt the same jolt I always did. We had literal electricity between us. It was confusing as hell to a guy like me. I didn't believe in fairy tales, but whatever was happening between us was epic. I sat there, drinking and petting the purring furball while trying not to stare at Susanna. Her legs were tucked up underneath her. I could see a lot of real estate. She was like a sexy little pretzel. I was pretty sure she didn't realize that her position made her tits jut up and out where they pressed against her knee, or that the way her jeans fit with her legs like that, I had a nice view right between her thighs. Fuck. I'm going to cum in my pants just from looking at her, with her goddamn clothes on. Maybe I should take off. No, Mac, you idiot, my dick screamed at me. Every fiber of my being wanted to stay in that room, on that couch. I wanted to hang with her, get to know her. But if I did that, I was going to end up in her bed, and she'd asked me not to go too fast. I had to leave, now. Otherwise, we were fucking. There were no two ways about it. The stupid cat had stopped us from being even stupider. I scratched her cute little chin and sighed. Maybe if I didn't rush things would progress tomorrow. Maybe she wouldn't make any rules next time. Maybe I could spend the entire weekend with her wrapped around my cock. Okay, she said softly, still looking like she was ripe and ready. I stood up and set the cat back on the couch, telling her not to bite any more toes. Then I stood and grabbed my jacket, leaving my tools. Thanks for dinner, I said, staring down at her. Yeah, of course. Thank you for... She bit her lip, looking unsure of what to say. I stepped closer. For kissing you? She laughed. What? No. Her eyes met mine. Maybe. I meant for the work. Right, I said, my hand grasping her waist and drawing her forward. It was my pleasure. Which? She asked breathlessly as I brought my lips just above hers. Both. I kissed her, soft and firm and true. I felt her sigh and lean into me. I grunted as our bodies connected, my hands on her back and her incredible tits pressed into my chest. I deepened the kiss, trying desperately not to lose control. It didn't work. I pushed her toward the door frame, bringing her up against it so I could really go to town on her. The kiss went wild. It was like nothing I'd ever felt before. Her thigh was up and held open without my realizing I'd done it. My cock pulsed against her. I nearly dropped to my knees to undo her jeans so I could fuck her where we stood. Fuck, I breathed, tearing myself away from her. I stood there, not touching her, just staring at her. We were both breathing like we'd just run a race. Susanna, she bit her lip. Maybe you should stay, she said, sounding like a hopeful little girl. I brushed the hair away from her face. Thought you wanted to go slow? I do. I just didn't expect. Yeah, me either. I knew what she was saying. She hadn't expected the chemistry between us. How good it would feel when we gave into this insane attraction between us. It was off the charts. But I told you we would go slow. I kissed her forehead. So, I'd better leave. Right now, I said regretfully against her hair. I slid through the door before I could change my mind.
Chapter 12. Susanna. I stared at the ceiling, trying to stop my mind from spinning. The sensation, the way Mac had touched me, it was almost reverent. Passionate, even filthy, but something more. His hands were firm but gentle, as if he were holding something precious. No one had ever touched me that way. It made me feel special. The truth was, everything was jumbled up inside me. Mac had said no. When I'd offered to, let my guard down, he'd actually turned me down. He's a player. He knows he's got you on the hook. But that little nagging voice inside me sounded less sure. I was starting to doubt my earlier assessment. He might look like a player, but I was beginning to think he was nothing of the kind. It was possible that he was just a really hot, really good guy, wasn't it? I turned on one side, then the other, knowing full well that sleep was hours away. Finally, I flopped onto my back like a big, ungainly fish. 2 amber eyes peered at me from beside the bed. Calliope's paws were on the edge of the mattress, patiently waiting for me to hold still so she could park her furry butt on me. "I'm not your personal space heater, you know." She blinked, and I sighed. "Fine, but I'm not speaking to you." She leapt up onto the bedspread. I was always amazed by her grace. She spent 90% of her life looking like a very round, furry beached whale, and yet she moved like a panther. I narrowed my eyes and dared her to bite me again as she climbed onto my stomach. She twitched her tail at me with extra attitude and turned in a circle before settling on my chest. I looked at her. She looked at me, then slowly closed her eyes with a satisfied smirk on her furry face. It was a look that said, "I own you." "You like Mac, don't you?" She gave me a slow, knowing blink. I sighed and scratched her behind the ears. "Yeah, I like him too." Her tail thwopped me in the face a few seconds later. I spat out a mouthful of fur and sat up, gently setting her on the other side of the bed. "Damn cat," I said fondly, as I pushed my feet into my fluffy bunny slippers and went to brush my teeth again. "You can never be too mindful of your teeth," my gran always said. Besides, I was too restless to lie there a minute more. I stared at my reflection. "You're a wanton woman, a woman of easy virtue." I shrugged, realizing that it didn't really matter. I wasn't hurting anyone, so who cared if I decided to be a little bit easy for once? I deserved a fling with a hot construction guy. I was still in my 20s. I was single, he was single. It wasn't even all that fast at this point. But I still felt guilty about it. I padded into the living room and over to the bookcase. I pulled out a thick photo album I'd bought at a drugstore after the wedding. We hadn't had a fancy wedding or a real photographer, but I'd put an album together all the same. And I'd added to it. The first few years. It was heavy white plastic, the sort of thing you picked up anywhere. Nothing special. But my hands were gentle as I reverently opened it. I carried it to the table, not surprised when Calliope leapt up and settled nearby. She had a sixth sense a lot of the time. It was like she wanted to see him, too. I didn't have any pictures out. For the first year, I had pictures everywhere. I tortured myself, reminding myself over and over again of everything I had lost. Only after a few years had passed had I been able to admit to myself that even though my late husband was a good man, my marriage had been less than perfect. I believed that David had loved me in his own way. It just wasn't a very exciting way. He wasn't demonstrative or affectionate. On our first date, we had been walking home from a study group and he'd simply put his arm around me while we were walking. Just like that, we were together. Things had not progressed all that much past that for quite some time. I thought he was being respectful, but now I thought that maybe he just wasn't all that interested in romance. He'd been asexual. I had been too inexperienced and shy to know the difference. I exhaled and opened the album. There was David with his handsome face and pinched smile. He looked vaguely uncomfortable in all the group photos, especially the ones with my distant cousins trying to hug him at the rehearsal dinner. That side of my family drank. A lot. It had made for lots of overly friendly hugs and some interesting blow-ups over the years. Not that I had ever been involved, but Thanksgiving and Christmas were not unlike watching one of those Real Housewives reunions on Bravo. I hadn't seen them in years now. They hadn't even bothered to come to David's funeral. There were some casual shots of us that someone had taken the morning of our wedding. It was bad luck for the bride and groom to see each other beforehand. I'd known that. But I hadn't believed in bad luck back then. After losing my husband at the tender age of 26 to a rare form of blood cancer, I believed in bad luck now. I wished he were still alive. I did. I thought about it all the time. But lately I was wishing that he were alive somewhere else, not with me. Just an old friend from college, living his life, hopefully becoming the man I always knew he could be. Less critical, less obsessive about things that didn't matter. David's hobbies had been his passion, not me. And when I closed my eyes and imagined that, I imagined myself on the other end of the occasional phone call, but here in California, doing what I was doing now. With Mac. In fact, I couldn't really imagine anything I was looking forward to without him. Mac and I working in the garden, eating dinner, traveling, and other stuff. Other stuff we could do together naked. Stuff I hadn't fantasized much about over the years. But I was fantasizing about it now. A lot. All the sweet and dirty stuff, all the happily ever afters. How had this happened so quickly, I wondered? How had he inserted himself into my hopes and dreams so soon? It scared me. I was already at the point where he had the power to hurt me. I sighed, realizing there was nothing I could do about it now. It was too late. I flipped through the album slowly, really looking at each picture. Snapshots of a former life. A life that I didn't want to go back to, no matter how badly it had hurt to lose it. But I'd healed. Just thinking about moving forward with Mac had proved that, whether it worked out beyond a few dates or not. When I closed the album a little while later, I felt different, clear-headed and lighter. This is my past, I thought as I slid the album back into the bookshelf. Maybe, just maybe, Mac could be my future. It felt like I had finally said goodbye to David, I realized as I kicked off my bunny slippers and scooted onto the rumpled bed. Goodbye to the hopeful and innocent girl I'd been when we met. Goodbye to that old life and that particular set of dreams. I slid underneath the blanket, then fell right to sleep.
Chapter 13. Mac. You unbelievable jackass! I ignored Lucky, who was at the job site, helping me load up the trees. We had plenty of overage to take a few, and I'd gotten unofficial permission to do whatever it took to keep the crazy lady happy. Of course, they had no idea how far I was willing to go to make that happen. I wanted her to be more than happy. I wanted her purring with pleasure and crawling into my lap, just like her cat. I'd bristled when the suits who were funding the housing development called her nuts. She wasn't crazy. She was beautiful and brave, and she liked nature. She really cared about the planet and the plants she cultivated. That was all. There wasn't a damn thing that was crazy about that. I really fucking hoped the trees made it all more bearable for her. Otherwise, I was going to come up with a plan B. The truth was, something was percolating in the back of my brain, but I wasn't ready to admit it yet. What? You had her right there and you let her get away? Drake was shaking his head at me. Nick and Kyle, too. I'd given them the sketchiest of details, but when they found out I left without sealing the deal, they had reacted like rabid sports fans whose team had just lost. Shut up. You are a traitor to our kind, Drake said solemnly. We all laughed. It sounded like a line from a movie. I like her, I said, wrapping a red plastic ribbon around a nice, full-looking tree. It's more than just sex. Woo! They all said in unison, sounding like a bunch of teenage girls. Shut up, I grumbled again. I was always telling my brothers to shut up, but they never did. Hey, man, Lucky grinned. You're the one not getting any. Everyone laughed again. Don't talk nasty in front of her. She's a nice girl. They all oohed again, and I groaned. I was never going to live this down. How blue are your balls right now? I raised my eyebrows. I couldn't lie. My balls felt like lead. They were working overtime since I met Susanna, but I didn't say anything. I hadn't actually admitted that nothing happened. I didn't say it out loud. They'd asked, and apparently the look on my face had told the whole story. So they knew I went home hard up. Again. Nothing much happened technically. The truth was, it felt like everything had happened. Rolling around with her on the couch had felt more intense than any sex I'd ever had. Kissing her was better than 100 orgasms. It was hard to believe, but it was true. Something between us had shifted. Everything had changed last night. Even though we hadn't taken our clothes off, it had felt extra filthy fooling around with her on that couch and by the door. It had felt like sex even though we didn't technically have sex. I'd realized that I wanted more than just sport fucking. It wasn't even a fling I was after. I wanted to fuck Susanna really fucking badly, yeah, but it was more than that. I wanted to protect her, be around her, listen to her stories. I wanted to fucking soak her up. All her little quirks, her cute gardening clothes, her cooking, the way she bit her lip. Hell, I was even falling for her cat. Falling. Holy shit. I'd been feeling it, but I'd never put it in those terms. It was clear as fucking day. I was falling. Interesting choice of words. Lucky is right. You are a jackass. You don't even know if she feels anything for you, other than the obvious. It was true. Susanna might still be hung up on her deceased husband. That was a whole other element I had no idea how she was feeling about. I didn't even know how long ago it had happened, or how. What I was feeling might be 100% one-sided. After all these years, I had finally found the perfect tree to bark up, and I might be the wrong dog. If she didn't care about me, I didn't know what I would do. Lose my shit, probably. Drink for a year. Beg. Hell, I'd sleep outside her door if she let me. I'd make her care, I decided. No matter how long it took. I'd plant 1,000 trees and fix 1,000 things around her house if I had to. It didn't even sound like work, other than the waiting for her to fall for me part. She wants you, though. She wouldn't melt in your arms like that if she felt nothing. She's just inexperienced. I glanced at my watch. It was almost time to get going. I was thinking 5 trees would be best, but I thought we only had time for 3 before it got dark. Did you load the mulch? Yes, sir, Kyle said, sounding like he was back in the service. I shook my head at him. I had never been an officer, and we'd been in different branches, but Kyle still treated me with the respect that an officer was due. Most of the time, anyway. He still gave me shit like the rest of them. I had to admit it. Kyle was my favorite prospect. Nick made me laugh with his cowboy drawl, and Drake was almost as big a pain in the ass as Lucky was. But they were all here, after quitting time, to help me plant some trees. That's what family did. And they were my family. Even Lucky. Thanks for helping me plant these trees, you guys, I said. No problem, Lucky said, slamming his meaty palm onto my shoulder. Just as long as you plant your tree, I'll be satisfied. And so will he, Drake crowed. Everybody's a comedian, I muttered, tagging 2 other trees. Load them up. This time they all saluted me. Chapter 14. Lucky. Hold it. Right there. Tilted about 10 degrees to your left. That's good. Hold it steady. I wriggled my nose where some of the pine boughs were hitting it. I had a face full of greenery where I stood, holding the 10-foot pine tree in place. Hold it. Mac looked serious as he called Susanna over to discuss the placement of the tree. They conferred for a minute before Mac told me to twist the tree 90 degrees clockwise. Then he shouted at me that it wasn't clockwise. I groaned. For someone who didn't talk a lot, Mac was giving a hell of a lot of orders today. Especially since I was doing this for a brother out of the goodness of my heart. A brother who needed to get laid. Badly. Mac was being a pain in the ass because he was hard up. It was funny. Even though he never dabbled with the club girls, I'd never thought of Mac as hard up before. But once he met Susanna, he was a mess. Pent-up energy. Cranky. A hell of a lot easier to get a rise out of. Remember why you're here, Lucky. Mac is a lonely son of a bitch. Help him score with a lady. Susanna was not at all what I was expecting. She was gorgeous, but not the shy little thing I'd always imagined Mac with. The effect she had on Mac was hilarious. I liked her already. I could tell she was real. I had a feeling Angel would love her. They were two nature girls, each of them prettier than a butterfly. Meanwhile, Mac, the most serious of all the Devil's Riders, was trying to look all business, but the man was practically drooling over her like a dog with a juicy steak. The energy between them was palpable. I could almost see the sparks flying. And she liked him, too, though she didn't look like she wanted to fuck him on the spot. Mac really is out of his element, I thought smugly. Meanwhile, I was settled blissfully in mine. My Angel kept me happy and very busy in the sack. Still, I was never satisfied for long. Even now I was getting riled up just thinking about her. The way she'd looked early this morning, all soft and sweet from sleep. The light through the windows had made her seem even more angelic than usual. Then, of course, being the devil I was, I had to defile her. My cock twitched at the memory of plunging in and out of that flawless woman. That charitable woman who had deigned to marry my crazy ass, probably because she knew I'd never give up if she didn't. And somehow, with all my faults, she still seemed to love me. Lately I'd been trying to make another baby. I kept sneaking up on her, pouncing before she could mention birth control. It had been almost a year since our sweet girl Marie was born. I had been patient. Well, not patient about sex. I'd been chomping at the bit for the doctor to give the all-clear, but I'd been pulling out or giving her time to use her diaphragm all year. I'd even offered to wear a rubber, which she turned down, thank God. Now it was time. We had our 2 girls. It was time for another. I loved seeing my woman all round and fertile. It turned me on even more than usual to know I'd put a baby inside her. The truth was I wanted a dozen babies. I hoped they all looked like her, too. Not that I wasn't an exceedingly handsome son of a bitch. I was. But no one compared to my Angel. Okay, that's good. Fill her in. I held the tree while Nick turned on the hose, splashing my boots. Watch it, cowboy. Nick just grinned and grabbed a shovel. Soon Drake, Nick, and Kyle were all throwing dirt at my jeans. It felt that way anyway. Get a little in the fucking hole, why don't you? I grumbled. I feel sorry for the ladies you fuck. You guys ever actually get it in? Drake gave me a look and jerked his head toward Mac and Susanna. I know. Her precious little ears didn't hear a thing. I see that Mac is too nice to get dirty with the rest of us. How's he going to get laid if he's covered in mud? Kyle asked with a grin. I don't know. It could be fun, Drake said with a smirk. Drake, you are a filthy son of a bitch. You know that? I do. That's why I like you. I released the tree when the hole was filled and the guys topped it off with mulch. Then we moved on to the next one. It was a hell of a lot of work he was doing to get in with a lady gardener. I really hoped that Mac got laid tonight. Lord knows we had worked hard enough to get him in. I wanted him to be happy. But more than that, I wanted him to fucking relax. A world with a happy, relaxed Mac would be a beautiful place indeed. Come on, Susanna. Don't leave our guy hanging. The guys all nodded in agreement as we moved on to the next tree.
Chapter 15. Susanna. Wow, it looks amazing. I think we could do 2 more on either side. It should cut the noise. Even more when they grow in. I'm not familiar with this kind of tree. Do they grow fast? These are supposed to, especially in this climate. Max stood beside me as his guys put in the last tree, moving the hose down the line. He was serious today, focused on his task. He was always focused on what he was doing, especially if it was kissing me. I sighed softly at the memory. I wondered if he would want to continue tonight. He seemed to really like me, or want me anyway. They were 2 different things, after all. I highly doubted an experienced, gorgeous guy like Mac was as delirious over a few kisses as I was. Keep your head on your shoulders, Sussy. Don't give him your heart. Not yet. Maybe not ever. His guys all said goodbye to me as they cleaned up, loading their trucks. One guy even tipped his imaginary hat to me before leaping on a motorcycle and tearing off like a bat out of hell. In just a few minutes, there was only one truck left. It was Mac's, I assumed. Nick used to drive steer. Oh, I said, not sure how to answer that. Ask him what he did before construction, silly. Men love to talk about themselves. What did you do before? I was in the Navy. Did you like it? It was okay, he said with a faint shrug. I liked the guys I served with. Do you want to come into the house? He gave me a dark look and nodded. I tried to smile, but my breathing was suddenly shallow and ragged. I was nervous about what might happen tonight, or whether anything would even happen at all. The ball was in his court. He'd said no last night. He'd put an end to it. I didn't want to take it slow anymore, but I didn't know how to tell him that without seeming too eager. But I was eager. Embarrassingly so. I felt like a student, eager to impress her professor. Mac was definitely a good teacher. I had everything to learn about sex. I felt excited and nervous all at the same time. What if he expected a blowjob? I could tell he was really big. What if I tried to give a blowjob and I threw up on his dick? Did that happen? The sad fact was, I had never given head. Not once. David had never asked me to do that for him. He hadn't asked for much or wanted sex often. It was always quick and quiet, a little kissing and touching, and then the main event, which was over in a few minutes. I knew for certain that was not what sex with Mac would be like. I shook my head to clear it. The truth was, I didn't want to think about David right now. I wanted to focus on the man who was standing right in front of me. I smiled when Mac took my hand. We walked back up the hill toward my house in silence, but the air was heavy with anticipation and tension, the good kind. The moment we stepped through the door, he cupped my face and bent to kiss me. It was slow and deep and intense, our tongues tangling as he tugged my body closer and closer. We pulled away a few minutes later to stare at each other in awe. I don't understand what's happening, I admitted in a near whisper. He brushed a piece of my hair away from my face. I know. I was feeling guilty about wanting something else. He nodded as if he understood. His huge eyes were serious, intent. Maybe he did understand. And now? I lifted my eyes to him. He caught my gaze and held it, his eyes boring into mine, as if he could see inside me, as if he needed to know what I thought and felt. This was definitely not just a booty call. I lifted my chin. Now I'm not. I don't feel guilty anymore. A hint of a surprised smile lit up his handsome face. Then his eyes shifted lower, to my lips. I took a deep breath as he kissed me again. This time it was different. It felt like a promise. We practically stumbled to the couch as the kiss got deeper. We fell against it, laughing as we untangled ourselves. He held my face, staring into my eyes. And then we began again. Before I knew it, I was flat on my back, with Mac moving above me. His jeans rubbed against mine, creating a delicious friction, but it wasn't enough. Not yet. I moaned with impatience as he started pulling my clothes off, one item at a time. I gasped as the cool air hit my bare breasts. He paused, looking down at my body. With a soft, "Christ, Susanna," he started kissing them one by one. Soft, biting kisses, and then ones with more tongue, until finally he was sucking on my nipples as my head tossed back and forth. Is it possible to orgasm just from him kissing my boobs? I wondered, feeling as if I might start making crazy sounds at any minute. I didn't want to sound like an excited puppy, even if that was how I felt. I was so afraid I would embarrass myself. Mac kissed my belly, staring up at me as he undid my jeans. I held my breath as he tugged them down, dragging my panties halfway down my hips with them. He was back in a flash, pressing soft kisses to my inner thighs and then directly on my pussy. He kissed me through my panties, not a quick kiss. He tongue-kissed me. How was that the most erotic thing I'd ever seen or felt in my life? He slid a finger underneath the edge of my panties and smiled. Then he pulled them down, slowly, staring into my eyes the whole time. I was naked. He was still fully clothed. And I was pretty sure he was about to do something I'd only heard about. Now I was really worried. I was definitely going to do something weird, I decided as I watched him lower his face to my aching pussy. He made eye contact with me as his tongue extended and then slid up and down my pussy lips. Oh my God, I sighed, shocked at the pleasure he was giving me with that simple touch of his tongue. Shocked and amazed and almost angry that I'd never felt anything like it before. I wished I had known. And then I stopped thinking altogether. Mac tossed my legs over his shoulders and went to town. I closed my eyes, overwhelmed by the sensation of his soft lips and wet, hard tongue on my most sensitive parts. I gasped as he pushed his tongue inside me, scooping upward and withdrawing before doing it again. He was fucking me, I realized, with his tongue. Thankfully, I couldn't speak, although I did make some hideous Frankenstein-esque noises. If I could have formed a coherent thought, I wasn't sure whether I would beg him to stop or keep going. He lifted his mouth to my clit and sucked on it. Oh, keep going, for sure. Definitely keep going. For the love of God, please do not let him stop. I came with a sound that was reminiscent of a screeching owl. I gripped his hands where they held my hips as my body arched off the couch. I felt open and exposed, but I couldn't close my legs. Couldn't stop the shaking as I convulsed under the heat of his mouth and that wicked, clever tongue of his. I slowly came back down, feeling like a deflated balloon. A very satisfied, happy, deflated balloon. Max stared at me with a smug smile. How do you feel? I blinked at him, completely awestruck. Nobody has ever done that to me before. He blinked. You were joking. I shook my head shyly and shrugged. So, thank you. It was really nice. Nice, he growled, spreading my legs and lowering his head again. I think we can do better than nice.
Chapter 16. Mac. I strummed my tongue against Susanna's clit as she whimpered, her body completely out of her control. She was 100% in my control, and I was loving every fucking second of it. I still could not believe no one had ever eaten her delicious fucking pussy before. She was gorgeous, head to toe, with a sweet and pretty pussy with 2 puffy pink lips that made me want to dive inside her with my tongue, fingers, and cock. I was the first. I wanted to be the last. I would make damn sure she didn't forget me. The woman spread beneath my eager hands and mouth was even more special than I'd realized. She was giving me more than I could have expected or dreamed for. As much as I was loving making her perfect naked body come for me again and again, I had a sinking feeling I still needed to take things slowly. I knew the best thing for her, and a potential future with her, would be to deny my raging cock once again. The best thing would be to not fuck her. And I really wished I didn't know that. But that didn't mean I couldn't enjoy this, or spend the night and continue playing with her delicious body in the morning. I wanted to move forward with her. I just wasn't willing to topple the cart in the process. Not tonight, boy, I told my cock. I sat up, deciding I wanted more room for this. And I wanted her completely nude, without the open shirt or bra pushed up above her breasts. Up we go, I said, lifting her limp body into my arms. I wasn't finished making her come, but I figured I might have to feed her at some point, and the bed was calling my name. I carried her through the tiny cottage to the bedroom and gently laid her down on the white blankets. The room was small, but it fit a queen bed. Just barely. There was an ornate wooden chair and a dresser. Not much more. I had been in here before, the day I saw her panties under the bed. I smiled, realizing tonight I had finally earned the right to take a pair home with me. I pulled my shirt off and climbed into bed with her, removing the last vestiges of her clothing. I surveyed my prize, running my hands over her gorgeous body. She couldn't have been more perfectly made, soft and curvy with flat planes and smooth lines. She was completely feminine from her gorgeous head to her cute little toes. "My God, you're beautiful," I said reverently as I looked her over. She inhaled deeply as she stared at me in awe. She didn't know she was beautiful, I realized in that moment. She had no idea what she was doing to me, or how hard the rest of the night was going to be. I lay by her side and pulled her into my arms to kiss her. That first moment of feeling her breasts against my bare chest was indescribable. She felt so good wrapped tightly against me, so right. I could not get enough of her. My hands roamed freely all over that beautiful skin, exploring and touching, learning her body. I knew I'd never forget an inch of her. When I finally lifted my head to look at her, I could see she was feeling it too. Something deep was happening between us. Something special. "You can take your pants off if you want," she said breathlessly. "If I do that, we will be doing something else all night." "Oh." She bit her lip, looking unsure. That look cemented my decision not to take things all the way. Not yet. Not tonight. And when we do, I want to be able to take my time with. My eyes raked up and down her body. "You." She sighed. "I want you." I squeezed her. "Not as badly as I want you." I pressed a soft kiss to her lips. "I would like to spend the night, if that's all right." She nodded shyly. "Are you tired? We could eat," she offered. I gave her a heated look, running my hand down her belly to her slick pussy. She gasped as I began to toy with her folds again. Oh, I planned to. Her eyes widened and I grinned, my eyes devouring her body as I kissed my way down and tossed her gorgeous legs over my shoulders. "Hold on tight, sweetheart." I slowed things down the third time, really tasting the outside of her soft pussy. I loved the soft sounds of pleasure she made. I loved the way her fingertips gripped my hair and tugged. I loved everything about eating her out. It was a good thing, too, because I planned to do it all night, until we passed out or my jaw froze up. It was going to be a long, hot, and frustrating night.
Chapter 17, Susanna. I stared into space, my hands buried in potting soil. I wasn't sure how much time had passed when the sound of a jackhammer jolted me back to the present. It was slightly muted by the 3 trees Mac and his friends had planted for me. He said adding a few more would help soften the sound some more, and when they grew in, it would help block the smells and construction dust, too. Even with the jackhammer and orders to fill, I could not stop thinking about last night, or this morning. I'd woken up snuggled against Mac's broad chest, limp from what he'd done the night before. What he'd done many, many times the night before. He'd made love to me with his mouth all night, pausing only to rest and eat a little. Then he'd done it again when we woke up, after serving me breakfast in bed. Omelets. From scratch. He'd even gotten fresh herbs from the garden. You have not lived until a shirtless hunk serves you breakfast in bed, and then makes breakfast out of you. I didn't know what to make of it. He was spoiling me rotten. Mac was good at everything he did, too good. He was too perfect, the kind of guy you conjured up when you pitched a new television show. Rough around the edges, brimming with raw masculinity, but sweet and kind and sexy as hell. It was like I had a fairy godmother who knew exactly what I wanted. Even more than that, who knew what I needed. She tossed 2 parts sexy action star with 1 part blue-collar stud, and tossed amazingly kind, generous, and thoughtful into the mix. Not to mention the incredible things the man could do with his tongue. I didn't even know how to qualify that. All of that added up to me, head over heels for a guy I'd barely known a week. He was bad. Very bad. Dangerous. I was afraid to give in to what my heart was telling me. I was falling in love with Mac. Scratch that. I'd already fallen. I shook my head and forced myself to focus. I was transplanting some 6-week-old seedlings that had taken root. They were ready for bigger pots and sunnier spots in the greenhouse before some of them made it into the raised beds. I talked to them while I transplanted them, telling them that they were going to like it here and describing everything I was adding to the soil. Compost, worm droppings, and a bit of peat moss, along with a healthy layer of pebbles at the bottom of each container for drainage. The planting box.
Thanks for being here. This story is free for you. Take a break and thank you for watching the video.
Boxes were made with reclaimed wood, with non-toxic plastic trays full of holes in the bottoms. I'd been trying to find alternatives to plastic for years, but clay pots only came so large, broke easily, and weren't right for plants that really liked to spread out. So far, I hadn't found a substitute. Even cement wasn't a perfect option unless you mixed it yourself, because there could be anything in it. Glass might work, but it was delicate and wouldn't hold moisture for the roots to draw on the way unfinished terracotta or wood did. I hummed a little while I worked. It was sunny out, and even though it had seemed like the world was ending only a few days ago, I was feeling hopeful, truly hopeful for the first time in years. Maybe for the first time ever. The sounds from the job site were definitely softer, although Max said it would be a few days before they could add more trees. He was even talking about adding another road to help soften the sounds even more. I felt that warm, inexplicably happy feeling bubble up inside me again. A warm feeling that had a 6-feet-tall stud written all over it. Maybe this was something real. I knew what I felt was real. I just didn't know whether he gave all the girls the royal treatment or if it was just me. He might be the kind who loves them and leaves them. I knew there were girls who loved the idea of falling in love more than the reality. He could be one of those, too. But as of right now, it didn't much matter. A vehicle coming up the drive had me brushing off my hands on my jeans and leaving the greenhouse. I was expecting packages, supplies, and was friendly with my UPS driver. Delray was the strongest woman I'd ever met, and she had a big laugh. When you're pretty much a hermit, you rely on visits from the UPS lady, I thought wryly, but she was so cool. I counted myself lucky to be on her route. I always offered her a drink on hot days and even made her snacks sometimes or sent her home with some of my tomatoes. But it wasn't Delray. I stared in disbelief and rapidly escalating annoyance as Douche Canoe climbed out of his douche-mobile.
Chapter 18. Jack. I chewed on a straw, leaning against the wall of the storage room. I didn't move when I felt someone come to stand beside me. I was too busy watching one of my closest friends and brothers slowly lose his mind. "What's he doing?" Calloway asked. I grunted. "Stacking crates." Mac lifted another box of full booze, moving it to the clean side of the stockroom. He'd been at it all day. He was sweating, shirtless, and he looked like a man possessed.
On a Saturday? Can't he get one of the prospects to do that?
He wanted physical labor. Calloway was silent. I looked over to see him taking a video on his phone. I shook my head.
What? The guys have got to see this.
I nodded. They did need to see this. I was a little bit worried for my quiet friend. Mac was almost, but not quite, as quiet as I used to be. Of course, I wasn't that quiet anymore. Being in a house full of crazy-ass redheads will make a man speak up now and then. Mostly to tell them how much I loved them. Or how they'd saved me. Mac was a loner. He always had been. His cousin Donnie was the chattiest devil's rider there was, other than Lucky with his big-ass mouth. But Mac was different. Soft-spoken, observant. Tough as a motherfucker, but only when it was needed. And right now he was in a bad way.
I've never seen Mac like this,
Cal said softly, putting his phone away. No one has ever seen Mac like this. A soft ping made me turn my head. Your phone, I said to Mac. He didn't pause from what he was doing.
Who is it?
I fished his phone out of his leather jacket, which was slung over a stack of boxes. I squinted at it. It's Susanna. She said she's coming here. He stopped and stared at me.
What?
She said the lawyer came by. She seemed shaken up. He cursed and started pacing.
Tell her I'll come there. I'll take care of him once and for all.
I shook my head. Said she's already on her way. He ran his hand through his hair.
Fuck. Make sure they know to let her in.
I nodded. You got it. I stepped out to talk to the guys at the gate. I told them about Susanna and to be real fucking polite to the lady when she showed. I could tell she mattered to Mac, even though he wasn't doing much talking. Of course, the guys who worked with him had already filled us in. Pretty lady. Hated the new development. Had yet to fuck Mac, though things were headed that way. Thus, the need for all that physical labor he was doing. I shook my head with a smile. I did not have that problem. My lady was hotter than hell and liked to climb me like a tree. I was a lucky man and getting laid almost every night, usually more than once. I decided not to mention that to Mac. I was afraid he might start crying. The man was so pent up he looked like he might explode when I came back into the room. I took my same spot and watched Mac work. Cal was still there. In no time, Drake and Kyle showed up too. They offered to help, but Mac waved them off. Whiskey showed up. And Nick. Eventually, nearly all of the Devil's Riders were standing in the big fucking stockroom, watching Mac lift heavy boxes of booze and stack them like he was lifting air. Mac was jacked and getting more so by the day, it seemed like. The man was apparently doing push-ups every time his dick got hard. Which, by the looks of it, was a lot. I heard a woman's voice and pushed away from the wall. It didn't sound like one of the club girls. She was well-spoken and sounded upset. Mac. He lifted his head, looking like a caged animal. She's here. We stared in awe as she came into the room. Mac was on her in an instant. He cupped her face, staring at her like she was made out of gold. Or really good tequila. A bottle of gold tequila. He looked at her like she was the most precious thing on earth. Fuck. Now I was really worried. This girl had better be good enough for Mac. I was suddenly afraid she was going to hurt him. She was a knockout. The kind of girl who could have had a dozen guys on a string if she wanted them. Then again, my girl had been quite the flirt, and look how we turned out. If she was toying with Mac, I would sick Janet on her, I decided.
You okay? I'm sorry to just show up here. I didn't know where else to go.
Susanna,
what happened?
She bit her lip and looked up at him with damp eyes. She looked shaken. I frowned, no longer worried about Mac's tender feelings. Something bad had gone down.
He threatened me.
Her voice broke.
He said if I didn't sell, they would make my life hard.
I stood up straight. So did all the guys standing around and eavesdropping on their conversation. One thing you did not do around us was threaten a woman. Okay, listen to me. That's not going to happen. She nodded. Shit, you're shaking, baby.
Calliope is in the car. I threw a few things in a bag. I forgot to bring cat food.
That's okay. We can give her meat tonight and get food tomorrow. I exchanged a glance with Donnie. This was bad. Heads were going to roll, but we were still amazed at how much Mac was talking. That was more words than we'd heard him say in any given week. Hell, it was more talking than he generally did in a month, other than taking orders at the bar or running his construction crew. Look, baby, I need to take care of a few things. I'll get you guys all set up in my place. I frowned, feeling uncertain. Mac lived in a little house near Donnie's property. It was in the middle of nowhere. The good thing was that it would be hard for anyone to approach unnoticed, since a ton of our guys lived on that street. But it was also really easy to find. I'll call Molly, Calloway said. She can sit with you, and she probably has something for the cat. Cal's girl was a real sweetheart. She loved kids and animals. We all loved her like a little sister already. Maybe they should go to the cabin, Nick drawled. We all looked at him. He might look like he was taking an open-eyes nap most of the time, but apparently he wasn't. That's a real good idea, I said. Everyone turned to look at me. I was Dev's second, and my thoughts meant something. Plus, all these motherfuckers knew I didn't mess around. Not when it came to protecting our own, or an innocent, even if they weren't part of our family. If Mac was falling for this girl, she was both. And it was plain as day that he wasn't just falling. He was already on the ground. I smiled a little. The situation might suck, but it sure was nice to see Mac with someone so sweet and pretty. I had a good feeling about this girl. She might be pretty, but she wasn't too fancy at second glance. She seemed real. Then it was time. Mac had held himself separate from life long enough. It was a lonely way to live, even with the club as backup. I knew from experience. Thankfully, I'd met one fiery redhead, and I'd been hooked. I couldn't protect myself anymore, not from her. Loving Janet had changed everything for me. It made the world infinitely brighter and also scarier. Suddenly, I had something to lose. I'll call Dev. Get your lady set up. Nick and Kyle, you head over to the cabin with him. In a little bit, we'll all go pay this piece of shit a little visit. And just like that, the room sprang into action. A soft touch made me turn and look down. Susanna's hand was on my arm.
Thank you.
I nodded at her and at Mac. You're one of us now. I strode outside to put the plan in motion.
Chapter 19. Molly. You live out here? Angel nodded, giving me a secretive look. We were both wildly curious about the girl who was sitting there, petting the cranky-looking cat on her lap. Well, a woman, really, even though she was very young and pretty. She was a widow, after all. I couldn't imagine losing my husband. It was unthinkable to me. Calloway was my moon and my stars. But Susanna was with Mac now, and he was one of the best people I'd ever met. I just didn't know how serious it was yet. I liked her already, though. She was resilient. She'd been through a lot. As if on cue, the cat bit the hand that was scratching its chin and darted off. Susanna flinched but didn't complain. It seemed like she was used to getting chewed on. Are all the windows and doors shut? Susanna asked worriedly, rising to check. Angel shooed her back into her seat. I already opened them all to air the place out and checked the screens. She smiled ruefully. I'm kind of an expert on fresh air. I smiled reassuringly at Susanna. She is. And your name is Angel? We both laughed. My name is Kirsten, but no one calls me that anymore. Blame Lucky, I piped up. And this is your house? We both shook our heads. It's Dev's and Kaylee's place. He's the club press, and she's in charge, too. I guess we are kind of a gang ourselves, I giggled. Just no motorcycles. Well, except Janet. Jack had built his woman a custom bike in megawatt hot pink. I didn't see her riding it all that often anymore, but when she did, she was a sight to see. Yeah, we are more of a gang of moms. Oh, that sounds nice. It is nice, Angel said, squeezing her hand. Once you belong to one of the guys, it's instant membership. Belong? I giggled. You are going to freak her out, Angel. I smiled at Susanna. She just means that our men are kind of possessive. I winked at her. But so are we. I'd scratch out anyone's eyes who dared to look at Lucky. I shook my head. You would not. Well, I would think about doing it. We all laughed that time. Don't worry, we're all pussycats, but we protect our own. That's you now, too. Mac and I, she said, trailing off. She bit her lip nervously, looking much younger than her age. Her huge green eyes dominated her face, and her long dark hair was so shiny. It looked like a wig. It's really new. I wasn't expecting anything. I haven't been with anyone else except my husband. Oh, so that's why you haven't boned him, we heard from the doorway. Janet and Kaylee stood there. Kaylee was smiling and Janet was giving a mock serious look. She was prone to teasing, but had the biggest heart of all of us. Susanna was blushing bright pink. She stammered. Janet grinned and set down the bag of groceries. I love that you are making his ass wait. It sets a strong precedent. Only at first, Susanna said shyly. After that first night, we all leaned forward. Spill it out, Janet insisted. After that first night, what? He made me wait, said it was too important to rush things. We did other things, though, Susanna added with an even darker blush. We all exchanged wide-eyed glances. Oh, I can guess what that means, you lucky girl, Janet cackled. The man is willingly torturing himself, Kaylee said in wonder. Is he being tortured? I don't want him to be tortured, she said, looking upset. I thought I liked her already, but that cinched it. She did care about Mac. So, you have feelings for him? Real ones? I think I'm in love with him, but I haven't told him yet. Good. Sit on that until he declares himself, Janet said, patting her knee. If he's not getting any, that shouldn't take too long. Now, who wants a drink? I guess we'll all be pumping and dumping tomorrow. I snickered. Janet had brought her famous margarita mix, so we were all getting a bit tipsy. I have extra if anyone needs it, I offered. My cup literally always runneth over, and by cup I mean boobs. You and your boobs, Angel said with a snicker. The door opened, and the delicious scent of cheese fries filled the air. Sorry we're late, Becky said as she and Sally walked into the cabin. We stopped at May's. How is she? She's feisty as ever, says the new waitresses suck, sends her love. Are those cheese fries? Please tell me those are cheese fries, Kaylee moaned. And milkshakes. And turkey burgers. Becky introduced herself to Susanna with a smile. We thought you could use comfort food. And wine, Sally added. I brought wine. She sat next to Susanna with a big smile. I'm Mac's sister-in-law. More or less. The girls all giggled. We all are. Well, yes, but my husband Donnie is Mac's cousin. He helped raise him. Thinks of him as a little brother. A little brother who can't get laid, Janet cackled, and everyone turned to glare at her. What? I'm just trying to take her mind off it. Mac doesn't play the field. I'm glad he finally found someone worth taking a chance on, Sally said, giving Susanna a quick hug. I had to admit it. My eyes started to tear up. I've never once seen him with a woman. Mac is practically a monk, other than drinking and fighting, and riding too fast, and, hush, you are going to freak her out. I tried to steer the conversation away from anything that would worry the poor girl. She was already freaked out by some scum-sucking lawyer who was harassing her. What did you mean, take my mind off it? We all exchanged looks. Kaylee nodded. Well, being with guys like ours, things can get a little intense. She trailed off and Janet took up the thread. They usually take the law into their own hands. Susanna paled and sat up. The law? For example, right now they are probably breaking all the fingers in that lawyer's hand. Susanna's jaw dropped open. I cringed a little. Janet did not mince words. Don't worry, honey, they aren't going to kill him. Again, true, but it didn't seem to reassure her. They had yet to actually kill any of the bad guys they'd had to handle. They went after him? What if he has backup? What if he hurts Mac? I'll never forgive myself if he gets hurt for me. There was a moment of silence as we all stared at her. I knew I liked you, Janet said for us all. You are definitely going to fit in just fine. And so will the boys. They can all handle themselves. Together they are pretty much unstoppable. It would take a tank, Becky offered. 2 tanks. We all nodded and watched in awe as the cranky kitty appeared, jumped on Janet's lap, and made herself at home. Be careful. She bites sometimes. That's okay. Janet smiled and stroked the ball of fluff. So do I.
Chapter 20. Mac. Fuck. I stared through the window at the piece of shit lounging in his $1 million house. How dare he sit there sipping his fucking Chablis while my woman was alone and scared. He had already come off as a scumbag. Now he was a dirtbag on top of it. He'd frightened Susanna, and now he was going to pay. Should we make an entrance, or just ring the doorbell? Cal asked with a grin. Why don't we let Jack and Whiskey pull the Kool-Aid man? Lucky snickered. Everyone was here, and everyone was fucking excited. Not one of us was okay with a man who messed with a woman. Any woman. When it was one of our women, it went to a whole other level. They had just met Susanna, but she was already one of us. I fucking loved her, and my brothers could tell, even though I hadn't told her yet. Soon. I'll tell her soon. Let's go round back. Invite him out all friendly, Nick drawled. Kyle nodded, cracking his knuckles. Do we all get to take a crack at him? He asked hopefully. I shook my head. This is all me. I just need backup to make sure he actually comes outside to play. I'll ask him real nice, Drake said with a menacing sneer. Guys, I said, turning to Drake and the other prospects. This will probably cost you your job, and there's a chance he will go to the cops. Yeah, he looks like a real crybaby, Donnie added. Only weak men get off on picking on women. I know the type. We all knew he was talking about Sally's ex, and we all knew what had happened to him. Don't care, Kyle said instantly. I'm in. Drake and Nick nodded. Dev slapped my back. You know we aren't going anywhere. Well, I have an idea, Nick said with a grin. How about we invite ourselves in for a little party? Yeah, some top-shelf liquor in there. A slow smile lit up Kyle's face. It would be rude to pass up his hospitality. And fuck if we didn't all agree with that. It's real good of you to have us over, Nick drawled as he pushed past the startled lawyer. The moment the asshole opened the door, it was over. Bikers took over his house, closing blinds and turning up the stereo. It was the kind of party crashing I'd only seen in movies. It was fucking epic. Theo, Devlin said, shaking his head. What are we going to do with you? Can't go around bothering pretty ladies, Donnie scolded. Especially not that particular pretty lady. I didn't do anything. That crazy bitch is making shit up. The fuck did you just say? I growled, stepping close. I'd been staring at the fuck, standing there at the edge of the living room and deciding what to do, how best to punish him, how to neutralize the threat. He backed up, right into Whiskey. He looked behind him, then up at Whiskey, then back at me. I watched as he realized he was surrounded. He looked like he was about to piss his pants and ruin his fancy living room rug. He stared at the guys who worked crew. He'd been to the site legitimately once or twice, but he wasn't totally fucking stupid. I know you. Drake nodded with an evil grin. We work for the same company. You'll lose your job for this. Maybe. Maybe not. Nick grinned at him. I don't think you're going to be telling anyone. Theo turned white as a sheet.
You're going to kill me?
He asked in disbelief.
Over a piece of ass?
I growled and lifted him off his feet by his shirt. She's not a piece of ass, I growled. And nobody is killing anybody.
We just want to talk,
Nick added in his relaxed tone, tapping my shoulder. I set the POS down. I realized in that moment how much more chilling a threat sounded in Nick's soft twang. He slouched and lounged as much as humanly possible, so it was easy to forget the man was nearly as big as Whiskey and Jack. I was glad he was on my side.
It's not a fair fight. There are too many of you.
I nodded. That's true enough. They are just here for backup. I took off my jacket and handed it to a grinning Calloway. I'm the one who is here to teach you a lesson. He stared at me, then turned to run, but he was surrounded. He tried to break through the circle, but they pushed him back inside. He finally looked at me in a panic. Defend yourself.
I'll give you money. Anything you want.
Be a man and take your licks. I wagged a finger at him. No begging.
Fuck you.
I struck out, 2 quick jabs to his face. He made a sound like a dying cow, but he at least put his hands up defensively.
I don't want to fight you.
Doesn't matter. You bothered my woman. I invited her to dinner. That was last week. What did you say to her last night? Ah, that landed. He flushed guiltily and tried to hit me. I moved out of the way easily. I hit him again, loving the satisfying crunch as his head snapped back. You broke my nose! We need to come to an agreement.
Okay, whatever you want,
he said, still clutching his clearly broken nose. I hit his hand, driving it into his face. I knew that had to hurt.
Fuck Christ, okay. I told her we could make her life hell if we wanted, that we could hurt her.
You piece of shit, I growled as rage filled my body. Susanna had downplayed what he had said. I'd felt it in my gut. No wonder she'd been terrified. That time I punched his gut. He doubled over. Donnie was good enough to grab the back of his shirt and yank him back up. You, pow, will, pow, never, pow, bother, pow, her, pow, again. I stood back, surveying my handiwork. You will never treat another woman like that, you human garbage disposal, Donnie hissed, leaning over his shoulder. Because next time, we'll make this night look like a fucking tea party. He moaned as Donnie let him go. He slid to the floor, bleeding from his mouth and nose. I leaned over, squinting at him, and then down at my knuckles. I hadn't felt any pain while I was beating his ass, but I had done a number on myself. Shit. He'll live, but he won't be pretty for a long-ass time. And he won't forget, Devlin said with a nod. A few of the guys grabbed bottles of fancy booze to take with them. I watched as Jack leaned over the barely conscious piece of crap on the floor. He hadn't said a word until now. I want you to remember my face. I'll be the one who comes for you next time. The guy moaned and tried to crawl away from the giant leaning over him. All right, guys, we are done here, Dev said. We left through the front, making sure to lock the door behind us. The street was quiet. No one had called the cops. I nodded to myself. The neighbors probably hated him, too. My hand hurt, but I felt good. Vindicated. I'd been wanting to beat that guy's ass since he came on to Susanna. Threatening her had made it a necessity instead of just a pleasure. It was time to go and see my woman. Unbelievable, Whiskey said, crossing his arms over his chest as he surveyed the cabin. Our women were all draped over the furniture, looking sleepy. They are all drunk.
I'm not,
peeped Kirsten from the chair by the fireplace. She wiggled her fingertips.
Just buzzed.
I stepped inside and stared at Susanna. She was okay. She didn't look as traumatized as she had a few hours ago. The ladies had worked their magic just as I'd hoped, distracting her. with lots of margaritas from the looks of it. I'd hoped to distract her even more, but I wasn't going to bang her if she was tipsy. As fun as that might be, not the first time. I wanted her to remember every second of it. I wanted her to feel every second of it. And I needed to take her with a clear conscience because I planned to do utterly filthy things to her. She gasped when she saw me and stood up, walking toward me.
Mac, are you all right? I was so afraid he might hurt you.
She walked right into my arms. We stared at each other while the rest of the world faded away. I was vaguely aware that everyone was staring at us. I'm fine, I said, stroking her hair away from her face. Everything is going to be okay. Mac kicked his ass, Lucky said, slapping my back.
You did?
Her huge eyes searched mine.
For me?
He needed someone to set him straight. She laid her head against my chest and hugged me tightly. I squeezed her back just as hard.
You didn't have to do that.
Yes, I did. She leaned back and we stared into each other's eyes, silent words passing between us. All right, ladies, that's our clue, Donnie said loudly. I ignored him.
She's a keeper, Mac,
Sally sang out as Donnie collected her. She gave Susanna a quick kiss as Donnie led her away by her hand.
I'm so glad you're one of us now.
Susanna let go of me to hug her new friend goodbye. Then Becky, who whispered something in her ear that made her blush. Molly was giggling like a loon when Cal scooped her up and threw her over his shoulder. Janet told Susanna to remember what she said with a wink. Jack rolled his eyes and said goodnight. Lucky and Kirsten both hugged Susanna. Lucky slapped my ass and said they'd see us tomorrow. I nodded. Dev and Kaylee were the last to go.
Thank you so much for letting me stay here tonight. Stay as long as you need to. That's what it's here for.
Kaylee squeezed her hand.
We mean it. We are going to move out here eventually, as long as you're out of here by the time our kids start school.
Kids, Dev said, looking alarmed.
Kid,
Kaylee clarified. Then she winked at Susanna.
So far, and she's not even 2.
Susanna giggled and I stared at her. The sound was so girlish and carefree. It was like a breath of fresh air. I wanted to hear that sound again. A lot. I wanted to hear it for the rest of my life. We walked them to the door and stood on the porch, watching them go. Dev still rode most places, but not when he had his lady with him. Though I know the guys gave him shit about taking her on long, slow Sunday afternoon rides. Yeah, our fearless leader was definitely tamed. Most of our crew was. And it looked like I was going to be next. I turned to Susanna, ready to tell her how I felt, but she was staring at something lower. Wait, is she staring at my dick?
Your hands. Why didn't you say something?
Get your mind out of the gutter, Mac. She gripped my wrists and tugged me back inside. She shoved me into one of the chairs around the kitchen table. I landed with wide eyes and a harder dick. Susanna was worried about me. When she was worried, she was bossy. And being bossed by Susanna was the biggest turn-on I'd had in my entire fucking life.
Chapter 21. Susanna. Why are you smiling at me? I asked suspiciously. Mac was sitting there, bleeding, with the goofiest look on his stupid, handsome face. I was so upset that he'd gotten hurt on my behalf. I felt guilty and worried about it. Put your hands on the table where I can see them. I found a first aid kit and some supplies, carrying them to the kitchen table. I almost cried when I saw up close the mangled mess he'd made of them. Oh, Mac. He flexed his hand. I guess I won't be playing guitar for a while. I looked at him in surprise. He played? The guy was the tough, silent type. I couldn't imagine him doing something so delicate with those big hands of his. I didn't even know you played. He gave me a slow, sexy smile that made my heart start to beat double time. There's a lot you don't know about me. He grabbed the belt loops on my jeans and pulled me to stand between his legs. But you're going to find out. I smacked his shoulder, hiding how flustered I felt. Not until you are cleaned up, I won't. I pulled up a chair and put his hand over a bowl. Then I poured peroxide all over it. I knew it had to sting, but he was still grinning at me like a loon. What? I like it when you're bossy. I blushed. There was something dirty about the way he said that. I dabbed the back of his hand with cotton balls and poured peroxide over them again. His right hand, in particular, was chewed up. So, I exhaled deeply. Did he land any punches? Mac shook his head slowly. You're going to lose your job over this. Maybe. I don't care. I care, I said as I squeezed some antibiotic ointment onto the bloody skin. I wrapped them carefully with oversized Band-Aids. I don't want to make problems for you. My chair made a screeching noise as he dragged my chair toward him. I was between his open legs again. Our chairs were touching. He grabbed my face as I stared at him, helpless to look away from the intensity in his eyes. You are my problem. Problem? Problem, solution, distraction, salvation. You are everything to me, Susanna. Don't you know that? I am, I said, suddenly out of breath. Everything? Yes, woman. He kissed me softly at first, little nibbling kisses on my lips that almost tickled. But it got heated fast. His tongue was doing filthy things inside my mouth, things that made me want to do other things. I want you, I breathed. I know you do. He smiled tenderly. But not when you're drunk. Not the first time, anyway. After that, it could be fun. I'm not drunk, I said. I was astounded that he was making me wait again. He had just said I was his everything. Maybe in a few hours. Here. He stood up and took a bottle of water from the fridge. Have some water. I scowled at him, but did as he asked. I was kind of thirsty from those salty margaritas. The water tasted so good. We can do other things while you hydrate. Other things? He licked his lips, and I felt heat pool in my belly. I want to taste you. I want to make you come. Oh. He grinned at my obvious embarrassment and scooped me up, carrying me carefully up the stairs. He was so sure-footed, so confident in everything he did. But it was a quiet, oh-so-sexy confidence. Mac never bragged or showed off. He didn't have to. He found a bedroom and dropped me onto the mattress so that I bounced. Things are going to change, he said as he started undressing me slowly. I need you to understand before we take things any further. Change? I could barely focus on what he was saying. The feel of his hands on my body was too distracting. And what he had promised to do, I shivered in anticipation. I don't want you out there on your own anymore. But Max silenced me with his lips. And for a moment, I forgot what we were talking about.
Chapter 22. Mac. I lifted my head and looked down at my woman. My woman. It was a done deal. I had decided. She was mine, and she would let me protect her. It was my job now. I was going to earn the right to share her life and her bed by keeping her safe.
Mac, what are you saying?
I pulled my shirt off to distract her. Then I pulled her pants off to distract us both. Drink, I said, tossing her the water bottle I'd shoved in the waistband of my jeans. She caught it and took a slug. I nodded my approval by gripping her ankles and sliding my upper body between her legs.
Mac!
She squealed as I tore her panties off, tearing the thin cotton and elastic. I palmed an ass cheek in each hand, lifting her so I could get at her pussy. Been thinking about doing this all day.
Oh.
She sighed breathlessly as I started to kiss and tease her sensitive skin with my breath. I traced the edges of her pussy lips with the very tip of my tongue. I want you to move in with me. You can't stay in that place alone anymore.
But my plants,
she moaned.
That house was my grandmother's.
Maybe we can move it, I said huskily as I moved up to her clit. You can't stay there. She sighed and started rocking her hips as I rubbed her clit with my tongue. I lifted my head and used my finger instead. Tell me you agree.
Mac.
I slipped a finger inside her, still working her clit. Tell me.
Okay.
You are moving in with me. We will figure something out.
Oh, God. Are you sure?
Sure, I want you in my house, in my bed every night. I leaned down to slide my tongue all over her while she whimpered. Yes, ma'am, I'm more than sure. She started to circle her hips. So did I. I'd never wanted anything more than to slip my cock inside her at that moment. Everything else washed away. It was just her gorgeous body, all helpless and open and trembling, in my eager hands and mouth. My cock pressed into the mattress, harder than hard. I wasn't even inside her and my dick felt good. Every single fucking nerve ending I had was firing. Hold on, I instructed, lifting her hips in the air and going to town.
Chapter 23. Susanna. We're going to stay here for a while, though, just until we are sure. Huh? Sure it is safe. I was floating on a blissful cloud between orgasms. So many orgasms. Mac was lying on his side, facing me, his fingers lazily tracing the curves of my breasts, my hips, my belly. I wiggled a little under the feather-light touches, starting to feel that urgency again. The man did things to me, that was for sure. I'm pretty sure that jackass isn't dumb enough to tangle with the club, but I don't want you at my place until we are sure. Oh, I sighed. He was so considerate, so thoughtful and protective. I had to admit I liked this side of him, even if he was a little unga-bunga. I took another sip of water. The bottle was almost empty. Surely I was sober enough now to make my own decisions about sex. Mac kissed me softly and pulled the covers over my body. I wasn't sure if he had read my mind, but sleep suddenly seemed like a really good idea. He curled his big, warm body around me, giving me the ultimate feeling of safety and protection. Get some sleep. Good morning, sweetheart. I opened my eyes and stared at the vision in front of me. A gorgeous, shirtless, muscle-bound guy. And he was holding something that smelled delicious. He was holding coffee, I squealed, reaching for it like a kid in a candy shop. He handed it to me with a smile, sitting on the edge of the bed and staring at me. I asked with my mouth full of coffee. You aren't drunk anymore. I shook my head with a smile. Then I remembered. I realized what he was saying. Oh. I put the coffee cup aside. Mac grinned at me, slowly pulling the covers away. I shivered in anticipation as his fingers slid up my bare legs. He crawled over me, kissing me deeply. I was still naked from the night before. He only wore jeans. The way I saw it, we were about 5 minutes from Pound Town. Ding dong! We stared at each other in horror. Someone was actually here. Mac cursed. Maybe if we are really quiet, they will go away, I offered with desperate hope. We heard knocking and a kid's voice calling out for Uncle Mac. He groaned and fell back on the bed. I stared at his ridiculously sexy body hungrily, knowing our chance was slipping away. It's Jace. Kirsten must be with her. He slapped his face a couple of times and pressed a quick kiss on my cheek. Take your time coming down, he said, but when you do, there is more coffee. I moaned. No fair bribing me with caffeine. He gave me a sexy smile and left. I rolled over and grabbed for the half-empty cup, downing the rest in a couple of sips. It was delicious. Who knew? Mac made a mean cup of coffee. The man could pretty much do anything in my book. I sighed and looked for my bra and panties. I found the bra, but the panties were nowhere to be found. I figured they were tangled up in the sheets after Mac tore them. I shrugged and pulled on my jeans and top. The panties were probably too shredded to put back on anyway. All of my clean clothes were downstairs in my bag. I sniffed my pits. I didn't smell. Yet. I found a bathroom upstairs and splashed water on my face. I combed my fingers through my hair and rubbed my finger over my teeth with toothpaste. I still kind of looked like I'd been tumble-dried, but it was the best I could do. I retrieved my empty coffee cup and headed downstairs. Chapter 24, Kirsten. We brought muffins. I smiled fondly as Jace thrust the basket of baked goods at Mac. He looked sleepy. I worried that we had interrupted his sleep. Susanna will be down in a minute, he said, taking the basket. He grinned at Jace and gestured us inside. The baby was strapped to my chest, so it was more than a little awkward as I lowered myself into a chair. I kissed the soft top of Marie's head, inhaling that yummy baby scent. Coffee? Can't. Still nursing. I smiled at Mac knowingly. I'm sure you'll find out about all this stuff yourself, sooner rather than later. He stared at me for a heartbeat. I wondered if I had freaked him out. Then he smiled so wide it lit up the room. Yeah, he said, nodding to himself. Soon. I stared at him in awe. I had never, not even once, seen Max smile like that. He looked blissed out. He was a different person. The reason for that change came down the stairs a minute later. Susanna, I wanted you to meet my daughter. Well, daughters, though Marie is sleeping. Jace popped out her little hand. I'm Jace. It's nice to meet you. I watched as Susanna looked at my child, blinked, and fell in love. Just like everybody did. I smiled warmly at my new friend. It's nice to meet you, too. I'm Susanna. Is it true you live right here on the lake? Yes, the air is so clean here. I haven't had any episodes since we came. Episodes? Cystic fibrosis, Jace answered without skipping a beat. My girl was so brave. She didn't let her illness bring her down emotionally, and we did everything we could to keep her in good shape physically. Things had been great since we moved to the lake, and since Lucky came into our lives and changed everything. You guys should move here, too. Mac looked startled and then thoughtful. Susanna didn't notice, but I did. I hid my smile. These two were giving me all the feels. I had a crazy feeling Mac was going to make everything all right for her, just like Lucky had for us. It would be nice to have more of the club out here. Another cool, smart lady would make our self-imposed solitude much more bearable. And I wanted to learn about growing pesticide-free food from her. I would work my magic to get my new friend closer, I decided selfishly. I told myself that just because my motivation was self-serving, it didn't mean it wasn't the best thing for Susanna and Mac, too. Jace perched at the kitchen table and ate a muffin while I watched Mac and Susanna dance around each other. They kept giving each other longing looks when they thought the other wasn't looking. It was so cute. They were perfect together, I decided. Susanna was sweet and skittish. Mac was strong, silent, and steady. I giggled, realizing I had used all S words. I blamed my mommy brain. Something about having a newborn made you hyper-focused on multiple things at once. I noticed the funniest things since Marie was born, and I remembered something similar happening when I first had Jace. Of course, that was a long, long time ago. There was a single sharp knock before Lucky strode in, his broad frame filling the doorway. My man always knew how to make an entrance. I brought sausage, in case you need more than fluffy baked goods. Susanna hid her smile. Fluffy? We all cracked up. Even Lucky. I loved a man who could laugh at himself. And my man laughed at everything these days. He was happy. Jace was happy. I was happy. We were all happy. Even the baby seemed exceptionally happy. She rarely cried. She was pretty much a literal bundle of joy. Lucky and Mac fought over who got to cook the eggs and sausage in the kitchen. Susanna gave up and got out of the way, sitting at the table with us girls and drinking coffee. Fresh coffee magically appeared just as she got to the bottom of her cup. I smiled knowingly. Mac was 100% in love with her. And after what she had said the night before, I knew she was falling for him, too. It was a good thing because none of us wanted to see Mac get hurt. We were definitely welcoming another girl to the sisterhood. We chatted about life, family, and the lack thereof. Most of us were castaways when we found the club. Or in my case, the club found me. I smiled, remembering how drunk Lucky had lain in the middle of the road, bought groceries and practically stalked me until I gave him a chance. Everything that came after, well, I was doing better with that, too. Jace was prattling on about what she was learning and throwing in some choice facts about her life expectancy every once in a while. To her credit, Susanna took it all in stride. It made me like her even more. The men brought the food to the table, and it was time to eat. We all pigged out, laughing and talking and eating for almost an hour. I was holding my belly by the time we all stood up to clear the table. Mac and Susanna got busy in the kitchen with the dishes, giving each other sizzling hot looks when they thought no one would notice. I realized belatedly why Mac had looked so sleepy when we came over. Not everyone got up at dawn to feed an infant, after all. Lots of people laid around in bed and did fun things, like sleep and making whoopee. I leaned over and whispered in my husband's ear. "I think they want to be alone." "I know," Lucky said with a smirk. "We can stretch this out at least another hour." "Lucky!" I hissed at him, pinching his side. He was rock solid, but I still managed to get a bit of flesh. "Mac is your friend." "That's why I want to see him suffer," he said with an evil arch to his brow. "It's good for him. And it amuses me." I stifled a laugh and hoisted Jace to her feet. "Thanks for everything. We are so excited to have neighbors," I added, hoping to plant the seed. Again. "Please move here," I thought. Lucky gave me a pig-headed look, not budging from his chair until I glared at him. He stood up with a dramatic sigh. Mac and Susanna turned to stare at the crazy lady who apparently did not know how to shut up. Even Jace gave me a funny look. "Okay, bye," I waved to Susanna and Mac as I dragged my husband and child toward the door. Somehow, Marie had slept the whole time. "We will see you soon." I was grinning as we walked home around the lake path. "I like her," Jace offered. "She makes Mac happy." I took her hand and squeezed it. "I do too."
Chapter 25. Mac. I stared at her. Susanna stared at me. And then I pounced. Hell, I think we both did. We collided in an epic explosion of hands, bodies, and mouths. The door had barely closed, and I had her up against the kitchen counter, my tongue in her throat and my hands palming her ass. I lifted my head to look at her after kissing her hard and deep. It was time. We were both ready. We both knew it.
"Do you think they knew?"
she asked breathlessly as I started undoing her buttons. I grunted, hardly able to pay attention. After all this time, I was going to finally get some relief. I was going to get her. All of her. And I couldn't fucking wait. I opened her button-down shirt and tugged her bra down so I could play with her nipples. I pinched them softly, then lowered my head to suck on them one at a time until they were hard as little stones. I groaned at the sexy little noises she was making. "Fuck," I breathed. "I want you so fucking bad."
"Me too,"
she gasped as I rubbed her pussy through her soft, worn-in jeans. "I want to take my time," I said, my voice even lower than usual. "I want to do this in a bed."
"This?"
"You."
"Oh,"
she said, blushing. I chuckled, even though my cock was aching. I wanted more than anything to fuck her right there on the kitchen counter, but I couldn't. This was serious. It was our first time together. I needed to do this right. "Come," I ordered her. She blinked at me and obeyed, taking my outstretched hand. I had to be in charge of this. I had to control the pace to make it good for her, and to make sure I didn't fucking embarrass myself by coming too soon. Because I was so pent up, I had a bad feeling I might pop the second I got inside her. And that was not going to happen. Not on my watch. So I got bossy. "Upstairs," I said as I guided her up the stairs in front of me with my hand on her lower back. We were both breathless as we took the stairs and hurried toward the bedroom. I thrust her onto the bed, following her down quickly. Clothes were flying everywhere. Tongues were tangling. I started kissing my way down her body when she suddenly stopped moaning and tapped my shoulder. "Hmm?" I asked, my teeth caught on the edge of her jeans. I'd taken her torn panties from the night before as a souvenir. I hoped to have my own collection soon. Once she moved in with me, I could steal her panties any time I wanted. The thought made me grin. I looked up and she pointed. Calliope was staring at us. I ran my tongue over Susanna's belly and reached up to play with her nipples. She tapped my shoulder again. Somehow, the cat had inched forward, still in loaf position. It almost looked like she was on a cat conveyor belt. She was still staring at us as if we were a fish tank full of goldfish. I groaned. "This is going to be a problem."
Yes.
I got it. I scooped up Calliope, murmuring silly little words. She meowed at me, sounding annoyed. Thank God she didn't start biting. I knew she did that when Susanna pissed her off. Her fur was soft against my bare chest. I was on the verge of laughing, yet she started purring immediately. The little hellion really did have a soft spot for me. I scratched behind her ears and set her down in the hallway, shutting the door in her cute little furry face. I turned to face the gorgeous, very close to naked woman lying in the big bed. She looked golden and tousled and very, very ready for me. Where were we? I grabbed her ankles, pulling her jeans off and spreading her long legs up and outward so I could kneel between them. I ran my fingertips up and down her silky legs, looking into her eyes. Very slowly, I bent down and started tonguing her slick folds, my hips rocking in anticipation. Her fingers threaded through my hair as she started to whimper in ecstasy. Wow! I kept going, moving to her clit now, my fingers replacing my tongue inside her. She was really tight, and I had a big cock. I had to get her ready. Wow!
Oh, God,
Susanna said breathlessly.
Oh, my God.
Wow! 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 I didn't stop, flicking my tongue against her clit and sucking it into my mouth.
Oh, my God, shut up, Calliope.
It should have been funny, but it wasn't. I groaned in frustration, rolling away as Susanna stalked to the door. The cat was halfway under it, her paws scratching frantically. Susanna leaned on the door, her gorgeous ass cheeks making me want to bite them.
What is wrong with you, you evil feline?
The cat must have thought her toes were mice because the next thing I knew, Susanna was hopping up and down, cursing a blue streak. Apparently, she had plans to make a cat's kebab for dinner.
It's a good thing that cat doesn't speak English.
Meow! 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 I sighed and rolled to my feet. You okay, baby? She draw blood.
Yes? Why does that cat hate me when you are around?
I bit back a smile. The cat was into me. It would have been cute if sex had not just been interrupted again. Maybe it's hormonal. She glared at me, still looking sexy, standing on one foot, half naked. She still wore her shirt, even though it was open. Her bra was around her waist. You want me to clean that up? She shook her head.
I can do it.
Okay, I'll go distract the cat. The cat who was still wailing at full blast just outside the door. I could see the shadow as she paced back and forth, miffed at being locked out.
How?
I'll feed her.
You are just rewarding her for bad behavior.
I shook my head. I think we are past training this particular cat. Her mouth opened as she stared at me. That ship has sailed, sweetheart. She started giggling. I loved the sound of it. Then she winced. Okay, clean that up. I'll be back in a few, and then your ass is mine. She gasped a little as I palmed her flawless ass, pulling her close for a quick kiss. Then I opened the door and grabbed the cat before she could go after Susanna's toes again. Come on, you little devil. I scratched behind her ears as I carried her down the stairs to the kitchen. The little furball was purring again. She really was playing favorites. I hoped Susanna didn't feel too badly that her kitty had switched her allegiance. I set the cat down and took out a bowl, a fork, and a can of the fancy cat food Susanna liked. It was all human-grade food, no antibiotics. She was serious about the whole non-toxic, no chemicals or scented VOCs thing. A lot of the ladies were into that stuff lately. I hadn't thought about it much, but it made sense to me when I did. It was just another adorable, special thing about her. I doled out a big portion while the kitty wound herself in and out of my legs like a figure eight. "Here you go, you bad girl," I said, scratching her ears again. Then I washed my hands quickly and ran up the stairs like a fucking Olympic sprinter. If she had set up hurdles, I would have flown over them. Hell, if Susanna was at the end, I would do anything to get there first. She was sitting on the bed, her shirt buttoned, pressing a bandage onto the top of one of her toes. I growled when I saw her. She looked up and blinked, looking as pretty as a picture. A picture with way too many clothes on.
What?
Clothes. Off. Now. She looked at me for a heartbeat, then sprang into action, tearing her shirt off and reaching back to unclasp her bra. I lay down next to her and yanked her into my arms, groaning at the way she felt. She felt so good in my arms, all warm and sweet and womanly. We kissed, our tongues sparring wildly as I ran my hand down her flank and slapped her ass. She stared at me in shock. And then she shocked me.
Do it again.
I grinned, raising my hand to smack her ass. She gasped again, and we looked at each other in surprise. Apparently, my woman liked being spanked. That was not going to be a problem for me. "I'm going to tear you apart," I hissed, reaching for the waistband of my jeans.
Ding dong.
"What the?" I put my hand over my forehead. "Somebody else must be here." She sat up.
Are you serious?
I nodded. "If it's lucky, I will seriously kill him."
He did that on purpose? Showing up here?
"Yes, but that does not explain who's down there now." I stood up regretfully. "One of the guys, maybe. I don't know."
How many friends do you have?
She asked incredulously.
We are in the middle of nowhere.
"You met most of the ones who count."
There were a lot of them.
"Yeah, exactly. And they aren't just friends. They are family." I sighed and pulled my clothes on, rifling around to find my shirt from earlier. Susanna reached for her clothes, but I stopped her with a snarl. "Do not get dressed. Do not move a muscle. Stay there, looking exactly like that." She froze and looked at me.
Are you sure?
"I'm sure."
It feels so dirty to be naked with people downstairs.
Good. I ran down the stairs, thinking there had better be a damn good reason someone was interrupting me. Again. "I didn't even know this place had a doorbell," I grumbled, opening the door. Calloway and Molly stood there, holding grocery bags and a cooler. I stared at them, my mind working overtime. Then I said hello and kissed Molly's cheek. I ignored Calloway's outstretched hand, just crossing my arms and waiting. "Hey, guys. What's going on?" "Hey, man. We thought we would barbecue," Calloway said with a grin. "It was Lucky's idea." Motherfucker. I'm going to kill him. I really am. Of course it was. I was on the verge of telling them to take a hike when another car pulled up. And another. I groaned as Whiskey and Becky got out of their SUV. Then Dev and Kaylee. I couldn't exactly kick the club prez out of his own house. I sighed and went back inside to tell my woman to put her clothes on. Of course, she wasn't really my woman yet. Not until we sealed the deal. The way things were going, I wondered if that would ever happen. Chapter 26. Whiskey. "Hey, buddy," I said, slapping Mac's back. He gave me a dirty look and went back to setting up the grill. I nudged him out of the way. "Grillmaster is here, my friend. No need for you to do anything but relax." "I need something to do." I stared at him, my brow furrowed. "Have fun. You earned it. Have you heard from your job, by the way?" "No. I plan to go in on Monday, but I'm not sure about leaving Susanna alone." I nodded. "We could probably get someone to keep an eye on her. And I know a club guy with a security firm up north." Which club? Untouchables, I said as I started prepping the grill. Text me the number. Will do. I slapped his back again. Hopefully you won't need it. We can handle any blowback. We can, and we will. I looked across the deck to where my lady was talking to Mac's new girl. Becky loves Susanna already. She's very lovable. I cocked an eyebrow at him, caught off guard by Mac using the L word. Not to mention the starving man looking at a steak he can't have kind of a deal. Something was up. This barbecue wasn't your idea, was it? He shook his head slowly. You just wanted to be alone with your woman. He nodded. I laughed. Mac's expression darkened, but he didn't say anything. Lucky is a real pain in the ass, isn't he? You got that right. Is he cock-blocking you? Like a fucking champ. Motherfucker. That's one word for it. I'll try and get people going early. That would be fucking great. Thanks, man. We both stared as our girls started to peel off their clothes to reveal bikinis underneath. They giggled, sitting on the edge of the dock and dipping their legs in the lake. Mac groaned like he was being tormented. I could feel his pain, and I wasn't the one being cock-blocked. Still, seeing Becky like that with nowhere to drag her off and have my way with her. Don't tell me you still haven't sealed the deal. He cursed and yanked his shirt off, kicking off his boots and jumping in the lake in his jeans and socks. I was laughing when Lucky strolled in, carrying a six-pack of beer. What's gotten into him? You know, you motherfucker. I wagged my spatula at him. You are one mean son of a bitch. He popped the top off one of the long necks and took a swig of his beer. It's good for him. Puts hair on his chest. We watched as Mac dragged Susanna off the deck and into the water. Soon the rest of the girls were splashing around with him. The kids were all home with sitters, so this was starting to look like a real party. Poor Mac, I said, shaking my head. So much for getting everyone out of here anytime soon. There was no way he was getting laid before midnight at the earliest.
Chapter 27, Susanna. How are you feeling? Sticky, I said with a smile. The afternoon had been fun, despite how I felt when the doorbell first rang, and the party had really gotten going after the sun went down. Everyone had finally left after helping to clean up. I stifled a yawn. I'd been in the lake half the day, splashing around and in the sun and eating the other half. Plus, I drank beer. A respectable amount of beer. One thing was for sure. I definitely felt like one of the girls. I'd never had female friends like this. A group where no one was fighting. They were all so comfortable with themselves. There was zero of the competition that had been rampant in New York. No hidden bitchiness, though Janet could zing the hell out of you, but she did it with love. And it wasn't the kind of thing that happened behind your back. She was all about keeping things out in the open. Plus, she was always right, according to Kirsten and Molly. I couldn't remember being this happy. Even though I was afraid to go back to my house. But it didn't matter. I felt safe with Mac. Calliope was safe. And I'd go back tomorrow and take care of my plants. True, they weren't getting round-the-clock care like usual, but as long as no one messed with them, I felt the fear come creeping back that Theo might actually hurt my plant babies. But there was nothing I could do about it, and the girls assured me the guys had handled the situation. The craziest part of it all, though, was Mac. I was pretty sure he was my boyfriend now. I decided to ask him whenever a good moment arose. I turned off the kitchen faucet and nearly screamed as I was hoisted into the air. I dangled over Mac's shoulder, which was thankfully cushy enough not to hurt, as he carried me up the stairs. "What are you doing?" I gasped as he set me down. We weren't in the bedroom. We were in the bathroom. He turned the shower on hot and turned to me. He didn't say a word. He just stared at me. I swallowed, suddenly nervous under the intense scrutiny in his beautiful eyes. "Strip." I nodded and started unbuttoning my shirt. He gripped the sides of it and yanked, sending the buttons flying. "Faster," he said, pulling his shirt over his head. It was hard not to drool at that perfect chest and heavily tatted shoulders. The man was more than perfect. He was so fine, he was practically extraterrestrial. Mac was my own personal man from outer space. I reached for my jeans, but he was faster, kneeling in front of me. He was unfastening them and tugging them over my hips before I knew what was happening. He grabbed my panties, too. I'd changed after swimming without bothering to shower. I still didn't know where my panties from last night were. "Lift," he said, pulling the jeans free of one leg and then the other. I had to lean on his ridiculously muscular shoulders for balance. So when he stood up and started undoing his belt buckle, my arms were around him. Our bodies pressed together as we stared into each other's eyes. "This is happening?" "Yes. I don't care if a fucking asteroid falls in the lake. This is happening now." "Okay." And then he dropped trousers. My eyes got wide as I looked down at him. Mac was, well, the word big didn't really begin to cover it. His cock was enormous. He really is a man from outer space, I thought in wonder. "I'll go slow," he said in a husky voice, clearly reading the look on my face. I wasn't horrified so much as awed. I'd never seen anything like it. It might be disloyal, but I was comparing it to the only other one I'd ever seen in person. But there was no comparison. I swallowed nervously and let him lead me into the shower. I sighed as the hot water hit my skin. Mac lathered up his hands with shower gel and started washing my skin. Not surprisingly, he started with my tits. "Oh, God." He grunted and pressed against me from behind so that the water washed the suds away. His hands moved over my torso as his lips found my neck. His hardness pressed against my bottom. After all the kissing and fooling around, this felt way, way more intimate. I was hot and cold and shy and eager all at once, and I loved it. "I can't wait." "Yes," I said, breathing my permission. He angled me and pushed me forward so that my hands were against the shower wall and the water was hitting us sideways. I felt Mac notch the tip of his cock just inside me. I could not believe how good it felt. Just that inch of him. Not that even his tip was small. It was wide and thick and silky and so hot. It felt like it should have burned, but didn't. Oh, God, I moaned as he inched forward, grunting like an animal. "Fuck. Open up for me, sweetheart. Let me in." I whimpered as he reached around my body to find my clit. He teased it gently, holding still with his cock embedded inside me. I started rocking my hips and pushing back on him. Mac made the most agonized sound I'd ever heard, but he didn't stop. "That's it, baby. Take me in," he urged. "Let me in." I was more than happy to cooperate. I could not have stopped rocking back and forth on his cock if I had tried to. The earth could have stopped spinning, and I couldn't have stopped. His fingers on my clit were urging me to move faster and faster. Then it happened. An orgasm hit me from out of the blue, hard. I cried out as I felt Mac slide all the way inside me. I was bearing down on him in waves, pressing against the immovable force inside me. I felt stretched open, stuffed beyond anything I could have imagined. And I liked it. So help me, I liked it. No, I loved it. I came so hard, feeling my body tugging him inside me, locking him in place. He cursed behind me, working my clit even harder. I shook and shimmied helplessly. I would have been on my knees if he wasn't holding me up with his cock and his hands gripping my hips. "Christ, baby, I'm not going to make it." I mewed like a cat, convulsing endlessly. The world shrank down so that it was only Mac. I was hyper-aware of his hands on my hips and his cock anchored inside me. "Ah!" I screamed, unable to help myself. Mac burst into action, his hands holding me firmly in place as he started to ride me hard and fast. I huffed for air, delirious with the pleasure of it. He was grunting and cursing behind me as he drove into me again and again. I'm going to come." I answered, not at all helpfully, but I wanted his cum. I wanted to feel him burst inside me. He froze, then started bucking wildly. I felt his cock expand inside me, sending fresh tingles cascading through my body. My nipples were so sensitive, I could feel each drop of water that hit them. They were so hard they could have cut glass. I hadn't even stopped coming as a new wave of pleasure washed through me, taking me higher. Mac's cock pulsed hot wetness inside me. I felt my body latching on and pulling it out of him. My primal instincts had kicked in. My body wanted his baby. I saw it clear as day. I felt it in my bones. I collapsed forward as the tremor started to slow. Mac's hand was on the wall above me. His cock was still hard inside me. Fuck. That was... He trailed off, sounding odd. I knew how he felt, but I was too dazed to agree out loud. I barely registered it when he turned off the water, lifted me and wrapped me securely in a towel. He carried me down the hall on bare feet. The next thing I knew, I was on the bed, staring up at him. Mac pulled the towel around his waist free. Ready for round 2?
Chapter 28. Mac. You are delicious, I murmured, slowly licking Susanna's spread-out pussy. I had pushed her thighs wide to get full access to every inch of her. She gasped, arching her back as I twisted my fingers over her nipples. She was getting close, but I didn't want her to come yet. I wanted her to come with me inside her. Are you sore? I asked, leaning up to stare at her. From the shower?
No.
Good. I pulled myself up to my knees, lifting her hips and sliding a pillow underneath her perfect ass. I wanted to watch my cock slide in and out of her. My tip had found her already. I gripped her thighs, holding them wide as I watched my cock disappear inside her. She was so tight, but it was easier to get inside her this time. It was easier because she was so fucking wet. Fuck. So good. I looked away from her pussy to her face. Play with your tits for me, I ordered gruffly. She didn't hesitate, her hands cupping her gorgeous breasts and then tugging on the nipples. She looked a little shy, but also too turned on to let it stop her from doing what I told her to. Fucking A, I growled. I thrust hard, but not fast. I wanted this to last. I couldn't be gentle. Maybe later. Right now, I wanted to fuck. I grabbed her hands and tugged them above her head, bending forward so that our bodies almost touched. My chest scraped her hard nipples with every thrust. I cursed, kissing her hard. I was feeling things I had never felt before. It wasn't just the insanely good way her tight pussy felt wrapped around me. There was an urgency, a connection, something more. I was so close to blurting out the L word. I wasn't sure I would be able to stop when I came. But I didn't want to scare her off. I'd literally just gotten her. Susanna is mine, damn it. Fuck. How do you feel this good? I was never much of a talker, but right now, inside her like this, I couldn't shut up. It was like a valve had been turned and my words were just flowing. Just don't tell her you love her. Not now. Not yet. I want to watch you ride me, I growled. If I could slow down the pace, maybe I would last. I was afraid I would pop too soon, the way things were going. The pleasure from my cock buried deep inside her was overflowing, growing, filling me from head to fucking toes. I could fucking feel her pussy from the soles of my feet to my ears. My whole body was as sensitive as my cockhead.
I don't know how.
I'll help you. Please. She breathed.
Yes.
And we rolled to the side, smooth as silk. Everything seemed to work that way between us. It was just natural. I lost all semblance of coherent thought when she sat up, looking like a goddess above me. She looked a little nervous, but so gorgeous it was hard to believe she was real. And feeling her sitting on my cock was giving me all kinds of crazily intense sensations. Fuck, I murmured, fully aware that no, this was not going to slow down the urge to come. It was going to increase it. She looked so fucking sexy with her glossy hair, stunning face, and those grade A tits. The way her waist curved in was just right. And her hips, juicy enough to be soft handholds for me to set the tempo, moving her up and down on my aching cock. I will never get my fill of her. I will not ever stop wanting this woman. If she ever gets tired of me, I am so fucking screwed. I grunted like a wild animal and tossed her onto her back again. I couldn't wait. I had to fuck her hard. I hoisted one luscious thigh so I could get as close as possible. And then all hell broke loose. She cried out and I stopped. Are you hurt?
Don't stop.
Well, fuck. My hips were moving without conscious thought as I drove into her, again and again. I knew I was going all out, but I couldn't stop myself. I was pounding her like a fucking freight train. I roared as I felt my balls fill up. My seed shot up and through my shaft like a bolt of lightning. I pumped wildly as I filled her up, my only thought to get my cum inside her, as deep as possible. My ass squeezed as my cock jutted out, trying to get every drop toward my unspoken goal. It was pure instinct. The most perfect woman I'd ever seen was underneath me. The animal in me wanted to breed. Her body gripped me, tugging at me, milking me, pulling my cock deeper inside as she came with me. I felt her fingernails scrape my shoulders with satisfaction. She was as out of her mind with pleasure as I was. I wasn't alone in this. I'm not alone. We shook together like two trees in a hurricane. I held her tight, unwilling to let go, unwilling to let even an inch come between our sweat-soaked bodies. I kissed her hard as the tremors started to pass. I brushed her hair out of her eyes. She looked sleepy and satisfied. I wanted more, but I knew I had to let her sleep. After one last thing, we're going to need another shower.
Chapter 29, Sally. Turn right, Donnie told me, glancing at his phone. I rolled my eyes and turned up the pretty country road. It was all gravel, but in decent condition. My phone had just told me to turn here, but he chose to ignore instructions unless he could see it himself. And that was only when he graciously allowed me to drive. Part of me suspected he only wanted me to drive to make sure my skills were on point. I was an excellent driver, even having a special license to be able to drive my own tour bus on the rare occasion, which was something he knew very well. Typical male behavior. Thankfully for him, my husband is very, very cute on top of being pig-headed. She really is out here in the middle of nowhere. Not for long, my husband muttered. Max said the whole area is slated for development. That's a shame. I know she said her plants need pure fresh air and sunshine. Yeah, well, Mac has an idea about that. But nothing is settled yet. Settled? I asked as the tiny cottage came into view. Does Susanna know? I doubt it. Mac wants everything to be perfect first. Don't you think he should talk to her if he's making big plans for their future? We're talking about Mac here. I'm surprised they talk at all, with the sparks flying between the two of them. They do give off a lot of sizzle, I admitted. But she's a smart woman. He should include her in his plans. He probably should, but he won't. I sighed and parked beside Susanna's ancient hatchback and Mac's pickup. He must be inside with Susanna. He'd driven her here, but had told Donnie he didn't want her alone for a second with that scummy lawyer around. I frowned, realizing Mac didn't know yet if he still had his job running the development site. It was funny to think that it was the project that had not only brought them together, but was now accelerating their relationship to moving in after only a couple of weeks. Even though it had started out as something bad for Susanna, it might end up being the best thing that ever happened to either one of them. Do you think Mac would be moving her in already if this whole situation hadn't evolved? Donnie nodded without hesitation. Yeah, he's fully cooked. Stick a fork in him because he is done. The poor slob doesn't want her out of his sight. And it has nothing to do with any danger, he said. He looked at my raised eyebrow and changed his tone. When you know, babe. There's no escaping it when you find the perfect woman. I should know. I rolled my eyes but let him kiss me. Men, I thought again, shaking my head as we got out of the car. He was lucky he was so mind-blowingly good in bed. And cute. And a wonderful husband and father. He was a bit over-the-top romantic sometimes. It had taken me a while to trust that he meant what he said. Now I absolutely loved it. He meant what he said. I was smiling by the time we stood at Susanna's front door. Donnie gave me an evil smirk when I knocked and gently nudged me out of the way. He just pushed open the door. Mac and Susanna jumped apart like two cats. I swatted my husband. You did that on purpose, I hissed. He winked at me and ambled into the cottage, ducking his head because the place was so tiny. I looked around after saying hello and accepting a cup of coffee from a blushing Susanna. This place is stinking adorable, I said in awe. Susanna heard me and grinned. I know, right? She glanced at the guys and frowned a little. Not that it's exactly practical. We both stared at our men. It was true. They barely fit. What if this was just your office and you lived somewhere else? She looked at me in surprise. I saw Donnie and Mac nodding. Hell yes. She is moving. Mac, you can't just decide that, Susanna said. I need to make my own decisions. I can and I will. He looked at me and I swore I could see bullhorns and a tail materialize. I had never seen mild-mannered Mac like this, not even close. She isn't staying here by herself. It's not safe. Well, she said, chewing her lip. Mac is right, Donnie offered. And if it gives him an excuse to get you under his roof, all the better. He's got it bad. Put the poor guy out of his misery already. Susanna turned bright pink. She opened her mouth and no words came out. But Mac didn't seem to mind Donnie's teasing even a bit. He lifted her off her feet to kiss her and set her down again. He pushed her hair away from her face. I don't need an excuse. But this is a good reason. We discussed this, no arguments. She bit her lip and gave him a look that said neither yes nor no. Mac was so distracted by her mouth that he kissed her again without realizing she hadn't agreed with him. I nodded my approval. Smart girl. I'll check in around lunch. I was smiling as Donnie walked him out. So, I said, trying not to pepper her with a million questions. So? Moving in together. She pulled a face. It's all happening so fast. She sighed dreamily like a teenager in a 1950s movie. I chuckled. Amazing. Yeah, he is. He's a really, really good guy. There isn't anyone like him. I know, she said. But she pointed her finger at me. You have to say that, though. You are his sister-in-law. Guilty. Well, cousin-in-law, but Mac might as well be Donnie's brother. And I've never, ever seen him like this with a woman. I've never actually seen him with any woman. He told me he hasn't dated anyone in a long time, she said. I haven't either. Ever, really. There was that dreamy sigh again. I stood up and rolled up my sleeves. So, where do we start? Everything needs watering, and I guess I should pack up my stuff. She frowned. I really don't think that guy is going to show up here again. It's not worth the risk, I said, though I secretly agreed with her. After the guys paid him a visit, that lawyer was long gone. Still, I wanted her to move in with Mac. This was as good a reason as any to get them moving. They were both a little shy, in my opinion. I wanted them to be happy. So, show us what to do. 2 hours later, and I was happily wrist-deep in dirt, wearing cute garden gloves, of course, while my husband lugged mulch and turned over compost. There were a couple of packed boxes stacked just outside the front door, and a little rolling green-patterned suitcase that looked like it was from the 70s. I squinted at it. It was definitely from the 70s. Mac walked into the yard and disappeared into the house. I exchanged a smirk with Donnie. I intended to give them a few minutes alone, but Whiskey and Becky pulled up at exactly that moment. I shook my head. Mac was going to have to work to get alone time with his lady. We all exchanged hugs and kisses, Becky laughing when I accidentally got some dirt on her. I noticed that whiskey hung back from banging on the door. He had always been one of the more considerate guys of the group, and less prone to trash-talking and pranks than the rest of the guys. I think we got most of it done, but they will be glad to have help getting ready for the moving truck tomorrow. Donnie pulled me aside and helped take the garden gloves off. Let's go home. He pressed a quick kiss to my cheek before sliding his mouth over to my ear to whisper, I need to clean you up very, very thoroughly. I laughed, slapping his shoulder, but I was already tingling in anticipation. My man knew how to get me going. Waiting to be alone with him was half the fun. And I was definitely anticipating what would happen when we got home. Mom has the kids for another hour and a half. You'd better drive fast, I said as I clicked in my seatbelt. He grinned at me and turned on the car. Yes, ma'am.
Chapter 30. Mac. This is the spare bedroom. You can use it as an office, I said, giving Susanna the unofficial tour. I was nervous. Jumpy, even. The guys were coming with the boxes in about 20 minutes. We'd spent the night at the cottage packing and talking. I'd learned a lot about my lady last night. A little about her first husband, too. He was the first, but I intended to be the last. I was definitely marrying her, I'd decided. She hadn't said much, but it seemed like they had been more friends than lovers. I wanted more. I wanted the whole package with her. I felt like we were already there, with an easy camaraderie when we weren't tangling up the sheets. I was already deeply in love with her. I hadn't said it out loud, though. I knew without a doubt that I wanted a ring on her finger. But first things first. Get her settled here. Figure out what to do with her business. Then I would take that next step I'd been thinking about since the whole scumbag situation had complicated things. I wanted her under my roof, but not this roof. I wanted her safe and secure in a place I built with my own two hands. And I knew just where to put it. Someplace safe and secure, with backup nearby and miles of woods to keep my lady and her plants safe. Devil's Lake. I grinned, thinking of my plan to move her greenhouse and her granny's house both to the lake. It wasn't easy, but I knew guys with a crew that moved houses. Small ones were easier, though the glass greenhouse would have to be disassembled, most likely. It was a lot of work, but it was worth it. She could have her offices and everything right near our house. I'd always know where she was, and I'd always know she was safe. Hell, I'd even build her a farm stand by the road if she wanted to sell her produce, though I sort of imagined we would have enough mouths to feed to take care of that. Oh yeah, I was thinking ahead. I wanted lots and lots of babies with my woman, as soon as I could convince her that she was, in fact, my woman. I knew Susanna liked me. The problem was I wasn't sure about love. She would love me, eventually. I was sure of it. But I wanted her on lockdown now. I wanted it fucking yesterday. I was pretty sure she was feeling something more than lust, but she was stubborn. She knew her own mind. I was doing my best to pace myself. No one would ever forget the day Devlin announced his upcoming wedding to Kaylee, or how fucked up the big guy had been when she'd said no. Not that she'd actually said no. She'd just taken off and told him she needed time. He'd had to wait years for that wedding, though I knew he would tell anyone that it was well worth it. I didn't want to wait years. I couldn't. I needed Susanna under my roof and in my bed, starting today. I grabbed her and swung her into my arms for a quick kiss. I was instantly hard from the feeling of her in my arms. She smelled so good that I leaned in to inhale the scent of her neck before biting it.
Mac!
What?
Aren't your friends coming soon?
She asked, sounding breathless. I curled my hips forward, pressing my cock into her. Her head fell backward and I took advantage, tasting the salty sweetness of her skin.
Oh,
I cursed as I heard the sound of the moving truck pulling in out front. I groaned and rested my forehead on hers. "Perfect timing," I murmured huskily. She laughed as I kissed her again and then forced myself to push away. I excused myself and splashed cold water on my face, telling my dick sternly that he would have to wait. I blotted my face in a clean towel and walked out front. This was it. It was time to move my lady in. I waved as Dev and the guys pulled up behind the moving truck Whiskey had rented. I wanted to talk to the Prez today. I had an idea I wanted to run by him. Chapter 31. Devlin. "Have you ever seen anything like this?" I shook my head slowly. Donnie and I were leaning against the moving truck, taking a quick break. Mac was joking around with Cal and the guys, carrying boxes and grinning ear to ear. Mac was actually smiling while Lucky mouthed off to him, even throwing back his head and laughing. Mac never smiled, let alone laughed. "It's even worse than it was with Jack," I said, recalling how the big guy had hardly ever spoken and never smiled before Janet. Kind of like Mac, but 1,000 times more menacing. Not that Mac wasn't tough as nails. He just didn't look like a demon had risen from hell. If anything, Mac was even quieter than Jack. I knew they had both had hard times growing up, so it made sense. And now Mac was changing, right in front of our eyes. Donnie nodded. "Worse in the best possible way. Yeah, I'm fucking happy for him. It's just, whoa, talk about a 180. And it was true. I'd never seen anything like it. Even Jack had gotten angry before he gave in. The big man had fought his love for Janet hard. He'd been obsessed and pissed off and even tried to push her away. He had failed spectacularly at that last part, though. The feisty redhead was too much for him, I thought with a grin. Mac and Susanna made sense, too, in a completely different way. People really do fit together like puzzles, man. It was a crazy thought, but the proof was right in front of me, and I felt it every single day when I was with my woman. I'd wanted Kaylee for years. I'd waited years. I would have killed for her long before I'd kissed her. She would never know how close I'd come to breaking the law 1,000 times when it came to her. First when she was underage, then when the cops messed with her, and again when she turned down my marriage proposal. She was lucky people didn't kidnap brides like they did in the old days anymore, because I would not have hesitated. I would have scooped her up way before she was ready for me. Not that the old ways were cool. Ladies deserved the right to decide when and how things went down. I'd had to seriously restrain myself where Kaylee was involved. My woman had taught me how to respect her and her mind, along with a whole lot of other things, too. Susanna wasn't a kid like my girl had been. She was a young woman. She'd been married before. That was good. He'd learn even faster than I did. I had no doubt that she was going to give Mac a run for his money. I shook my head. "He's in for it. 100%, Donnie said with a nod. "Mac will not know what hit him." "Can I talk to you for a minute, Dev?" I nodded at Mac, and we walked toward the now empty moving truck and away from the impromptu barbecue happening in the backyard. Whiskey was on the grill while everyone unpacked and drank beer. It was a big, happy family. I had noticed that Susanna fit right in. She was kind and easygoing, just like the rest of our girls. As long as she didn't hurt Mac, I thought she was a good addition to our crew. I was thinking, down by the lake would be a great place to move Susanna's business. Maybe build a house, too. Move? The actual house? He nodded. Seems like that cottage could be an office, and there's plenty of fresh air and sunshine for her to grow her plants. It was her grandmother's house, right? Yeah, she loves that place. But it's going to be in the middle of construction for 5 to 7 years. Maybe longer. Right, that sucks. And it's small enough to get on a truck. I scratched my chin. It does seem like the ideal solution. Mac was sweating a little bit as he stared at me. If I were cruel, I would have let him hang. I did, but only for a hot minute. "I'll sell you the land. I'd love to have you as a neighbor," I said, slapping his back. But are you sure you want to live next to Lucky? Mac couldn't hide his grin as he shrugged. It's a big lake. I laughed hard at that. That it is. We can go pick out a spot and decide on a price tomorrow if you want. He nodded eagerly, and I shook his hand. Can I tell Kaylee? You know she'll want to congratulate Susanna. Maybe hold off on that, Mac said, looking distinctly uncomfortable. I haven't asked her yet. I gave him a stern look. I wasn't that much older than Mac, but I had the advantage of experience. In fact, I was younger than most of the guys who had been around a while. But as club prez, I felt the need to look out for my people. Don't be a dumbass. I'm all for sweeping a girl off her feet, but just make sure you know she's okay with it first. Yeah, no. Good, I said, maybe a little too loudly. I worried about Mac. We all did. He was quiet, especially since he came back from his last tour. He hadn't shown any interest in a woman since, well, ever. And now he was going whole hog, jumping in with both feet. Hell, he was jumping in with his whole damn body. It was good. It was time. But I was worried. I wanted him to be happy, damn it. Just go easy. No need to rush. He nodded, and I watched him walk back to the house. They grow up so fast, I said, as my wife walked up to me with a fresh, cold beer. She handed it to me, and I popped off the top. Thank you, sweetheart. I pulled her in for a kiss, and then kept my arm around her as we leaned against our car. Tired? We can go home early. She shook her head and slid her arms around me.
Not tired, just happy. I want so much for all the guys. I want everyone to be settled and happy like we are. It looks like it might finally be happening for Mac.
I pressed a kiss to her forehead. I might be everybody's big brother, but she was the den mother. She might be a gorgeous little sex kitten, but she was also a fierce mama bear. I loved that about her. Hell, I loved everything about her. Just then, Nick, Kyle, and Drake rolled up. I was about to bitch about them missing all the sweat work when I saw they had food and more beer with them. Everybody's out back, I said as they trooped back there with grocery bags. Now those three. Kaylee laughed as we followed them to the backyard.
I believe in miracles, but there are limits.
You never know. Maybe a set of triplets will move to town. She punched my side and I pretended to groan.
Only a man would think like that.
I couldn't help but note the thoughtful look in her eyes as she watched as whiskey quickly put them to work.
Triplets, huh?
I shrugged and winked at my wife before pulling her into my lap. What could go wrong?
Only about 1,000 things?
Sure. I squeezed her and nibbled her neck. But a lot could go right, too.
Like what?
She asked breathlessly.
Are you being a perv?
I'll show you when we get home, I promised, and started thinking of ways to leave the barbecue early. There were still new things to try with my pretty young wife. Not that there was anything wrong with good old sex. In the end, we stayed, but I kept my gorgeous wife's sweet fanny on my lap the whole time. And when we finally got home a few hours later, I made sure to make good on my promise.
Chapter 32. Susanna. Your friends really love you. I smiled at Mac as I carried in another handful of empty beer bottles. Either that, or they just love to barbecue. He laughed, looking absurdly handsome in his worn-in jeans and leather. He shrugged out of his jacket and started washing up in the kitchen sink. I sighed dreamily. There was something incredibly sexy about watching a hunk do housework. I looked at my stack of boxes after making another pass to make sure the backyard was clear of stuff that would attract animals. It was weird not having my plants nearby. I knew most people didn't live with their business so close at hand, but I missed it. The plants were living things I was responsible for. They were almost like family, and I missed them. I couldn't help worrying that douche canoe might hurt them. It wouldn't take much. My plants, and their unofficial status as organic, could be easily messed with. I hadn't quite believed the scuzzy lawyer would go so far as to hurt me, but my business? Yeah, it was a definite possibility. I opened a box and sighed. I wasn't ready to do this. It was exciting to be moving in with Mac, but I was afraid he might regret it. Was he really sure he wanted me here, or was he just being chivalrous? Just then, his arm slid around me from behind. I closed my eyes as he kissed my neck, nuzzling me softly. His warm chest felt so good against my back. I loved the heat he gave off, the feeling of his hands on me, the way he smelled. Never mind how protective and caring and thoughtful he was, or how wicked in bed. I loved everything about him. Uh-oh. Come to bed, he murmured against my skin. We can start on this tomorrow. I nodded as he turned me around to face him. Okay, I said shyly. I knew what was going to happen now. Well, kind of. Mac always found a way to surprise and overwhelm me. He stared at my lips, and I closed my eyes, already feeling my whole body come to life just from being near him. And when we kissed and his hands started to wander, I felt like my body was a pinball machine. That's how much I lit up. Come on, he said when he finally lifted his head a few minutes later. I want to take my time tonight. A shiver went through me at his words. He took my hand, pressing kisses into the backs of my fingers. I followed him in a daze, wondering what he would want to do tonight. Everything he had taught me so far had been beyond anything I could have imagined before, let alone experienced. The way he kissed me there, the way he took his time, tonguing my pussy, it was filthy and sweet at the same time. He pulled me toward him by the bed, kissing me deeply again. His hands moved over my body as he started pulling my clothes free so smoothly that I barely noticed. I felt the heat of his hard cock pressing against me as the kiss got more and more intense. I felt his hands on my waist as he undid my jeans and pushed them downward. Then I was lifted and lowered onto the bed. He was so strong he could just move me around the way he wanted to. It wasn't the kind of thing I'd ever thought about wanting before, but it turned me on. It turned me on a lot. He pulled my shoes off before tugging my jeans down the rest of my legs. My panties dragged low on my hips without coming the whole way down. He looked at them and his mouth opened. I felt my body clench in anticipation. He stared between my legs as he pulled his shirt off and kicked his jeans away. Then he was on me, kissing and touching me as our mostly naked bodies rubbed together insistently. I have to taste you, he said huskily as he pulled away and moved down the bed. I clenched my fingers on his shoulders as he pulled my bra cups down and sucked on my nipples. My back arched in pleasure. He worked his way down my body, kissing and licking and sucking until he was between my thighs. I gasped as he bit my inner thigh. He stared up at me as he pulled my panties to the side and leaned in to lick me. I closed my eyes as he started teasing and stroking me with his hands and mouth. The man held nothing back. There was nothing tentative or shy. He wasn't embarrassed or ashamed. He pressed his whole face against my pussy and kissed it, spreading my pussy lips to feast on it and plunging his tongue deep. I felt an orgasm mounting quickly. Mac was always a shock to my system, even if it was a very, very pleasurable shock. My hips were rocking in tempo with the thrusts of his tongue. His fingers found my clit, and that was it. My spine arched and then contracted as the orgasm tore through me again and again. I was floating back to the bed when he started kissing his way back up my body. You ready for me? Yes, I breathed as he positioned himself against me. I whimpered as the tip of his bare cock pierced my pussy lips, opening me wide as he stretched me. I held onto his thick arms as he slowly drove deep inside me. My hands moved over his back to his hips, loving the feeling of his strong muscles flexing under his skin as he thrust into me. He moved faster, his breath and low, sexy grunts tickling my ear. The feeling of his strong, hairy chest was overwhelming as it brushed my rock-hard nipples with each stroke. I came again without warning, my body rising off the bed to collide with his chest. He rode me through the orgasm until I was gasping for air. He stopped, his hard cock fully embedded inside me. He stared down at me, watching me as I came down from the force of the orgasm. Then he started again.
Susanna.
I opened my eyes. Mac was above me, a worried look on his handsome face. He ran his hand over my face. He looked worried. What happened? He frowned a little bit more.
You passed out.
What? I sat up as he slid to the side, staring at me. Were we... I trailed off, too embarrassed to even finish the sentence.
Yeah, we were.
Oh my God, I said, covering my face with my hands. I was too shy to look at him. He'd made me faint. I remembered Mac above me. I was coming for the 5th or 6th time when he started to come with me. Then nothing. Oh my God.
It was intense,
he said with a soft smile.
I almost fainted too.
Shut up, I said, slapping his arm. But I was laughing. To go from hardly ever orgasming, and only alone, to actually fainting from coming too hard, well, it was hard to complain about, even if it was embarrassing.
Let me get you some water,
he said, rolling to his feet. I tried not to stare at his gorgeous, totally naked body. I failed. His ass was way too cute not to ogle. He turned back and I hastily lifted my eyes to his.
Don't faint again, he warned.
I won't, I said, snuggling back under the covers. Fainting from coming too hard was definitely a new one. The man had powers over me. I had thought he was a player when we first met. He was gorgeous and oozed sex appeal, but the more I got to know him, the more I believed he was sincere. I had somehow lucked into dating the proverbial tough guy with a heart of gold, and he was friends with a bunch of other guys with the same gruff but loyal personalities. Their group must have the market cornered on gentle giants and romantic badasses, I thought to myself. And now you are one of them, according to the girls. I hoped it was true. I hoped it stuck. I hoped I hadn't moved in with him too fast. I hoped I didn't get used to this, only to have it yanked away. I really, really wanted this to work. I couldn't imagine going back to my lonely, solitary life. Not now. Not since Mac had woken me up and shown me how amazing my life could be.
Here, drink,
Mac commanded, walking in and standing in front of me buck-ass naked. I tried not to stare at his cock, even though it was right in front of my face. I sat up and took the cup from him, forcing myself to look at his face while I drank. My eyes dropped down again when I saw something moving out of the corner of my eye. While I watched, Mac's cock rose to standing again. My eyes must have been bulging as he took the cup and sat down on the bed beside me. He didn't mention his hard-on. I was pretty sure my face was bright red. I could sense it there, wagging in the air as it stuck straight up from his body.
Feel okay?
Yes, thank you, I added shyly.
You should rest.
Did you finish? He grinned widely.
I was already done when you fainted. Very considerate of you.
He pressed a kiss to my lips.
Of course, I'm never really done with you around. If you have a second wind...
My nipples were hard under the covers. My body was warm and gooey and soft. I nodded. I have a second wind. He gave me a wicked smile and slowly pulled the covers away. My breath caught in anticipation as he spread my thighs and lowered his lips to my pussy.
You should relax. Let me do all the work.
You always do all the work. I want to do that to you, too. He just smiled and shook his head. After a few minutes, I was squirming. He put a palm under each ass cheek and lifted me to his lips, his tongue dancing over my petals.
So tasty. I want to try something new. Turn over.
I didn't even have a chance to move. He had flipped me over and placed a pillow underneath my hips so that my ass was lifted into the air. My head turned to the side with my cheek on the soft, clean sheets. I felt his hands on my ass cheeks as he licked my pussy from behind, sliding a finger inside me as his lips moved higher. I froze as his tongue dipped between my cheeks. He spread them, licking and probing the sensitive spot with the hard point of his tongue. He pulled back, and I felt his cock against my pussy. He pushed in slowly. At the same time, I felt his thumb slip in between my cheeks. "I want to fuck you here, too. Soon," he promised. I moaned helplessly. It was the sort of thing I never would have gone for in the past. I would have thought it was gross or weird, but it was different with Mac. He was dominant and tender at the same time. Plus, the added sensation of his finger inside me back there was doing absolutely crazy things to my body. I felt helpless and secure at the same time. His thumb held me in place as he thrust harder into me from behind. And for once, I wasn't worried about making a weird face because I was facing the other way. I was definitely making a weird face. "Oh," I groaned, then hissed, "Yes." Just like that, I agreed to anal sex without a second thought. I would have done anything he asked. I realized I was completely under his spell. And that was before he leaned over my body, biting my neck as his other hand reached around to toy with my clit, with his finger doing wicked things to my most sensitive spot, his big, thick cock pumping into my pussy, and his thumb rocking inside my other sensitive spot I hadn't even known about. I came instantly. I screamed at the force of the orgasm that tore through me. If he hadn't been inside me, I would have melted into the bed like a pint of ice cream you forgot at the bottom of a grocery bag. "Eee!" I squealed, sounding like a horny, sex-crazed dolphin. Not sexy, sussy, not sexy at all. But I didn't care. And the sex machine working me over definitely didn't care. In fact, he liked it. "Squeal for me again, Susanna. Do it," he breathed against my ear, his hips a perpetual motion machine behind me, relentlessly driving his perfect, gorgeous cock deep inside me. He cursed at the exact moment I felt his cock swell inside me. I came again as I felt him explode inside me. It was somehow more intense in this position, deeper. "I want to make a baby with you," he growled as his hips bucked behind me. I shivered, my body answering for me. I wanted it too. "Say yes, Susanna." "Yes," I hissed, helpless to do anything but agree to what he wanted, whatever he wanted. It seemed to go on forever, both of us coming, locked together until we collapsed on the bed. Mac went to the bathroom to wash up. I was half asleep when I felt the warm washcloth against me. Mac was cleaning my pussy. I was still face down. I opened my eyes a crack when he slid into bed and pulled me against him. I wasn't sure if I was dreaming when I heard him whisper, "I love you, Susanna," against my hair.
Chapter 33. Mac. 7 days. 7 perfect days. Susanna had moved in a week ago, and I'd never been happier. I'd never even imagined being this happy. It was foreign to me, like I'd been transported by aliens to a perfect world. Hell, it's kind of like I'm living in the Matrix. But if this was a computer simulation, I never wanted to wake up. Every day I took Susanna to tend her plants. Either I stayed with her or one of the guys did. She was never alone there. Every night, I took her to bed and we both lost ourselves tangling in the sheets until dawn. Every night, at least once, I told her I loved her. She hadn't said it back yet, but I hadn't given her much of a chance. It was almost always when she was speechless. I was damned good at making my lady come. One thing was for sure, I was in over my head, and we were both very light on sleep. We hadn't talked about the future or baby-making again, but it was out there, and I was moving forward with my plans. I had lined up a company that would move her house and greenhouse to the lake. I had already talked to Jack and Whiskey about helping me design a new home. The guys were on board with helping me build it. And today, I was meeting Dev at Devil's Lake to pick out a piece of land and settle on a price. I rode fast, but not as fast as I used to, particularly out here where you had to watch for more deer than cars. Usually I would be well above the speed limit. It wasn't like riding in suburbia, where you had to watch for grannies and kids. Out here it was pretty much just us, Devlin's crew. But it didn't matter. I had a lot more to live for these days. A future. A future that looked bright for the first time in my life. A future with her. I pulled up to the cabin and parked. Devlin waved from the deck where he was waiting. Jack was there too. And Lucky, I realized with a groan. I loved the fucker as much as any of my brothers, but he was a major pain in my ass. "Howdy, neighbor," he said with a shit-eating grin. "Don't remind me," I groused. It only made him smile wider. Dev slapped my back as he walked toward the path that led around the lake. Jack walked past me and slapped me again. I almost fell on my ass. Lucky cackled and lifted his arm to slap my back, but I ducked and he went stumbling forward. Then it was my turn to smirk as we headed into the woods toward Lucky and Angel's place. Yeah, we all knew her name was really Kirsten, but nobody called her that anymore. Lucky's nickname, Angel, had stuck. She was really a sweet girl. It fit her. I was feeling good that Susanna would have a friend in shouting distance, or nearly. The lake was pretty big, but if you leaned out either of the decks and shouted, you could hear each other. We knew because we'd tested it a few times. Or at least Lucky had. Everyone knew he had the biggest mouth in the club. We passed Lucky's house and kept going. He elbowed me. "You sure you don't want to be right next door?" "No, thank you," I said without looking at him. He cackled anyway, like he'd said something hilarious. "We could come over every morning for breakfast." I shook my head and glared at him. "Or we could do the same thing." That shut him up. He was addicted to his woman, as we all knew. He'd been hard up and in a bad way until she'd taken pity on him. And now, with 2 kids under one roof, I was pretty sure he had to jump on the chance for sex when it presented itself. I would be more than happy to fuck his chances up if he kept messing with me. Lucky clutched his chest. "You've changed, Mac. I don't even know you anymore." Dev burst out laughing at that. Even Jack cracked a smile. Hell, even I did. "Just past the bend," I pointed. "There's a little alcove." Dev nodded. "It's a good spot. Water will be extra calm there. If you go up the hill a bit, there will be good sun. We could put the greenhouse and cottage up there," I said excitedly, "and build the house closer to the water." "You'll need to put in a new road for that side of the lake," Dev added. I know some guys who can do it cheap. They work for the Margarellis." Dev and Jack exchanged a look. "Let's walk over there and take a closer look." Dev waited until Jack and Lucky started ahead and pulled me aside. "I've been meaning to talk to you about that." "About what?" "The Margarelli brothers." My eyebrows shot up. "More fallout from Lucky's girl?" "No, this is about your girl, or the lawyer we roughed up, more specifically." I waited, not sure what to say. I'd done what I had to do. I wasn't going to apologize for it. "The guy asked them to take you out." "What?" I stared at him in shock. "Murder?" "Well, something to that effect. The guy wanted them to hurt Susanna, too." I saw red. Actual red. "And?" "We would not be having this conversation if they said yes." I exhaled sharply. I knew the Margarellis. They were not the type to fuck around. If they had accepted the offer, we might very well be dead already. So Susanna was safe then. But does that mean he went out of state? Maybe. We need to be on guard. But the Margarellis don't take well to people threatening women. Or their friends. I nodded. They might be mafia, but the Margarelli brothers had a code. Even if all their crew didn't, I thought, remembering what had gone down with Angel. "Club has a good relationship with Vincent and Tony. This doesn't change that." He slapped my shoulder. "You owe them a favor, though." "For not killing me?" "Yeah, I do. Not just that." He cleared his throat. "They may have invested in the development, though not on paper. You keep your job. The lawyer doesn't." Holy shit. He may have sustained further injuries as well. Holy shit. So yeah, you owe them. I wonder if they like heirloom tomatoes. For starters. That's a very good idea, Dev said. But don't forget, you have made a very angry, very injured enemy. Who knows what he will do? This isn't over. I realized I had to make a call as soon as we were done. I texted Preacher, asking for a contact number. Things were real fucking serious now that someone had taken out a hit on my woman. It didn't matter if it wasn't a death hit. It would be dealt with in the harshest way possible. It was time to pull in our brother club from upstate, the Untouchables. It was time to call Kane. Chapter 34. Kane. You're on speakerphone. I nodded to Trace, Vice, and Hunter. We were talking to another club further down the coast, the Devil's Riders. We were connected and on good terms, though not formally. Go ahead. We listened as Devlin filled us in on the situation. Mac was Donahue's cousin and part of their inner circle. He and his woman were in danger. I would have helped them even if they weren't part of an MC we were connected with. I had a sliding scale and an open-door policy when it came to people who needed my help. I was pickier when it came to high-end clients. I overcharged high rollers. I undercharged ordinary folk, especially when women and children were in danger. We can set up cameras around all 3 properties. Regular drone passes. I assume you guys can do some of the heavy lifting with bodyguard duties? Yeah, we're on top of that. Good, I said, nodding to my guys. Hunter and Vice can go down there for the duration. Anyone have a place for them to crash? They can stay in the cabin. Great, I said, then looked at Trace. His fingers were already flying over the keyboard. We'll get on his bank accounts, internet, and phone and look for anything we can pass on to the feds. You can do that? I have a contact there. We will get him out of commission, one way or the other. If we go the other route, it's a bit more complicated. I didn't have an issue with ending someone, but since it was his woman who was in danger, I had a feeling Mac would want to do it himself. And we'd learned that there were other, equally satisfying ways to take someone down. Good. Thank you, man. You got it. I ended the call and looked at the guys. You guys ready to head down there? Hunter and Vice nodded. Neither were married or even dating. They were my number 1 guys, and it would hurt to lose them, even for a couple of weeks. But only the best would do for Devlin and his crew. Trace, get something on that lawyer. We are going to take him down, not just neutralize him. Search and destroy. Got it. I slapped their shoulders and headed out. I had to get home to see my woman. She was pregnant again and cranky about it. She had put her foot down about having another baby so soon, but I had talked her into it. It had happened during one of our longest sessions yet. Pleasurable for me, frustrating for her, and in the end, I had gotten what I wanted. I may have kept her on the edge until she said yes. She would be happy about it, eventually, I knew. Just not during the first trimester while she was throwing up every couple of hours. She was in the morning sickness phase, and this time was worse than the last, so she was not happy and rightfully blaming me for her nonstop puking. I stopped by the store for ginger tea and some vanilla coconut milk ice cream. I grabbed a bouquet of wildflowers, too. My lady deserved the best, and I would make sure she got it. When I got in, she was in the bathroom, hunched over the toilet. Shit, again? She glared at me over her shoulder. This is all your fault, she said before leaning back over the toilet. I knelt behind her and rubbed my hand over her back. Then I got a fresh washcloth and ran it under the cold water. Here, I said, handing it to her when she was done hurling. She patted her mouth with one side and then wiped her face with the other. She did not thank me. She was still glaring when I helped her to her feet. All done. For now, she grumbled. I lifted her carefully and carried her to her favorite seat in the house. It was a chaise lounge in the living room. It was right next to the gas fireplace and angled toward the front window so she could look out. I often found her reading in that spot when she had a quiet moment. I laid her down gently and pulled a throw blanket over her legs. I turned on the gas fireplace and went to put the flowers in water. She watched me suspiciously as I set the flowers on the table beside her. Tea or ice cream? She harumphed a bit, but then murmured,
Tea, please.
My woman had good manners. I knew because I was the one who had taught her them. Not that she'd been rude before, just a bit of a brat. She was still a brat sometimes, but mostly when she was craving a little extra discipline. I had a firm hand, and it showed. I also took the best, most tender, ever-loving care of my woman. I loved her more than seemed possible. Everything I did, every day since I first laid eyes on her, was for her. I made her a cup of ginger tea and brought it back in. I pulled some massage oil out of my pocket and sat on the chaise, lifting her feet into my lap. She raised her eyebrows as I rubbed my hands briskly together to warm them, before dribbling some oil onto one palm. Then I got to work. Her cute little toes were cold to the touch, so I warmed those up first. Then I dug my thumbs into her arches, soothing any sore spots she might have. I knew when she wore heels, the balls of her feet ached, along with her toes. She sighed as I worked her right foot from heel to toe and back down again. Then I switched to her left side. By the time I was finished, her eyes were closed and she looked blissed out. I pressed a kiss to her calf and her nose before sliding out and tucking her under her blanket again. She opened her eyes drowsily to smile at me.
Thank you.
I nodded. Do you want Netflix?
Maybe later,
she said, snuggling into the pillow behind her.
If you chill with me after.
I laughed and rumpled her hair. You know it, baby girl.
Chapter 35. Janet. I heard my guest teacher trying to calm the class as pandemonium broke loose. Children screeched, and I heard little feet race across the dance studio. I grimaced. Ashley had been a friend growing up, one of the only other serious ballet dancers in the area. Now she was home taking care of her mother and changing speeds. The timing was perfect for me selfishly. I love teaching, but running the study, the party venue in our old place downtown, and our herd of red-headed children was taking a toll on me. I needed help. Now that Molly was in school full-time, I was grasping at straws. And I liked Ashley, even though she'd been my biggest competition dance-wise back in the day. I liked her even though she was almost too pretty to be real. People always thought she was stuck up, but the truth was, she was just quiet. The whole brilliantly talented, gorgeous blonde thing didn't endear her to the other dancers either. She was frequently tapped for lead roles, and not just because she looked the part. Then again, so had I. We'd been alternates for Swan Lake more than once. She was the best dance teacher these kids could ever hope to get, other than myself, of course. Having a real dancer added prestige to the place, and from what I'd gathered, she really needed the job. I sighed, hoping that my children had not scared her off. Oh yeah, I knew who was making a ruckus. My children were in class today, or as I called them on days like this, Jack's children. Speak of the devil. You look extra fine today, wife. Giant hands smoothed over my back, and I sighed, knowing my husband's touch. It was almost like I'd summoned him up. I leaned into the massive, warm wall of man behind me. You move like a cat, I murmured, closing my eyes. A really, really big cat. You're tired, he said, pressing a kiss to the top of my head. And distracted. True, I sighed as his hands moved to my shoulders and squeezed. His hands were so big and strong, they enveloped me and warmed my tension away almost instantly. Let's go do dirty things in the stockroom, he whispered into my ear, his beard tickling my throat. Jack, we can't, I laughed, shocked. My husband never ceased to amaze me. I was lucky that he was so passionate and hungry for me. I didn't take it for granted. Can we? We'll be quick, he said, nudging his hard cock against my bottom. My man was always ready for me. I was tempted. More than tempted, but there were children present. Then again, you only live once, Janet. "Let's go," I said with a giggle, tugging him down the hallway with me. There were 2 classrooms. One was empty. At the far end of the room was a supply closet. If we locked both doors, there would be no risk of little ears hearing any, noises we made. "Lock it," I called over my shoulder as I started loosening my clothes. I had a wrap sweater over my dance top and a long and flowy skirt. That could stay on, I reasoned. I squealed as my husband lifted me up into the air and managed to open the supply closet door without dropping me. Then I was on my feet, and he was kissing me, his big meaty paws squeezing my hips, then reaching up to palm my tits. I sighed in ecstasy at the way he touched me. He was possessive, desperate, rough, and tender all at once. He was Jack. "Up you go," he said, lifting me to sit on a stack of boxes. I blinked, and my skirt was around my waist. My thighs were spread wide, my panties were off, and my husband was staring at my bare pussy with a hungry glint in his eyes. He licked his lips, and I shivered. He knelt and used his hands to keep my thighs open. I watched as he leaned in and started licking me up and down. I made a garbled sound that was half yes and half, "Oh, God, please." Jack grunted and kept going, using one finger to slip inside me as his tongue danced over my clit. "Jack!" "Mm-hmm," he murmured encouragingly. My hips bucked as I started to come. Jack didn't miss a beat. He had me up and bent over the boxes in a heartbeat. I felt his thick cock press against my quivering sex. I was still coming. I'd barely even started. Jack pushed inside me and reached down to toy with my clit. He took his time sliding in. I was small and he was big, but once my body got used to him, I knew he would go to town. My man liked to fuck hard. I hissed through my teeth as my climax peaked. Jack was only halfway inside me. His fingers were busy on my clit. My legs got weak, but his cock held me up, filling me and holding me in place. I was shaking as he slid the rest of the way inside me, and stopped. "Fuck, baby, you feel so good. Come all over my cock," he commanded. I tried to tell him I already was coming all over his cock, but I could barely speak. He grunted and stroked my hair as the tremors passed. Then he started to move. He drove into me slow and hard. I whimpered as he pulled out almost the whole way. Then he drove into me again and again. My man put the jack in jackhammer. "I could drag this out. Take an hour or more. I could fuck you all day," he said huskily, his deep voice vibrating through me. "But I won't." Everything picked up speed then. His huge hands on my hips held me still as he worked his cock inside me. Faster and faster, but with the same fucking skill and control he always showed, until I made him lose control. I clenched down on his cock as he was pulling out on the downstroke. He cursed as I circled my hips, my pussy holding his cock hostage. I moved him faster and faster, determined that this time it would be me making him come. "There we go, big boy." I felt his cock expand inside me. He roared as he started to come. All bets were off. He pumped his cock into me relentlessly, punishing me and pleasuring me at the same time. I clung onto the box in front of me as a hurricane tore through the storage room. Hurricane Jack! I loved making Jack lose control. His hand clamped over my mouth as I screamed, a third, much bigger orgasm tearing through me. He grunted and growled as we came together, shaking and convulsing wildly. He collapsed forward, somehow managing not to put any weight on me. I felt him kiss the back of my head, the top, the side of my neck. He finally pulled out and gently lifted one foot, carefully tugged my panties back up my legs and lowered my skirt. "How do you feel, you she-devil?" I smiled at him and straightened my clothes. I knew he loved what I had done, almost as much as he hated losing control. I was sweet and salty like that, and somehow he worshipped me for it. Much better. Thank you. I smacked his cheek lightly on my way out of the supply closet. Chapter 36. Susanna. I stared wide-eyed at the drone that hovered over the wisteria in the backyard. I'd already taken on Mac's garden. He had some really good heirloom plants out there. The small ranch was from the 50s, but I suspected an older house had been there much earlier. I saw chokeberry, mulberry, and a gnarled old crab apple tree that would be spectacular in the spring. All good ingredients for making pie, I mused. If only my greenhouse were here, I could be happy. I could put everything behind me and move on. Is this really necessary? I asked Mac for the 100th time. He just nodded and went back to sanding down a stick to hold the window in place. Calliope hissed at the drone as it passed by again. I glanced out the front window to see Kyle, Nick, and Drake parked outside, shooting the shit and lounging on their bikes. Are they just going to sit out there? He shook his head. No, they'll walk the property every 15 minutes or so. One guy will take a spin around the neighborhood. They've been out there all day. Hunter and Vice will be here by nightfall to take over. I frowned. In the past few days, things had gotten a bit weird. First, there were always bikers outside. Mac had a security firm upgrade all of his locks and install cameras, and now the drones. Mac, I said tremulously, what is going on? He turned to look at me, a guilty flush on his cheeks. Tell me. Nothing to tell. I've been here a week, Mac. Everything was great at first, but you're acting weird, and now all this. I trailed off, suddenly feeling afraid. Something is wrong. I know it. It's being handled. It? I demanded. What is it? He clenched his jaw and stood up. Susanna. He reached for me, but I backed away. I was starting to get upset, and I didn't want him to distract me with kisses. I knew that was what he was thinking of doing. Don't touch me. He stopped, staring at me in surprise. He cursed and looked away. I don't want you to freak out. I wasn't freaking out. Now I am. It's not as bad as it sounds. As what sounds? He ran his hand through his hair and exhaled. Then he looked at me. Somebody took out a hit on you. Well, on me. On us. Hit? I felt the room tilt. The lawyer. He wanted revenge. He wanted them to kill me and hurt you. I shook my head, refusing to believe it. Mac dead? What did he mean, hurt me? Oh my God, I said, reaching out for the back of a chair to steady myself. Mac was by my side and holding me up in an instant. It's handled. How? How could that possibly be handled? He tilted my chin up so I was looking at him. The guys he asked to do the hit. They happened to be friends. They turned him down. What? They said no. They would never hurt a woman. I'm supposed to be reassured that you are friends with people who are murderers for hire? His jaw ticked and he stared at me. I pulled away, not wanting to look at the hurt look on his face. He had no right to be hurt. He'd lied to me. And he was friends with killers. I need to get out of here. You can't. Excuse me? I said, turning to look at him. It's not safe. You said they weren't coming for us. They won't. Someone else might. My jaw dropped open. How did this happen? How did things get so out of control? He shook his head. That guy, Theo, he's bad news. I didn't realize he'd go this far. Yeah, well, he did. He's being handled. We just need to know if he tried to hire someone else. Handled? Killed? If it comes to that. I shook my head. I don't know you at all, do I? I stared around his house, wrapping my arms around myself. How could I be so stupid? I knew he was trying to protect me, but I just landed into a situation that was so far beyond anything I'd imagined. And Mac? Who was he really? He had just said he would kill someone. I was not ready for this. I wasn't cut out for this. It was much, much too much. I'll call Lucky. You want to go over there for the night? There are security guys staying in Dev's cabin. I nodded. I needed space. I went into the bedroom to pack a few things and get my equilibrium. I tried not to notice how crushed Mac looked as he carried my overnight bag out to the car. Lucky was waiting out there in an SUV. I'll take good care of Calliope. Try not to worry, he finished lamely. He leaned forward and I shook my head. I couldn't help stealing a look at him in the rearview mirror as we drove away. I had never seen anybody look so alone.
Chapter 37, Calloway. What's up, guys? Jack and Dev were standing outside the clubhouse talking in low voices. They looked up at me, their faces full of worry. Tell Molly they need her at Kirsten and Lucky's place. Okay, she's in class. I can tell her to head there after. Should I be worried? It's safe, right? Hunter and Vice are there, Dev said. What's up? It's Susanna. She found out about the hit. I whistled. Shit. Is Mac okay? They just stared at me. Finally, Dev shook his head. It's bad, Cal. He thinks she left him. I've never seen him like this. Dev looked so worried. His next words filled me with dread. 2 weeks ago, we never saw him smile. Now he's crumbling. Fuck, where is he? At the bar? More like under it, Jack rumbled in his low voice. The big guy looked worried. I was worried now, too. Mac never lost control. I texted Molly quickly to check in with the girls and headed inside. The moment I set foot in the door, I could tell something was wrong. Bad mojo filled the clubhouse. The place was full but quiet, and everyone was steering clear of the hunched-over form leaning against the bar like the weight of the world was on his shoulders. Except our band of brothers, of course. Whiskey and Donnie flanked Mac on either side, but gave him a little space. Kyle, Nick, and Drake were all behind the bar, serving a drink now and then, but mostly standing guard. Everyone was looking at Mac. He lifted his head and downed a shot, then roared for another when Kyle didn't get him a refill fast enough. Yeah, Mac was being loud. Really fucking loud and belligerent. Hell had indeed frozen over. God damn, I whistled under my breath before heading over. What's up, guys? I asked brightly. They all glared at me. Mac didn't even turn around. I cleared my throat and took a spot at the bar. Whiskey slapped my back and gave me his spot. He knew I couldn't see around him anyway. Everyone looked at me expectantly, other than Mac. Hey, man, you don't look so good. He grunted in agreement, but continued staring into space like an astronaut with a leak in his spacesuit. I slapped his back. Give it time. You didn't see the way she looked at me, he growled. I exchanged a look with Donnie, who looked worried. Really worried. I cleared my throat again. Drinking won't solve anything. Mac laughed. A laugh that chilled me to my core. He sounded hopeless, miserable. He sounded empty. She's into you, I can tell. She told the girls. Everyone turned to look at me, eyes wide. Donnie shook his head frantically, but it was too late. What? Mac asked hoarsely. She thought she was falling in love with you? He stared at me as I realized my mistake. That was before. He did another shot and held his hand out for the bottle. Kyle frowned and tried to just hand him another shot, but Mac practically dove across the bar to grab the bottle by the neck. Mac poured himself another shot and cradled the bottle in his other arm, his non-drinking arm. She thinks I'm scum. She doesn't want anything to do with me. I'm sure that's not true. She's a good person. Too good for me. No way, man. You were the best, Donnie said quickly. The rest of us agreed, loudly. She's afraid of me. I doubt that. Everyone looked behind me. I turned to see Lucky striding in, waving me over. Donnie followed as Whiskey slid in to make sure Mac didn't fall on his ass. "How bad is it?" Lucky shook his head. "I'm not sure yet. Angel knows. She knows that Mac loves her. I told her he did." "He does," Donnie said, nodding. "And he trusts her. He does." Lucky took a deep breath. "My angel is going to tell her tonight." He looked at us. "Everything." We exchanged a glance. Kirsten was putting herself at a major risk by doing that. Even though there was no body, she'd killed a man, and we'd helped her cover it up. "Wow," I breathed. "That's huge." "We talked about it. She knows Susanna will get it. She wants her to know the Margarellis are good guys, and Mac is too. We protect our own. But if Susanna freaks out, then nothing. There's no evidence, and it's not like we'd hurt her to shut her up." "Of course not," Donnie said. "They might try and kidnap her or something, though." We all exchanged a glance. "Maybe she can give her the Cliff's Notes," I offered lamely. "No, man. This is all or nothing. If Angel doesn't do this, I think she's going to leave." "Shit," Donnie hissed through his teeth. "It was bad?" Lucky nodded solemnly. "I picked her up. She looked shook, and not in a good way." "All right. Did you tell Dev and Jack?" "He said it's her call. The rest of us are implicated, but it was my angel who—" He looked pale just thinking about it. I was surprised he was letting her tell Susanna what had gone down. I had to ask, "Are you okay with this man?" "No. Fuck no." But Angel wouldn't listen. She said Susanna was a good person. I exchanged a look with Donnie. "I keep hearing that. I hope it's true." Donnie shook his head. "Doesn't matter if it's true. It just matters if she's a black and white kind of person." We both nodded. "Because this shit is all kinds of shades of gray." "Ain't that the truth?" I said, slapping his back. "Come on, let's go watch Mac drink himself to sleep."
Chapter 38. Kaylee. "Is she okay?" "Definitely not," I said to Molly, who had just walked in. Susanna was staring out the window at the lake. It was so dark out here, but the moon was bright and there were lights on at our cabin at the other end. "Shit. I really like her. And I love her for Mac." "Me too," I said quietly, resting my head on Molly's shoulder. She was one of the sweetest girls I'd ever met. She made me laugh, too. I was beyond blessed with the girlfriends I had through the club. We were more than friends. It was a sisterhood. "Janet is on her way," Kirsten said, coming in from the deck where she'd been making calls. "Do you think I should wait?" I bit my lip. "It's up to you. Maybe we should lead up to it." I took her hand. "Are you sure about this?" "She's one of us," Kirsten said firmly. "I trust her." I nodded. "I do too." "I can start," Sally said, and we all nodded. We all sat in the living room and waited while Kirsten walked over to Susanna. Becky was making warm tea. "Come sit," Kirsten said, and Susanna nodded. "We have some stuff to tell you." She blinked, looking at our faces. "No matter what you decide, you are our friend," I said. "I want you to know that." Her eyes got a little misty and she nodded. "Thank you. I haven't had good girlfriends since school." "But if I'm not with Mac, we will be your friend anyway," Becky said, bringing her a hot tea. "I hope there's whiskey in that," Janet announced, arriving with a big paper bag. I hid a smile as she lifted out a bottle. "You want?" Susanna looked at me, and I nodded. "You might need it." Her eyes got wide and she held her cup out for Janet. She spiked a couple of other girls' drinks and took a seat. Her attention was on Susanna. I knew how much Mac's happiness meant to her, to all of us. But we wanted Susanna happy, too. "There's something you need to know about our guys," I started. "They are protectors first. They will protect their families and the club, and sometimes that isn't exactly legal," Janet finished flatly. They have their own code, and it has nothing to do with the law. Susanna was staring at them, then looked back to me. I'll start, Sally said, taking a deep breath. I was hiding when I came here. There's no nice way to say this. My ex used to. She nodded to herself and continued. He beat the crap out of me. She was so shy when she came here. Shy? Susanna asked. I can't imagine. Well, like I said, things were bad. I escaped him and was living under a fake name, but I was still afraid. And then I met Donnie. Don't let her fool you. She was still kick-ass, Janet said. That's right. Sally learned self-defense, but she was shy, I added. Sally took a deep breath. And then he showed up. Susanna gasped but didn't interrupt. He hurt me, but I hurt him back, and when Donnie and his friends showed, she looked around the circle at Janet and me. We nodded. They made sure he wouldn't hurt me again. They killed him? Susanna asked. No, they hurt him really bad, though. Sally reached out and they clasped hands in the middle of the circle. But they would have if he came back. Susanna nodded. Good, I thought. She's starting to get it. I'm glad you are okay. I am, Sally said with her chin held high. But it took time. And love. Sometimes love can be harsh, Kirsten offered. Every one of our guys would dole out a beating for us, or worse. Kirsten cleared her throat. I'll take some of that whiskey now. Janet refilled her cup and a few others. I noticed Susanna clutching her cup and taking a deep drink. Before she starts, Janet said, we're trusting you. This is serious. Susanna nodded. I know. I won't. I would never repeat any of this. Good, Janet said with a nod. I believe you. So do I, Becky said. We all nodded. This is about the guys, the ones who were asked to take Mac out. Susanna's grip on her cup intensified. I was half afraid she was going to spill it. I put my hand on hers and she shot me a grateful look, taking another quick gulp. I used to work for the mob, Kirsten said with a small smile. This guy, Sal, he gave me a loan in return for working at an underground casino. I needed the money for Jace's medicine. Susanna nodded. She got it. Thank God, I thought. But he wasn't a nice man. He wanted more from me, and one night he got rough. I realized my hand was holding Susanna's extra tight. We were all reliving that night, that awful, terrifying night. Kirsten took a deep breath and lifted her eyes to Susanna's. And I killed him. I didn't mean to, she said, her voice soft. But I defended myself. The police might have understood, but the mob wouldn't, Janet finished. The guys Sal worked for, the Margarelli brothers, they run the whole mob around here. They are big. Huge. Big as the mob in New Jersey. It's real Sopranos-type stuff, I said, exchanging a look with Susanna. But it's real. They aren't what you would expect, though, Kirsten said with a smile. They are good men. Dangerous but honorable, Janet added. Susanna looked at me again, and I nodded reassuringly. Dev is on good terms with them. The whole club is. We don't mess with them, and they don't mess with us, Janet added. But here's the thing about them. They don't like it when anyone, even their guys, hurts women. Sal had friends, people in Vegas and around here who would have killed me. Lucky, too, maybe all the guys, but they squashed it. They knew I killed one of their guys and they didn't do anything. She smiled tremulously. They even sent a wedding gift. Scared the hell out of you. Yeah. They knew where we were. I wasn't expecting that, but the food was really good. She looked around the room at us. Here's the thing. I feel safer in this world knowing the Margarellis are out there. Our guys, too. They are not traditional men, but they are good men. The best men, Janet said firmly. The best, I echoed. One by one, we all said it. Susanna looked at us. her heart in her eyes. We had reached her. She understood now. She was ready. Oh, God. I think I made a terrible mistake. Chapter 39. Becky. Did you text Cal? Molly nodded. Janet and Kaylee were talking to Susanna by the front window. Angel was checking on the kids upstairs. He said something is up. Mac is trying to come here. Oh, Lord, I said. I was very familiar with drunken late-night visits. Whiskey and Cal had shown up on my lawn more than once. Can't they hold him back? I think they are coming, she said with a horrified laugh. We might not be able to stop them. Kaylee, I said loudly. Incoming! Her eyes were wide as she hurried over to us. What? Now? Soon, Molly said, chewing her lip. Cal said Mac doesn't believe him. He wants to see her. And he's wasted, I added helpfully. Kaylee looked alarmed. Hell, I was alarmed too. It's not even midnight, she said. Apparently he started drinking when she left and hasn't stopped. Everyone is giving him a wide berth. Cal says he's volatile. Well, we have to keep him away then. He could blow it all. Keep who away? We turned to see Susanna standing there with her mug of whiskey. We exchanged glances and shrugged. Mac is shit-faced and he's coming here. He's drunk? He never gets drunk. He's beside himself. Don't worry, somebody is driving him. He is not himself right now. He thinks he really lost you. Well, he didn't, Susanna said firmly. I'll just tell him that. Then he can sleep it off. I hope so. I've never seen Mac belligerent. Cal said he's picking fights with everyone. Even Moose. My jaw dropped. Does he have a death wish? Who is Moose? He's only as big as Jack and Whiskey. Nice guy, but he's no one to mess with. He's even wider than Jack and Whiskey. Oh, no. Susanna looked terrified. This is all my fault. Is Mac okay? Yeah, he's okay. Cal would have told me. Then maybe it's good they are getting him out of there. Well, when you put it that way. My sentence trailed off as we heard bikes outside. Lots of them. A couple of cars, too. Tell them to be quiet! Kirsten was hurrying down the stairs, looking more amused than annoyed. Kids are sleeping. On it, Janet said, stalking outside. A moment later, we heard Mac bellowing for Susanna, followed by what sounded like Janet hissing and a couple of stifled laughs. He was loud. The man was never loud. Tell him to take it to the dock. I guess we are all going down to the dock, I said with a conspiratorial smile. We grabbed Susanna, each taking an arm, and all of us tromped down the pathway to the dock by the water. There was a small sandy beach there. Lucky had even added white sand to make it soft and pretty for his ladies, as he called Kirsten and Jace. He was definitely a changed man. Now it was Mac's turn. The dock and beach were full of guys. My eyes went to Whiskey first. He gave me a sweet smile. Devlin, Jack, Donahue, Calloway, Lucky, Drake, Nick, and Kyle were all there, too. And in the center of them all stood Mac. He turned and looked at us, the look in his eyes touching me deep inside. He looked terrified and hopeful all at once. His heart belonged to Susanna. That much was obvious. I just hoped she wouldn't crush it. My hands dropped as she walked forward, not stopping until she was standing right in front of him. In the moonlight, with the circle of people around them, it looked like something out of a movie. Susanna, he reached for her and took her hands. I am so sorry. Shh, she whispered, pressing a kiss to the back of his hand. It's okay. Everything is okay. Mac looked like he wasn't hearing her at first. Then suddenly he gripped her face, staring into her eyes. I would never hurt you. I will never let anyone hurt you. I know. I love you, Susanna. I want you to be my wife. Mac. I watched her fight back tears. I love you too. And then he kissed her. The guys started cheering. The woman shushed them, but they cheered anyway. I looked at Kirsten and shrugged. Then I started cheering too. She laughed and started clapping and whooping along with the rest of us. Lucky, she shouted, you better go check on the kids. He ran over, gave her a hot, deep kiss, and then jogged up to the house, The next thing I knew, Dev was kissing Kaylee, Jack was kissing Janet, Donnie was kissing Sally, and then I was enveloped in Whiskey's big, strong arms, lifted up and kissed soundly. It was a bit later when he set me down again. The lake was quiet again. Mac was on his knees with his head against Susanna's body. She held him like that. I glanced at Whiskey and whispered, "We should give them their privacy." He nodded and took my hand, leading me back up the path. "Let's go to the cabin and let the kids rest," Dev said as the crew fell in line behind him. I glanced back to see Calloway just lifting his head from Molly's lips. Everyone had pretty much lip-locked except the single guys. They looked a bit uncomfortable, truth be told. "I need a drink," Jack said, and we all stopped to look at him. Jack hardly ever drank. "What? I was worried about the kid." I started laughing. We all did. We walked around the lake toward the cabin giggling. It wasn't long before I realized Susanna and Mac were walking with us. I took her hand and squeezed it. "Welcome to the family," I whispered. Again.
Chapter 40. Mac. Hunter advised had not taken the room with the big bed. That was all I asked. That was all I cared about. I took Susanna's hand and yanked her up the stairs.
"Wait,"
she said, grabbing a couple of bottles of water.
"You're going to need these."
I nodded drunkenly, though to be honest, I felt a lot more sober than I had a few minutes ago, and more relieved than I could say. Susanna wasn't leaving me. She wasn't.
"We're going to go lie down,"
she told Kaylee as we passed them. Everyone started hooping and hollering. My woman blushed prettily, but didn't try to stop me from dragging her cute little ass up the stairs. I had her in the room with the door shut in about 2 seconds. I pressed her against the back of it, reaching down to fumble with a lock. "This won't be pretty," I warned her, my hands already moving over her body hungrily. "I need you too much." She nodded and slid her arms around my neck.
"I don't need pretty, Mac,"
I breathed, resting my forehead against hers. "I can't lose you," I said in a raw voice. I was still drunk, but it didn't matter. My cards were on the table. I was all in. I had been from the start.
"You won't,"
she said. I nodded, trying to convince myself, but I needed proof. I needed my ring on her finger. "Be my wife."
"Mac."
"I am proposing. Be mine. Marry me." She kissed me instead of answering. It was slow at first, hungry, little forceful kisses with our mouths open, hot and needy without being rushed. I growled and pressed myself against her, my cock hard and ready. My tongue delved into her mouth, tasting her, wanting more. "I want you."
"Let me take care of you tonight,"
she whispered. My eyes grew wide as she pivoted. The next thing I knew, I was against the door and she was lowering herself to her knees. I groaned as her hands pressed me through my jeans, her fingers busy at my fly, then the cool air and her soft hands against my raging hard-on. "Susanna," I almost begged. This did not seem like a good idea. As the soft heat of her mouth closed over me, I almost came then and there. Nothing had ever felt so sweet, so good, so indescribably hot. She sucked me gently, her fingertips tracing the length of my cock tentatively. I hissed through my teeth, my hands braced against the wall. She pulled me into her mouth and my hips bucked desperately. I wanted to thrust into her warm mouth, but she was so innocent, so sweet. I couldn't let myself do it. Fuck. She gripped the base of my cock a little more confidently now, holding it in place as she ran her tongue around the tip. I huffed, desperately trying to remain in control. I lost. I yanked her to her feet, lifting her up and tossing her on the bed. I tore her clothes off her, sending buttons flying, ignoring her outraged gasps as fabric ripped and tore. Then I was between her thighs, tonguing her pussy desperately, making sure she was ready for me. She was. God help us both, she was. I hoisted myself up and thrust inside her, my cock a heat-seeking missile that would not be denied. Her hands grasped my shoulders as I rode her, hard and fast. She started to come, whimpering beneath me. I cursed, knowing I was about to follow her. Just then all hell broke loose downstairs. We froze as footsteps came barreling up the stairs. I heard Lucky and someone telling him to knock first. Thank Christ I locked the door. "Open up!" "No," I growled. "Fuck off."
It's not a good time,
Susanna offered sweetly. A muted giggle from outside. "Sorry to bother you, but we just got news from Kane," Donnie said. It sounded like half the club was standing outside the fucking door. "Yeah?" I asked, afraid to move. Hell, I was afraid to breathe. I was so close to coming. "Congrats, you guys. Douche Canoe is in federal custody." Susanna and I stared into each other's eyes.
Okay, we're going now,
Sally called out. Noisy footsteps headed down the stairs, but I could tell someone was still standing there. "Lucky, go downstairs." I heard him snicker and then leave. I stared at Susanna. "Everything's going to be okay," I said.
Yes,
she answered, slipping her arms around my neck.
Yes, it is.
She circled her hips restlessly against me, and that was it. My cock went off like a rocket. I howled like a fucking wolf as my hips thrust wildly out of tempo. Susanna was coming with me, too. It was much later when I tiptoed downstairs. Everyone was gone except Hunter and Vice, passed out on the couch. I assumed that meant someone was in their beds. I started a pot of coffee and stepped out onto the deck to wait for it to brew. I had a lot to do. I had to get ready. I had a job to do.
Chapter 41, Susanna. So I guess he had dealings with other shady characters. They wanted him to turn on these really serious guys. Worse than the Margarellis? I asked, still feeling worried about the club's mafia association. They are dangerous, yes, but they have a code. Other mob families are not so predictable. "Make sure Vincent never hears you call him that," Lucky said. "Predictable?" Lucky nodded. "He's a badass. His rep is important to him. The family has a long history of blood justice." I shivered and Mac put his arm around me. "Tony is the crazy one. Vincent is more of a businessman," Mac joked. "But don't worry, babe. They are not coming for us." Kirsten gave me a quick nod and whispered, "It's okay." We were all walking down by the lake together. Mac had said he wanted to show me something. It was the first real talk we'd had all week. He went to work, came home, and made love to me all night. That was it. We hadn't discussed marriage again, and I was a little afraid he was regretting his impromptu proposal. I hadn't mentioned it either. Mac had been busy a lot this week, leaving me to spend time with the girls. It was making me worry. Had my reaction to the whole hit thing pushed him away after all? But this felt normal. Something couples did. We had dinner and were going for a walk. It was a double date. Everything is okay, I told myself. Better than okay. We went over to Lucky's place after saying goodbye to Hunter and Vice. They had stuck around most of the week to make sure we were in the clear. Everything had moved forward as planned. Kane had a hacker named Trace who had stumbled right into an investigation already in motion. It had been easy to throw them a few breadcrumbs. Theo had been shady down to his toes. Now he was apparently in very big trouble with some very bad men, especially if he turned on them. Mac assured me we were 100% safe. But Trace would keep an eye on him from now on, just to be sure. Mac took my hand and looked at me. I smiled, but he didn't smile back. I was so nervous today. I was almost afraid he was taking me out here to break up with me. But he wouldn't really do that, would he? Not with the way he held me while I slept. Not with the tender and stormy way he made love to me every single night until dawn. The path extended much farther than I remembered it going. I'd never been out this way. It was pretty. The lake curved back toward Dev and Kaylee's cabin, forming what looked like a small lagoon up ahead. "Close your eyes." Max squeezed my hand when I did as he asked. Then he scooped me up into his arms, making me squeal. Okay, so not breaking up with me then. What on earth is he up to? I felt him stop and ease me onto my feet. Then he leaned down and whispered in my ear. Open your eyes. I opened them, and immediately shut them again. Then I opened them. My cottage and my greenhouse. They were here by the lake. They had even moved my raised flower beds. There were pots everywhere holding my plants, waiting to be transplanted. I started crying when I saw my Nan's begonias. And that was before Mac led me past the house to see a cleared area just down the hill on the waterfront. I want to build us a house, he said, down there. I was speechless. I nodded as tears started to flow. Oh, Mac, it's amazing. Thank you. He gave me a small nod and then took a deep breath. He pulled something out of his pocket. I know it's fast, but he lowered himself to one knee and took my hand. I am so in love with you, Susanna. Will you marry me? I stared at him. I was pretty sure my eyes were bugging out of my head. But I knew. In my heart, I knew. Mac hadn't been avoiding me. He'd been planning, setting this up, doing the impossible. Building a perfect little paradise for me. For us. Yes, I whispered, yes, I will marry you. Mac's somber face split into a grin, and then he was on his feet, kissing me, lifting me up into the air. Thank God, Lucky said loudly. I laughed, looking over to see Kirsten smacking his arm. She did that a lot. But she was smiling. We were all smiling. Lucky grabbed a bucket of ice and champagne from the greenhouse and popped the cork, filling a glass for each of us. Then Kirsten pulled out a shopping bag and handed out 4 new pairs of garden gloves. I stared at the gloves, then at my friends. What's going on? Those plants need to get settled, right? I nodded slowly. Some need to get into the ground right away. We are here to help, Lucky said, holding up a spade. But it's almost dark out. I can't think of anything I'd rather be doing, Kirsten said. Lucky cleared his throat. Well, almost anything, she said with a blush. I looked around at my friends and fiancé. I was too choked up to do anything but nod at first, but pretty soon I was giving directions. We drank champagne, transplanted, mulched, and tucked lots of other stuff into the greenhouse to be dealt with later. It was crowded in there, but still warm from the afternoon sun. We made sure all the plants had water and weren't overcrowded. We even checked the house and made sure all of my business stuff was ready to go. It was a good thing they brought more than 1 bottle of champagne. By the time we walked back to their place and said goodnight, we'd polished off 3.
Chapter 42. Mac. Everything has to be perfect. I know, Lucky said, trying to calm me down. I'm on it. I'd feel better if someone else were on it, I groaned. Lucky didn't take offense. The girls are decorating. The caterer is setting up. Preacher is only halfway drunk. Dev is feeding him and making him drink coffee. Donnie and Whiskey are on kitty duty. We're on it. Okay. Where's Jack? He's out running errands, getting stuff we don't need. Janet keeps texting him more stuff. It is hilarious. What? Why? Because today is the day, Lucky said. The big guy is going down. What do you mean? He means, Cal said, coming in with a bag full of batteries for the LED candles. Your wedding day is the perfect time to prank Jack. Finally. Seriously? I demanded, glaring at the 2 jackasses who were about to ruin my wedding day. Everyone is in on it, even Janet, he said with a wink. Oh, God, I moaned. What are you idiots up to? Don't pour a bucket of pig's blood on him. Gross, Cal said, wrinkling his nose. Don't worry, it's nothing bad. He'll love it. Whatever you say. Just don't fuck up the ceremony. You have about 20 minutes. Everything has to be timed perfectly. I'm ready. Is she? They exchanged a glance. What's wrong? I said, my heart thudding in my chest. She'll be ready. Malls and Angel are with her, Cal said, slapping my back. My cousin appeared and slapped my back again. Lucky smirked and lifted his palm. I jumped out of the way. Don't you fucking dare. Lucky just grinned and made himself scarce. Let's go out to the deck. It looks great. You'll see there is nothing to worry about. I nodded and took the stairs, following him outside. Getting married at Devil's Lake was kind of a tradition now. The girls had it down to a science. We stepped outside to see that Sally and her band were nearly done setting up and doing a sound check. Donnie grabbed 2 beers from the bar. Kyle, Nick, and Drake were all back there setting up. They refused to let us hire someone for the night, even after I asked them to stand up there with the rest of us. Drake said that being honorary best men was good enough and that they were more likely to meet chicks behind the bar. I told them there were no chicks coming to the party, and they had all just laughed. It was true, though. There were no chicks. I had just shrugged and thanked them. I was grateful. I was surrounded by my family. Mrs. Donahue and Marie were here. I had them sit on Susanna's side. There were no official bride and groom sides, but she didn't have anyone here. Everything had happened too fast to get her girlfriends from college to come. I felt bad about that, too. I'd make it up to her, I decided. I'd do something special. Take her somewhere. Build her another greenhouse. Hell, I'd build her a dozen greenhouses if she'd let me. I straightened up as more guests started to arrive. Sally's band started playing something soft and unobtrusive, and folks took their seats. Preacher stepped out on deck, clutching a bottle of tequila against his leather-clad chest like a baby. Dev followed him, trying to grab it, but Preacher was determined. He took a big swig and strutted down the aisle to take his place. "It's time," Donnie said. I nodded. He walked with me to the front of the deck to take our places. One by one, the guys filed in, standing on one side of the platform at the end of the dock. The music changed to a wedding march, and the girls started to trickle in. Sally was doing double duty today as a bridesmaid and the singer. She was like a sister to me. Her smile was huge as she walked down the aisle in her pretty, dusty pink dress behind Jace, sprinkling rose petals. The rest of the girls followed. My heart was pounding, and I was sweating. Not because I was nervous to get married. A little part of me was afraid that my bride might not show up. Not that Susanna would do something like that, but it wasn't long ago that she'd had doubts. Club ways had been foreign to her. She had adjusted. She understands now, I reminded myself. And then all of my worries disappeared. She was here. She was so beautiful and ethereal, she took my breath away. I stared in awe as a literal angel floated down the runway toward me. I finally understood why Lucky refused to use Kirsten's real name. I'd never seen Susanna in anything but jeans or overalls. Now that I'd seen her like this, I would never, ever forget it. Her white dress fit her perfectly, hugging her generous chest and nipping it at the waist to flutter down to her knees. Chiffon layers made the skirt and sleeves seem like they were made from a cloud. See? She was an angel. Her shiny hair was mostly down, with 2 pretty barrettes holding up the hair at her temples. They had curled it, but just a little at the ends. It was so shiny I wanted to rub my hands through it. I wanted to grab her hair and yank her in for a kiss and scream that she was mine. Her beautiful eyes were softly made up, just a little, and her creamy skin was glowing softly. Her lips were just a little bit red, shiny and soft and extremely fucking kissable. I almost expected to look down and see her green rubber boots or sneakers, or the hiking boots she wore sometimes. But she wore pretty blue kitten heels that were utterly feminine and unique, just like her. I had thought she had great legs before, but seeing her in a skirt with those shoes, her legs were fucking nominal. There had never been a prettier bride. And she was mine. She hadn't run. She'd stayed. She wanted me. I knew it wasn't nearly as much as I wanted her, but it was enough. She loved me enough. I finally exhaled as she came to stand beside me. I took her hand and squeezed it. I knew I looked thunderstruck, so I forced myself to close my gaping mouth and smile at her. Then we turned to face Preacher. It was time. It was happening. Soon, she would be mine in the eyes of God, the club, and even the U.S. government. I just had to get through the ceremony first. Preacher looked my bride over and whistled. Then he gave me a filthy wink. I closed my eyes and prayed for the strength not to strangle the old dog.
Chapter 43. Susanna. Young lady, are you sure about this? I blinked at the grizzled-looking biker standing in front of me. He was legitimately a man of the cloth, according to everyone, but I had my doubts. He was handsome, but even rougher around the edges than most of the bikers I'd met. And he had a bottle of tequila resting on the deck between his feet. For a moment, I wondered if it was part of the ceremony. Then I realized he'd just paused in his drinking to marry us. I gave Kaylee a worried look and saw that she was fighting back laughter. Everyone was. Oh, crap. We are gathered here today to watch this exquisite creature shackle herself to this outlaw, this disreputable and lawless sinner who must have sold his soul to the devil himself to get such a beautiful bride. Preacher looked at Mac, giving him what I could only describe as stink eye. Did you traffic with Satan to ensure this glorious young woman who is clearly way too good for you? Mac shook his head. No, sir, I did not. A loud burst of deep laughter made everyone turn to the side. Jack was standing there with his hand clapped over his mouth, trying to stifle the laughter that shook his body. Everyone looked shocked, and then they started silently laughing, too. Preacher said, seeming to accept Mac's answer. Maccabee Donahue, do you take this beautiful, perfect, very fertile-looking young woman to be your wife? To have and to hold through good and bad until death do you part? I do. I stole a glance at my soon-to-be husband. He sounded so sure, so proud to make me his wife. He looked at me, and I saw all the love in the world in his eyes. I turned back to Preacher. Susanna Adams, do you take this man, who is said to be loyal and faithful, to be your lawful husband? I know we all like Mac, but it doesn't mean you have to marry him. There are other fish in the sea, older fish who know what they are doing between the sheets. He leered at me, and I stared at him. Was that a question? The crowd exploded in laughter. Preacher scowled at them all. I giggled nervously. I wasn't sure if he'd asked me whether I wanted to marry Mac or not. Don't worry, he'll get to it. He likes to posture a bit. Kaylee stepped in to whisper. I nodded with a nervous smile. Finally, the laughter died down. I turned back to see Preacher taking a huge swig of tequila. He offered the bottle to Mac and me, but we both declined. He set the bottle down again and cleared his throat. Susanna, do you take Maccabee Donahue to be your husband, to have and to hold through good times and bad until death do you part? I do. You can always change your mind, darling, he whispered to me. I shook my head and he sighed dramatically. Well, then I have no choice but to say under the eye of our benevolent and vengeful God that I now pronounce you man and wife. You can kiss the bride, he winked at Mac, right after I do. He grabbed me and leaned me back, kissing me hard and long. He did not try and slip me the tongue, which was a relief because I was pretty sure that I would have been instantly drunk from the fumes. He set me back on my feet, grinned at Mac, and scooped up his bottle again. Mac pulled me close with one arm and used the other to shove Preacher off the dock and into the lake. You need to cool off, old man. Then he laid one on me. I was already confused. Mac's kiss made me legitimately dazed. All the passion, the love, and the promise of what would happen when we were alone was in that kiss. I stared at him in a stupor when he finally lifted his head. You all right, Susanna? I nodded. He moves pretty fast for an old lech. Mac threw back his head and laughed. I would be more pissed if I didn't have the same overwhelming urge to kiss you. The music started, pictures were taken, and the party began in earnest. I was whisked off to drink champagne with the girls when it got really quiet. I turned to see that the band was taking a break. In the center of the deck, Mac sat on a stool holding a guitar. Sally was on a stool beside him with hers. I stared at him. Mac played the guitar. I took a breath, suddenly feeling nervous. His eyes scanned the crowd until he found me. He smiled a little and nodded to Sally. I wrote the first verse of this song when I met Donnie. I wasn't sure how to finish it. Mac helped me by writing the second verse. This is for you, Susanna. They started to play. The melody was beautiful, but somehow sad. Sweet, melancholic, haunting. And then she began to sing. Another rainy morning after another night alone. Another day of dreaming, longing for a home. And then you came on busting in, making lots of noise. Another time, another place. You might be the one. I wrapped my heart in cellophane, afraid that it might break. Someday I might unwrap it. But someday never comes. And then Max started to sing. My heart flipped over in my chest. His voice was beautiful. His hands on the guitar were sure and steady and true. If I hadn't loved him already, I would have fallen in love with him in that moment. I fell in love all over again. It was instantaneous. Day breaks on the hillside, hiding you from me. As soon as I saw your face, I knew this love was meant to be. I'm too afraid to touch you, afraid you won't want me. Another time, another place, I might be what you need. And then they started singing together, and my heart filled up and spilled over. I wrapped my heart in cellophane, afraid that it might break. Someday I might unwrap it, but someday never comes. This time things are different. This time things are real. This time it's worth unwrapping the broken heart I thought that time would never heal. You're the one who showed me that this love was worth the risk. This is the time. This is the place. Someday is today. This is the time. This is the place. Someday is today. My hands were clenched together. I realized that my face was soaked with tears. I couldn't speak. I didn't think I could move. But then Mac put down his guitar and walked toward me. I was on my feet and in his arms before I even knew what was happening. He lifted me up, kissing me. I love you, Susanna. I love you so damn much. I love you too, Mac. That was so beautiful. He smiled at me, setting me on my feet and wiping away my tears as the crowd cheered for us. Then the band started playing and he took my hand. First dance? I nodded, and he led me to the center of the deck. He held me in his arms, swaying to the music. I was so overwhelmed with happiness I felt like I would burst. No one ever felt more loved. I knew it. I was the luckiest girl in the world. I'd thought my life was over. I'd let it be over. Not that I'd wanted to die, but I was content to sleepwalk through life, safe and protected from getting hurt again. But just like the song, he had woken me up. He had shown me that his love was worth the risk, that I was worth the risk. Mac was my miracle.
Chapter 44. Donnie. That was incredible, baby, I said, my voice clogged with emotion. You liked it? Are you kidding? I loved it. When did you write that?
That first night you kissed me on my front stoop, when I freaked out and asked you to leave.
I was sad that night, too. You were worth the wait, wife. My beautiful wife smiled at me and gave me a quick kiss before running to join the band. Mac and Susanna were already swaying to the beginning of the song. It was their first dance together. I couldn't be happier for him. Mac truly was a brother to me, more than a cousin, and not just because I'd known him his whole life. The club bond was as strong, if not stronger than blood. But Mac and me, we had all three: history, blood, and the club. I love the fucker so damn much. I saw Janet give the signal and got out my phone. I saw Cal, Whiskey, and Lucky do the same. The girls were all smiling and watching Jack. It was time to have a little fun with the big guy. We'd never successfully pranked him. Lord knew the younger guys had tried. They all looked up to him. Hell, I looked up to him. Jack was one of the most incredible people I'd ever met. I rubbed my hands together. This was going to be good.
Jack,
Janet said loudly as she walked over to him. As always, his attention was on her, kind of like a dog with a big old juicy bone. He was always watching her, so he perked up right away.
it's time to get the kids in bed.
There was a van waiting to take all the kids to Whiskey and Becky's place for a giant sleepover. May was watching them tonight. She waved at Jack coyly. The wily old bird was totally in on the joke. Jack nodded, giving his wife a meaty kiss before turning in a circle to look for his children. They were normally very easy to find, but not tonight. Children came streaming out of the house to run around the deck, screaming. Every one of them wore a wig. A red wig. Even the babies. I stifled a laugh as Kirsten patted baby Marie's back, bouncing the baby up and down. She surreptitiously adjusted the lopsided red wig that was in danger of sliding off. Jack's big face crumpled into a frown of confusion. There were red-headed children everywhere. It was total anarchy. Everyone was laughing as Jack started lifting kids up by the back of their shirts, peering at faces, then setting them down again. Finally, he shrugged and just started scooping children up, tucking one or two under each massive arm and carrying them to the van. I almost fell over laughing at the sight. Jack had taken it all in stride. He came back and hoisted another couple of giggling, wiggling kids in the air. Wigs started falling off. Jack stopped in front of his wife and stared at her. "You are going to pay for this, you naughty girl." She gave him a saucy smirk.
Oh, I hope so.
He growled appreciatively and left. Back and forth he went until every single red-headed child was in the car, other than the infants. Jace popped out from behind a chair. She was the last one standing. Jack pretended to make a grab for her, but she squealed and pulled her wig off.
It's me, Uncle Jack.
He scratched his big head and played along. "I thought you were one of mine."
I'm too big.
"So you are, Jace. So you are." He rumpled her hair and grabbed the wig, plopping it on his head. Then he grabbed his ginger ale, sat down, and acted like nothing in the world had happened. Janet laughed so hard I was pretty sure she had margaritas coming out of her nose. We all did. Mac came to stand beside me. "You guys pulled it off. I can't believe it." "It was all Janet. She's diabolical." "Yes, she is. I'm glad she's on our side." "Me too, brother. Me too." I slapped my hand on his back and gave him a half hug. "You're married?" He grinned. "Yes, I am. I don't have to worry about your sad sack ass anymore." "No, you don't." The half hug turned into a whole hug. I squeezed him, stole his beer, and sent him to dance with his bride. Drinks were had, toasts were made, and most importantly, I got to dance with my wife while Mac took over singing a couple of songs with the band. At the end of it, I took my beautiful wife and made sweet, sweet love to her. It was a good night. A very, very good night. Chapter 45. Mac. "They will be going for a while," I said, wrapping my arms around Susanna. She was resting against the deck railing, looking out at the lake. There were lights on at Lucky's house, and you could just barely see the twinkling lights set up at her cottage. I hadn't told her about the plan to spend our wedding night there. There were about 1,000,000 rose petals on the bed, the path, along with fake, fireproof candles along the path and inside. Everything was ready. I just had to get her there. "Ready to go?" She leaned back against me and I kissed her neck. I couldn't stop kissing her. Every time we danced or sat together, or even if she was just walking by, I had to kiss her. She was my wife, and it was my rights. I got kisses on demand now, damn it. "Thought you would never ask," she said, turning around in my arms to face me. I stared down at her, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. I'd won. I'd gotten the girl, and I got to keep her.
But where are we going?
"It's a surprise," I murmured, bending down to take her mouth in a kiss. We said our goodbyes. She gave me a questioning look as I led her toward the dock, not the parking in front of the house. I smiled as the boat came into view. Her eyes got wide as she saw it. It was just a little boat with an outboard motor, but it was tricked out with flowers and fake candles. It was glowing. She squealed as I set one foot in the boat, lifted her up, then set her down. The boat rocked and she clung to me, making me instantly hard. I got you, baby. Preacher glared at me from his spot against the rail. He lifted his bottle of tequila and toasted me. I saluted him back, wondering if he was drinking the same bottle and if it tasted like lake water.
What a night,
Susanna said with a laugh as I helped her take a seat. I sat across from her and Drake tossed me the rope. The guys had been pivotal in setting up the surprise I had waiting for my bride. I was fucking lucky as hell to have such good friends. It's barely started. Her eyes got wide as I stared at her, starting the motor. I could distinctly see that her gorgeous nipples were hard in the candlelight. We set off across the lake, streamers and a just married sign hanging off the side of the boat. People were snapping photos and whooping as we went. I grinned at my wife, steering the boat unerringly toward the dock we had hastily installed. The job site was still being prepped, but there was an asphalt path leading from the dock to the cottage. Everything else would be done later. For tonight, I just needed a way to get my wife into bed. I helped her out of the boat and then picked her up again. She wrapped her arms around my neck and rested her head on my shoulder. I carried her up the pathway, lit by more of Janet's candles. I heard my bride's gasp when we rounded the bend and saw the old cottage. It had been spruced up quite a bit since we moved it. I hadn't told her about the upgrades, the paint, the repaired windows, and the fresh tile and countertops in the kitchen and bathroom. I wanted her office to be perfect when she started using it again. I wanted everything to be perfect for her.
"Oh, Mac,"
she said breathlessly.
"It's beautiful."
"Just wait," I murmured, opening the door and carrying her over the threshold. I set her down inside and kissed her deeply, closing the door without looking. Our tongues tangled and all thoughts of showing her the renovations flew out of my mind. Our hands and mouths and bodies strained. Clothes were removed rapidly. We stumbled toward the bed with my pants around my ankles. I kicked off my shoes and pants and dove into the bed, resisting the urge to tear off her fancy white lace bra and panties. "Lace," I said, staring appreciatively at her gorgeous body. "I like."
"Janet got them. She made me get some other colors, too."
"Janet is a very wise woman," I growled, reaching for her. And then I yelled in surprise. "Ouch!" I turned over, staring at the foot of the bed. The cat was wrapped around my foot, biting my toes through my socks. I leaned down, trying to pry her loose. She wouldn't budge. "Calliope? Who brought the damned cat?" I groaned, even though I knew the answer.
"Oh, my God,"
Susanna said with a laugh. She looked horrified and amused at the same time. Lucky. It had to be lucky. My wife was giggling as I stood there, naked other than my socks and erect, all with a cat wrapped around my ankle. I felt like a goddamn Christmas tree. "Excuse me. I will be right back," I said stiffly, already plotting my revenge. For now I had to put the cat in the only room with a door that shut securely, the bathroom. I grabbed a bowl for water, scrounged up a can of cat food, and set the little stinker up with a cozy towel to nap on in the tub. "You stay here," I said sternly. Calliope gave me a haughty glance. I sighed. "Please?" She looked away, clearly miffed. "Extra belly rubs in the morning," I cajoled. "Every morning," I amended. I felt that the cat and I came to an understanding. I nodded. The cat looked less evil. I scratched her head and washed my hands before heading back to the bedroom. My fingers needed to be clean for what I was about to do with them. My wife was sitting up in bed, looking like a Victoria's Secret model when I came back inside. She bit her lip, watching me take off my socks.
"I'm sorry."
It was my turn, I said, sliding onto the foot of the bed and grabbing a silky leg in each hand.
Your turn for what?
She asked distractedly as she lay back and let me pull her gorgeous legs open. I growled at the way her pussy looked wrapped in sheer white lace. I bit her calf and then licked it. My turn to be the mice. Her startled laugh quickly became a moan as I nibbled my way down her inner thigh to her pussy. I ate her through the lace before tugging it to the side. Yeah, it was our wedding night. I should take her panties off, but I couldn't wait. I had to make her come, and I had to get inside her. My cock was leaking pre-cum as I ground into the bed, using my fingers on her clit with my tongue making slow, lazy strokes up and down her pussy lips. Susanna was making those sexy noises of hers, tossing her head back and forth on the pillow. I knew she was about to come. I doubled down and she exploded under my hands and mouth. I growled and kept going, knowing that I was seconds away from paradise. Without pausing, I replaced my tongue with my cock, sliding inside her slowly. I groaned at the feel of her slick walls wrapping around me, welcoming me in, welcoming me home.
Oh, Mac.
I rode her long and slow until we were both begging for release. I kept us on the edge as long as I could. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I quickened my pace, feeling the beginning of Susanna's orgasm massaging my aching shaft. I groaned as my body took over, driving faster and faster until I froze, my hips bucking as the biggest orgasm of my life ripped through me. It was the biggest 10 orgasms. I felt sure deep in my heart that we'd made a baby. Later, when I held her in my arms after making love for the 3rd time, I told her so. My sleepy wife nuzzled against me and agreed. I heard a soft snore and smiled. My wife was sleeping like a baby. I can hardly wait to start my new life with her, I thought as sleep finally overtook me. That's when the yowling started. I sighed and forced myself to get up, padding naked to let Calliope out of the bathroom. You did good, furball, I said, scooping her up to cradle her against my chest. She purred instantly, her soft fur tickling my skin. Let's get some sleep. The cat blinked slowly as if agreeing with me. And so, with my 2 girls snuggled on either side of me, we slept. 3 months later, Mac. I watched anxiously as Nick and Drake moved the bookcases Jack had built for the spare bedroom. Susanna's business was housed in the cottage just up the hill, but we needed an office area here to keep ourselves organized. A pretty antique-looking metal bed frame meant the room could be used for guests, too. Today was the day. We were moving into our new house, and I wanted everything to be perfect for my wife. My wife, who seemed annoyed with me the past few days. Susanna, you okay? I asked for the 10th time, noticing she was in the bathroom again. At least it's a new bathroom, I thought worriedly. I knew she liked the house I had built her, even if she didn't like me anymore. She turned the water on and shouted that she was fine. She was not fine, and I was miserable about it. Something was wrong, and until she told me what it was, how could I fix it for her? I turned back to the guys as they headed out to get more stuff from the moving truck. I wasn't paying them, just in beer and being less of a hard-ass at the clubhouse and on the job. Moving each other was part of the deal, and we all did it for each other. Another reason it was good to be part of the inner circle. We were all there for each other's weddings, funerals, births, and everything else in between. It was a good life. But it meant nothing if Susanna wasn't in it with me. She came out of the bathroom looking pale. I was at her side in an instant. Come with me, I said, lifting her up.
Careful, Mac. I'm woozy.
I frowned, carrying her to a chaise lounge the guys had already brought in. It was by the window overlooking the lake. It would probably stay right where it was, too, I decided, as long as my wife approved. I set her down and frowned. You haven't eaten. You need to take better care of yourself.
Oh, God, please don't talk about food, she groaned,
holding her belly. My frown intensified. "You need some water, then," I said, grabbing a glass of water from the open-concept kitchen. I kept glancing at her. She wasn't glaring at me. She just looked tired. I was suddenly aware that something was wrong, and it wasn't that my wife was mad at me. She was ill. Fear clutched my insides as I carried the water back to her.
"Thanks,"
she said, giving me a wan smile. Definitely not mad at me, I thought. But what was wrong? She took a sip and leaned back, closing her eyes. Then she was up like a shot and running for the sink. I stared at her while she vomited into the sink, her slim shoulders shaking. "Oh my God," I said, rubbing her back. "We need to get you to a doctor."
"Yeah, an obstetrician,"
she said, rinsing her mouth out and grimacing. "What?" I said, not understanding for a minute. "An what?" She rolled her eyes at me.
"It's a good thing you're so cute."
I smiled stupidly at the praise. "I'm glad you think I'm cute. I think you are the most beautiful woman I've ever seen." She laughed.
"You are going to need to think a bit quicker if you're going to be a good father."
"Father," I said stupidly. I felt stupid, but not in a bad way. I was just always so worried about my woman that I had missed what was right in front of me.
"Yes, you were right. That night in the cottage."
I was right? I said in awe. "Oh my God, baby. I'm going to be a daddy." She was laughing and hitting my shoulders as I picked her up and spun her around.
"I'm going to throw up again."
I set her down immediately, feeling contrite. "Shit, I'm sorry. I got carried away."
"You are forgiven.
I watched helplessly as she threw up again.
Don't do that again. No spinning."
"No spinning," I repeated obediently. "I love you, sweetheart." She smiled as I pulled her carefully into my arms.
"I love you too."
"I'm going to be a daddy," I shouted when the guys came in with another load of boxes. I carried my wife back to her chair, careful not to jostle her. I was immediately surrounded and given high fives as my wife looked on, rolling her eyes.
"I'm the one doing all the work, you know,"
she complained, but her eyes were twinkling. So the guys high-fived her too. We made short work of unloading the rest of the furniture and boxes. We didn't bother with unpacking or drinking beer like we usually did after a move. I just made the master bedroom up and settled my wife under the covers. Then I lay beside her and watched her sleep. My hand rested softly on her belly. "Going to be a daddy," I said, talking to my unborn child. "I'm going to be the best daddy I can be. The world's best daddy. I promise to take care of you and your mother until my last breath. I'll take you to dance lessons, or teach you to play ball, play the guitar, or whatever you like. We'll go sledding and for walks and swimming in the lake. On Sundays we'll have pancakes. And every Christmas, there'll be something special under the tree just for you. A lot of somethings," I added, deciding to spoil my little girl or boy rotten.
"Go to sleep, world's best daddy,"
my wife said, snuggling against me.
"I want pancakes in the morning."
I kissed her softly and closed my eyes. Everything was right in the world. I was going to be a daddy. This concludes Touched by the Devil by Joanna Blake. Narrated by Troy Duran and Kendall Taylor. Copyright 2019 by Joanna Blake. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Joanna Blake, care of Hirschman Rights Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.